Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Carol Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, hello, good morning. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket Day 3 at Visakhapatnam. And England, well, it's a long old road back for them, but never can discount them completely. They just don't know the meaning of the word defeat under the Stokes-McCullum axis, but they are trailing by 171 runs. India 28 without loss overnight. And in Hyderabad, where Pope and Hartley created the most unlikely of away wins, I'm afraid in Visakhapatnam it has been very much Bumrah and Jaiswal who have made the difference for India, that big defining innings of 209. So at the start of play, England 171 behind, India building on the 171 run lead. Jaiswal and Sharma ominously are still there. Now with me are, of course, in his weather cave, Mother Goose himself. It is Messi Jez.
Good morning, Tony.
Not that it's pantomime season, but
day. It's a beautiful day over there. It's 27 degrees at the moment, maximum of 30, perfect for cricket, and not so good for miracles, I suspect.
well, you just never know. Never say never with this England team. I'm trying to be positive in the Bears' absence. The Bear, we believe, by the way, is in a gutter somewhere in Brighton after a heavy night.
That's the the worst possible outcome, perhaps.
Well, no, I'm sure he won't be. He'll be tucked up safely in a cave somewhere. And
Even
that was,
not,
of
he would
course.
still be drinking if I know the.
Well, I was going to say it's only 4 o'clock in the morning. It's a perfectly acceptable time to still be on a night out. The other voice you heard was, of course, the ever reliable utility player of guerrilla cricket. There's nothing he can't do. Jason Hiscox.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Or as I say, jack of all trades, but master of none.
Well, that's
Or master of some, perhaps.
that probably sums up all of us. Where do we start with this situation, Messrs? What chance do you genuinely? Let's phrase it positively. What do England need to do to haul themselves back into this game?
Well, they need to get 4 wickets by lunchtime and give themselves a chance. I can't see it happening, frankly, even if they do manage to dismiss India for, say, 150, because this wicket is starting to play some tricks, and by tomorrow I think it will be very hard to score runs on, even with the Crawley style of, of batting. So much as I did in the previous test, I predict a very solid Indian win. I'm prepared to be proven wrong, but I think it's unlikely.
And wicket-wise,
by the way, can I just
yes.
compliment you on the smoothness with which we went to air today, in the absence of the bear? You and Jason did a sterling job.
Well, I was again. I think I was 95% there, 90% there.
Yeah, you were.
Jason, nonetheless, just found a couple of little things that I hadn't quite done. There's always one thing, but he managed to solve that. So as a team, we got us there. Wicket-wise, Jason, as in the wicket, it's pretty much going to form for the last 2 tests that have been here as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be 600, 600, 200, 100 perhaps.
Do you think
Is the
England have missed a
plan.
trick though by not having a second seamer?
Possibly. The Hartley hasn't been very effective. Ahmed's got a little bit of lift as well as sideways turn. I mean, both wrist spin bowlers have actually got quite a lot of lift.
I'm pointing at that. Oh, you got up and did that, didn't you?
I did, yes.
That's all right. Sorry. Yes.
So, so yes, I mean the introduction of Kuldeep has been a good plus for India, because he's taken 3 wickets. He's supported Bumrah admirably. He perplexed Pope.
Oh well, I mean, Messrs.
Pope had no idea how to.
What a ball that was, Messrs. I mean, it was. The more you watch it, reverse swing.
It was a great ball.
A fast in-swinging
the
Yorker.
truth is that Pope had looked like a fucking number 11 up until
He looked a bit skittish. He never got off.
His feet were glued to the floor. He was just looking dreadful. I'm amazed he made as many as he did.
I mean,
look, one thing I just want to mention before we do go on.
Yeah.
Yesterday, all the attention was on Bumrah. I think, as a result, a fantastic spell of bowling was overlooked. I think Jimmy Anderson was a standout yesterday.
He was great. 3 for 40 something.
7 overs straight at the beginning. And he's easily England's best bowler, and he's the best chance they have of doing any damage to India today, in my judgment.
Yeah, 3 for 47 and going at under 2 and over. That's what made me think. I mean, Jimmy Anderson's a few and far between, of course, but it did make me wonder if that second seamer might have been of use to England. And I had a question for both of you about Joe Root. It hasn't been. He didn't really look at the races with the bat. Is it asking just too much of him to genuinely be an all-rounder? Opening bowler and number 4 bat is a tough ask, isn't it?
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
I think he's a good part-time spinner, but he's not someone who should be carrying the load of a full-time bowler, which effectively he's being asked to do. And he bowled poorly on the first day in this test match, I thought, and over-relied upon. When you've got other spinners in the side, you shouldn't be giving him such heavy work.
Well, funny you should say that, because just going through his wheeling of arms and ready to bowl the first ball of the morning, it is going to be England's former captain and all-rounder Joe Root. Round the wicket comes. There's a slip and a leg slip. It's down the arse. It's into the gloves of Folkes and Rohit. will quite happily have nothing to do with it.
Yes, I mean, England has looked unbalanced ever since Stokes has not been able to bowl. So, I mean, he's trying to fill that role of holding bowler.
Which he's done successfully in India in the past. Around the wicket he comes. That's a better ball. He floats it fairly innocuously in towards Rohit, who defends off his toes. Again, there is no run. 28 without loss. India remain.
This is already a better start from Root than it was yesterday. I think he's slowing up a little bit. I mean, that's a little bit quicker.
Drops that one, yeah. It still drops it slightly short, but it was just tickled away. On the 45, there's a man there, and again, there's no run. 13 Rohit off the 16 he has faced. 15 for the extraordinary Jaiswal, whose backstory, of course, is people are fascinated by, and so they should be. That's back to Root. What did he left home at 13, didn't he, to travel from to Mumbai?
Yeah, to sell.
Kind of lived with his uncle for a while. That didn't work out.
He sold
street food. Did everything he could just to
played in the Maidans, which he was discovered.
I did have a previous high score, about 170, which he got against the West Indies, but we'll just wait for Root. Worked off his pad out towards short mid-wicket. Again, no run. But yesterday he eclipsed that with that double, and he could have gone on. One feels that he just rather all gave it away at the end with a very loose shot, didn't he?
Yeah, he got 209. If he'd batted with the tail, I mean, Kuldeep stayed around for a long time. Could have got
In comes
213.
Rooty. Are we going to start the day with a maiden? It's beaten Root's lunge, but it goes straight to Captain Ben Stokes, who is at mid-on. And at the end of the first over of the morning, I'll quickly remind you the GPL is open, GorillaCricket.com/competition. Guess how many runs are going to be scored in the day.
Sorry.
And we'll go to
Tony,
messages.
I need to correct you. It's no longer a /
Gorilla
Hasn't been
hyphen
since-
prediction
yep.
hyphen
However,
league.
if you go to GorillaCricket.com,
Yeah.
you'll find competitions.
Yes.
That's your easiest way to do it.
Indeed.
And what's a message if you, as well as finding out who's with us, can let us know what the pot is.
I think it's 114 quid.
114 English pounds. That's not bad and well worth winning.
Yeah. Warren says, evening all. Farong's with us. Reckons he only hope his ducket from both ends. Dave Barrett's with us. It's 4 a.m. in town on the Russia-Ukraine border. I'm covered in blood and surrounded by dismembered corpses. I'm the last man alive after 18 hours of continuous hand-to-hand combat. A thought passes my mind. I must tune into Guerrilla Cricket and I must go harder.
Well, who wouldn't be going harder at 4 o'clock in the morning? Here's a new bowler. He has 3 slips. In he comes, defended off his off stump by the left-handed Jaiswal, and there is no run.
Yeah, immaculate from Anderson from ball 1.
Immaculate indeed from ball 1. He's looking the thing is he's looking really buff at the moment, don't you think? I mean, he's ripped. He's clearly been doing some work in the gym. He's clearly been doing some work at the hairdressers. You know, I mean, generally overall,
Possibly too much work at the hairdressers.
Well, I know. I've got to be honest. I mean, there's those.
Well,
you look at it.
He can carry it off.
Yes.
Kevin Peterson could not.
That's where I was going. There are those you can look at and you go, oh, really? But Jimmy carries it off, I have to say. This one is worked off his legs. It's down towards backwards square. It's fielded by Bashir, and I think they should have taken a run, shouldn't they? I'd be very surprised if they didn't. Yeah, Hartley did struggle. He didn't touch the heights, but he didn't touch any heights in the first innings, of course, in Hyderabad, did he?
It was all about rhythm, I think, with Hartley, and he got really good rhythm in the second innings at Hyderabad. I think he was struggling for rhythm in the first innings here at Vizag.
Yeah, he's a slave to the rhythm. 29 then, without loss. India move on to Rohit, the only run of the morning so far.
Oh,
Root, Crawley, Bairstow are your 3 slips who are pretty widely spread, aren't
it's
they?
an each-way
as
bet,
slips go.
I think. You can call that.
What is an each-way bet?
First, third and fifth slip.
Ah, yes, it is. I'm with you. Right, yeah, as I say, they seem to have literally, for the Anderson's second ball of the morning for the right-hander, Rohit, they've spread themselves considerably wiser. In comes Jimmy, worked off his legs again, 2 short mid-wicket. Farong's favourite all-rounder, Ben Duckett, fields competently, without having to bend down too far, because he doesn't have that far to bend. And there
that's
is
going to get
no
some
run.
comment.
What? Why?
Farong's always saying he's not small, he's 5'8".
Well, that's true. Okay. Compared to England's 2 6'4" spinners, it's comparatively small. 172 the lead. By Jove, that is a big old lead. Jimmy in. Oh, and he's bowled him. He has absolutely brought one back, which is a ripper.
Wow.
It has taken Rohit's off stump out the ground. England have struck in the second over of the morning, and Rohit has gone for 13 to an absolute corking delivery from Jimmy Anderson. Play that, Rohit. It just pitched on a length, moved slightly away. Rohit is looking back. His stump is splattered, and England do have their first breakthrough.
It wasn't a big gate to go through either.
No.
It was very narrow.
Well, it beat the outside edge. He played slightly inside it. It just beat the outside edge.
You talk about balls with your name on it. That was it.
That's absolute corker. Yeah.
Do you think if your name was Duke, you're a miss? You actually do.
Balls with
You
your name
actually
on it.
do have a ball with your name on it,
Alfred
don't you?
Reader.
Oh yes, true enough.
Yeah.
You don't meet too many Mr. Kookaburras or Mr. and Mrs. Kookaburra, but
No.
I'm sure there are some somewhere.
I don't want to be called a Mr. or Mrs. SS either. SG, sorry.
I'll just take a moment to shout out to some of the people with
Please
us
do.
on YouTube.
Yes.
I won't read them all because there's quite a lot of discussion about Dare's fate in Brighton. But Willow Moon, she says, morning gang, any chance of England pulling this out of their asses like the first test? Mog's with us. Frank Rockefeller is with us. Leah is with us. She points out it could be worse. It could be in a gutter in Southend. Gopala Krishna is with us. Andy Feeney, and classic Hindi songs and sports as well. Welcome to you all. Thank you for being with us. And Kafir.
Delighted that you are with us, and I can tell you, India have lost their first wicket. Rohit comprehensively bowled, off stump cartwheeled. They're 29 for 1. Rohit went for 13 off the 21 he faced, and the new man is going to be our old friend Shubhas, and I will jingle him up possibly after he's faced his first delivery. In comes Jimmy Anderson, defended in front of the off stump, which has now been firmly shoved back into the ground. Here is the new batsman.
Gilly, gilly, oss and pepper, cats and Ellenbogen by the sea.
That's
Yeah, I mean,
quaint jingle, that. I like
you look
it.
at that ball again, and you can see the arc of the bat. He's trying to play that to mid-on,
Yeah.
and he should be playing that straight, and he's just come across the ball very, very slightly. So that's a slight technical flaw from Rohit, but it's very well bowled by...
Yeah, he pulled the bat inside it. In comes Jimmy, defended again, solidly, stoutly, firmly by Shubman Gill towards Ben Stokes, who's at mid-off. And is that the end of the over?
It
yes,
is.
it is. 29 4-1, 7th over of the innings completed. Rohit, the man out, 172 the lead. Messers.
The light roller says, if England turn this around, I will consider eating my shorts. Well, get sponsored if you're going to do that. Anis Rao is with us too. He says, I'd be very torn if India loses, but Jimmy gets fired. Kafir says, I just put a bet on England to win. I still believe. I don't know what they're paying at the moment. They were about 16 to 1 overnight.
Yes.
How many gingers in the England starting 11s? There's classic Hindi songs. And
Quite a lot.
3. It's 3, isn't it?
3, I think.
At least
Yeah.
3. There might be more than that.
Who's your fourth ginger? We know we've got Bairstow, Ollie
Stokes,
Pope, and Ben Stokes, of course.
I'm trying.
Where are you finding your fourth?
Crawley's a sandy blonde, isn't he? So
You're stretching it there. Is he sandy blonde? If you were to interview the tall, imposing Zach Crawley, would you suggest to him he's a sandy blonde?
I wouldn't be talking to him in those terms, I don't think.
Well, here comes Joe Root. A little bit of turn for Ruti, defended by Jaiswal. He looks so young. I mean, he is young. That's why he looks young.
Yeah, he's 20.
But
Like a policeman
even for
almost.
20, he looks ridiculously young. He has the one slip, does Ruti. Jaiswal on the drive. More of a swat or a flick of the bat, but it's straight out to cover. And again, there is no run. What a star turn he played. We always say, don't we, that you can play. Test wins normally have a defining innings. It happens, but you don't often get double centurions on a losing side, I don't think. On to the back foot, turned into the onside this time by Jaiswal, and there is no run.
Trying to think of one.
I mean, it will have happened, but
I'm sure it has. I'm thinking of the last one that I can think of. It's probably, not sure. Carl Mayers. Oh, that
one
zipped away.
excited. It did zip away. A little bit of extra turn for Ruti there.
By the way, I should mention
it's a
that at Manganui, New Zealand are 183 for 2 against South Africa's C.
South Africa's C team. Yeah,
All the A and B team are playing in the SAT20.
in comes Joe Root over the wicket past umpire Gaffney. That one is slapped by Jaiswal out to deep extra, but Rayan Ahmed is patrolling there, so we'll just get a single. It'll bring Shubman Gill on to strike. 30 for 1. India move on to Gill yet to contribute. He's just faced the 2.
Yeah.
I'll have a 1 please, he's saying to umpire Erasmus. The man from Boland. And he was a quick bowler in his time, wasn't he? You look at him, you think unlikely, but he was in his younger days. That's defended quite low. It kept a little bit low. Root's fallen over.
Oh, no, he's
I think he trips over
he
Jaiswal.
ran into Jaiswal.
Yes, he did. And he's being very kind. He's tapping Jaiswal on the shoulder. He's going, "Are you sure you're all right?" There's quite a conversation going on between the two of them. Root's cracking a joke. Jaiswal's having a laugh. That's all very friendly and good to see.
You've got to laugh, haven't you? So Holly Bond, Shelley Beck is with us.
Come on, Shelley, work
no
your
doubt
magic.
Well, she will. I think she's on later, isn't she, Shelley? She won't be on
she
next.
is on the next session.
Well, there we go then.
And Classic Hindi Sport, Songs and Sports says it looks like Rohit's on the downward slide. I think he's in a bear patch, put it like that.
He's in a bear patch with the bear.
Oh, that's a worry.
He's not in a gutter in Brighton. He'll have to get there really quickly, having just walked off the centre of Visakhapatnam, or the Dr. R.S. Reddy Stadium. Wide outside of off stump by Jimmy. There's a shout by everybody.
No.
Quite determined shout from first, second and third slip. A slightly indeterminate shout from folks, and a sort of a polite inquiry.
Folks is too busy catching the ball to have a shout about it.
A polite inquiry from
probably
Jimmy.
Just touched the ground with the bottom of his bat as he did that, didn't he?
I think so. Swung in 1 degree, apparently. 1 degree of...
That's all you need.
swing. Oh, this is the Rohit delivery. It swung in 1 degree and seamed away 1.3 degrees.
Yeah. He was playing the line of a previous delivery, basically.
Yeah, it was... if you are just listening to us, then I hope we described it adequately for you. If you get the chance, do make sure you see the highlights of it. It was an absolute pearler of a delivery. That one is wide of Jaiswal's off stump, taken shin height by Ben Folkes. India still
we have
30
a
for
super
1.
chat.
Oh, how exciting. Yes, we do.
Classic Hindi Songs and Sports has sent us $5 Canadian saying, I hope Gill switches batting places with Rohit. I don't know, that's a deck test on the Titanic thing at the moment, isn't it? they're both
sinking
suffering
rapidly. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Classic Hindi Sun. That was gratefully received. Edge taken! Jimmy has his second, And it's Gyswell, and he just had a little prod outside of his off stump. It went through the first slip. It was confidently pouched. And Jimmy Anderson has 2 for 7 this morning. 30 for 2 India. Gyswell's gone as well, and England might just be feeling they're getting themselves into this game. That is a huge wicket. It was the one they will want. Didn't really get his feet moving. Joe Root down on one knee.
Shot.
And it wasn't the greatest shot from a man who batted so supremely on the first day and second morning. But the fact is, it's 2 wickets down, and England will be cock a hoop.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Just wonder how much that A, the 200 in the first innings, and B, the chat with Roots suggesting he's a bit too laid back this morning, because that looked like a bit of a laid back shot.
It was a very, I don't know. Somehow I just don't think Rooty had anything.
I think he
well,
thought
then he was
my
trying
work
to
is
put
already.
him off.
No, I don't think there's anything like that. I think his concentration either was broken or he wasn't concentrating hard enough.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it was a good ball. I'd like to see it again. Jimmy's got a massive smile on his face in conversation with Ben Stokes. He's taken both wickets to fall. He's conceded just 7 runs. The first of them definitely the pick, the one that moved in and then away from Rohit to pin back his off stump.
I also think Anderson being Anderson, that he's somewhat discomforted, but despite the fact he got 3 wickets, that Bumrah got 6 on the same deck.
And I'm just saying, we had just mentioned the name of Shelley the Destroyer.
Yep.
And Shreyas, maybe, not Shreyas, but Gyswell, maybe subconsciously he just thought, crikey, Shelley's on next. And I better get out now. Full stroke. Jimmy's going to be in anyway. The 2 slips go down. It's on the leg stump of the new man Shreyas Iyer. It's away towards mid wicket. There is no run, and it makes me think we should jingle up Shreyas Iyer, which we will.
Diving away at the edge of the place, so tragic. Rolling in pain off the field again, it's tragic. And you and your burning desire.
In comes Jimmy Anderson, defended again by Shreyas.
Shelley actually says, I'm trying to wake up, guys. 2 4 a.m. mornings is interesting. See you soon. Well, she's been working already.
Good Lord. Well, there we go.
Yes. Shelley, tell that to the people in the studio.
Yes. I say, speak to the hand, because the whatever it is aren't listening. You know, some of us have been up earlier than that. And had to travel across London, I might point out, as well. Jimmy, last ball of the over. In he comes. Slightly inside edged by Shreyas Iyer. Didn't really get the meat of the bat onto it, but it goes straight to mid-on. There is no run. It's a wicket maiden for Jimmy. In fact, has he bowled 2 wicket maidens this morning, or has he conceded a run, Jace? I think he may have bowled 2 wicket maidens this morning.
No, I think he might have conceded 1 run.
Either way, it's been a phenomenal spell of bowling. England have 2 breakthroughs, and we're in for some thrills, I think. Messers.
Well, Leah tweeted before the second wicket, and so the collapse begins. India need another triple figures from Gyswell, I think. Well, that's gone by the ball. The Pornbot says that Sugar and Spice S&M, we have a special on tattooing clients' names on balls. Warren says, doesn't Joe Root have red hair like a Pict? No. Leah says, Jimmy is melatonin blonde. That means grey. Melatonin is the biggest cemetery in Cologne. And Varung says, official greetings to all, and I hope everyone is well and tucking into a Yorkshire pudding. It's Yorkshire pudding day.
Is it
Double
Yorkshire pudding
centurions
day?
in losing sides, 6 in my memory. Very
Carl
short
Mayers.
report from Watford CC. Big match tonight. Bournemouth versus Forest. We're followed by another match.
Well, important game for the Cherries, as that one is defended by Gill back to the new man. In fact, it's the left arm wizard from bowling from the DV sub a row end, and it's Tom Hartley, or Headley Verity, the ghost of Headley Verity, as we seem to see that likeness in him, which I can see. That's cut, but cut to backward point. Again, there is no run. Where is Mr. Hartley?
Hartley Hare.
Hartley Hare, here he is.
Shut off Tom Hartley again.
173 the lead, 30 for 2. Just the 2 runs added this morning. 2 wickets to 4. Shubman Gill, that's short and horrible and pulled, and I'm afraid that is going to be the first boundary of the morning. A loose ball from Hartley, and Shubman Gill needed no second asking to dispatch that for one of these.
Yeah, he's a bit too...
Dragged it down, didn't he?
Yep, too young into the international series to have a bunny yet, but of course Headley Verity had a very famous bunny.
Did he?
Don
Bradman.
Yes.
I was going to say, when you looked at me like a disappointed
got him out
school teacher.
eight times.
But I didn't get that straight away. That's bang in front. That must be close. Yes, it is. Up goes the finger of Gaffer's. Shubman Gill looks back in, I think in resignation, to be honest, because that was as plumb as you're ever going to see. It didn't get up. It turned back into the right-hander. I guess they have reviewed because they're both standing there. But Messers, I mean, that looked plumb as a plum thing, didn't it?
Well, it's
plum,
it's on the
absolutely.
front foot, but it's very low down. I think that's hit in front of middle, going to go on to hit leg.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's Shubman Gill's last test innings for a little while. That's his 13 test innings where he hasn't scored more than 36.
I'll tell you a consistent factor in the wickets. Well, let's just have a quick look first.
Actually,
inside edge. Oh dear.
Oh no.
I think that's an inside edge.
Yeah,
it is.
Could be right.
And he has been saved by that inside edge. You think it's
only
simultaneous?
Just before it hits the pad.
Only just, but only just is enough.
Ahead.
And I think Shubman Gill will survive, and I think Tom Hartley and the gathered England fielders will realise the same thing as they look up at that big screen. Yeah. And Shubman Gill, who Jason was just writing off and saying, that's it, he's done for a while. Well, he's not quite done this innings yet. Oh, was you, was it? I beg your pardon. I haven't got over Jason looking at me with such disapproval when I didn't immediately know it was Don Bradman. The word withering was the look that was shot my way. Yep, I'm afraid Gaffers puts his arms across his chest and says, sorry Tom, you ain't got it this time.
Yeah, it's the same kind of look that Glory gave me yesterday when I knew the little piece of trivia, the Audi piece of trivia that he wanted. He thought he knew.
An Audi.
We have another super chat, by the way.
Fantastic.
From
keep them coming.
Diana Craddock sent us £2 saying worth waking up for. Indeed.
Thank you, Diana. We are thrilled that you're with us as well. Delighted to have your company. England thought they had their third. They didn't. And faintest of inside edges, but good enough to have saved Shubman Gill, who goes onto the back foot, cuts to backward point, and did they run in the end or did they turn back?
They did not.
They did not run, probably wisely, and the score remains on 34 4-2, the lead 177. Hartley.
Well, there's been a lot of activity already today.
It's been all go, and we got Shelley coming up soon. I mean, who knows what carnage will occur then. Around the wicket comes Hartley, studiously onto the back foot goes Gill and defends. It's the end of that Hartley over, just the one boundary from it. 34 for 2 after 10 overs. India Messers.
Lots of people joining us on YouTube and having discussion, which I won't go through in detail. Andy Feeney's with us now as well. I think I forgot to mention Malt was there previously too.
Never forget Malt.
Throng says keep Jimmy from one end and the unknown quantity lad from the other, and England could be batting before lunch. But alas, his captain won't bowl him. God, you kill for another seamer at the moment, in my view. Leah says Rahul Dravid does not look amused. I'm not surprised.
It's just been classic. It's been good, but the first ball that got Rohit was an absolute. It wasn't unplayable, but it was a piece of magnificent craftsmanship from Jimmy. It's just shaded in and then nipped away, and just Jaiswal possibly was more likely to look at that dismissal and think, I'm not quite sure I was switched on enough for that one. He just got suckered into kind of playing quite loosely, didn't it, to one that was pushed across him, and it was you don't get a second chance. Root was very sure in his handling at second slip. First slip, I beg his pardon. He's the man next to folks Crawley and Johnny B. Speaking of Yorkshire Pudding Day, is at third slip. 34 for 2. Sorry, Johnny, that's not fair. And that one is worked away nicely off his legs by Shreyas Iyer. It'll get him off and running. His first run of the morning. They'll take a single.
Definitely tailed in. It was definitely the in-swinger.
2 for 8 for Jimmy. Frugal in the extreme he has been.
But just said.
Well, I was just going to ask you, did you see what happened to Angelo Matthews yesterday?
No.
What happened to Angelo Matthews yesterday?
So Sri Lanka playing Afghanistan. Last over of the day, Qais Ahmed bowls absolute stripe down the leg side. Angelo Matthews is on 141, whacks it for 4 down at long leg, and treads on his wicket.
In comes Jimmy, defended back to him by Shubman Gill. There is no run. He's bowling from the Vizag end.
Yeah.
Is Jimmy?
No, I saw some Twitter comments about Qais Ahmed and a rubbish wicket. That was probably presumably that one.
Yeah, I'd say so.
For some reason we're watching the 4 that would I guess if we're seeing those replays, does that mean they're also being shown in the ground? Because there was a quick look at Tom Hartley with his hands on his hips, and he was looking at the screen, and I think he was thinking, why did I do that? Jimmy Anderson in, defended by Shubman Gill, out into the offside. No run.
Yep, looking very.
Jason, it may have been Karunaratne made 77 and got caught off a Qais Ahmed full toss too. So Schick really does get wickets in Colombo.
Yeah. The more you look at that, we just watched again that the ball that we all gave it absolutely out as plumb, which it certainly would have been. It really was the millisecond of touching back before pad. That's worked off his legs, but straight to mid-on. No run. 4 for Shubman Gill.
Is that a boy band, millisecond?
Millisecond. Well, if there was, then I think Jimmy should join it with that hairdo. That's a real boy band haircut, isn't it? I think.
Yeah. Early 2000s.
Were you thinking of Milli Vanilli, perhaps, Messrs?
What, the famous made-up boy band?
You couldn't sing a note and was all entirely. It
was all entirely
lip synced, wasn't it?
Yeah, there were all
to
studio musicians behind the scenes who did all the work.
Jimmy Anderson in. That's a big shout. That does look close. Possibly going too high. Umpire Erasmus is utterly unmoved. Jimmy and wicketkeeper and slips were all up as one.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
But Ben Stokes is going to have a look at that.
I think it'll be umpire's call on hitting the.
Umpire's call England. Well, the good thing about that would be, from an England perspective, that they don't lose a wicket.
Well,
it's
don't
worth a
lose
review.
a review.
Height is the thing going against it.
I don't think it's that high, you know.
Well,
it's below the knee roll, I think.
We shall have a look and see. Does it nip back? It does.
No,
it does hit above the knee roll.
No, sorry, it is higher than I thought.
Inside edge is not a factor at all, and I think that's climbing and
going to go
continue
over the top of the
to
stumps.
climb. And I think England, you can understand why they want to press home that early advantage. Those 2 wickets, they want to get that third. They've already thought they had Shubman Gill But
is,
this
right?
time I'm pretty
It's
sure
in
he's
line,
looking
yeah.
very sanguine, isn't he? And I think he'll feel that that's going over. Let's have a look. It is
Oh, we've got away
wickets,
with it.
umpire's call.
Whoa!
So the review for England is retained. Shubman Gill, however, is not going to go. He's certainly keeping both umpires busy. Gaffer's had to say that was definitely not out, which indeed it wasn't. That one would have been, had Moraeus Erasmus seen what we'd seen the first time. He didn't. He thought it was too high.
Or the ball being a quarter of an inch lower. I mean, it was really
Yep.
was close in terms of umpire's call.
You don't often find Moraeus Erasmus getting things wrong. There, he got away with the umpire's call. So Jimmy will have to continue. In he comes, defended back to him by Shubman Gill, who's had a
There's no respite for Shubman Gill.
no. He's had a fairly trying start to his morning. Just the one boundary. He's on 4. Shreyas Iyer on 1. After 11 overs, India are 35 for 2, Messrs.
Willow Moon says Jimmy Hare screams midnight
Change.
prices. He's got his pimped out Audi sports car in his garage.
Carry on with some socials. There is going to be a little shuffling around. Jason's going to take over my seat. You're going to be joined by the Shelley Destroyer of Worlds and by Kat.
Excellent. Leah says Gill better play the innings of a lifetime after being given 2 lives here. And Spicy Golden Duck says, good morning, Grillers. Fuck me, it's early stroke late. Oh, the sacrifices we make for the love of proper cricket. But it's worth it, isn't it?
Absolutely. Thanks, Macy.
Okay, cheers.
Morning, Jason. Morning, Kat. And we are into the 12th over. And
Good morning. Let me just configure so people could see you.
else I'm just this invisible voice.
I'm here too. Hello, Shelley.
Hi there. It's fantastic. We're on together.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's really good.
Hartley in and just defended straight back to him. So as I was
Sorry,
saying,
I was just in another room watching the other screen where I'm 30 seconds behind you, so I get to see. I mean, I obviously I can give you good commentary on what I'm seeing in 2 screens here.
absolutely, that's great, Kat. But also, I think you get the instantaneous rewind of any wickets. So I think that's fantastic.
It's the perfect summariser position, Kat. You get 30 seconds to think about what you're going to say.
Yeah.
Hartley in again and just defended, so no run. And I think this morning has been really great to see Jimmy doing as well as he did, and I think he was very unlucky with the last massive shout for a wicket. But so England have already got 2 of the Indian batters out this morning, so really making good strides. Hartley in again, and this time played off the back foot, but straight to a fielder for no run. So what have you been thinking of this morning's session, Kat?
I thought it was just going to be another boring day until all of a sudden there's a whole lot of Indian wickets. A whole lot. I mean, 2 is a whole lot, really. I was expecting 0, so I think it's good.
Absolutely, and yesterday they weren't really falling in clusters, so it was really nice to see 2 quite quickly after each other. Hartley in again and pushed into the covers, but this time into a gap, so this will be a run. And even the century, the double century batter from the first innings was out this morning, which was massive for England.
Yeah, that's so good. It's been really fun. This is such a fun series already, and sometimes it can be pretty dull, can't it, when England tour India, and it can just be draw, India win, draw, India win, you know?
Absolutely.
Well, I'd say when anyone tours India, and India then just steamroll them all.
Yes, could be 5-0, couldn't it, Jason? Yeah.
Hartley
That's
into
right.
Gill and just defended straight back to Hartley, and that's the end of the over. Jason?
Yeah, I'm not sure where we got to, but I'm going to start with Lears, who says, was that a Devin Townsend joke? Who wants title to now? Heavy is a very heavy thing, Tony. Well, Tony's gone away, so we can't answer that one. Spicy Golden Duck says, good morning, gorillas. F me, it's early, or late. Oh, the sacrifice we make for the love of proper cricket. Proper cricket. And Lear says, Gill better play the innings of a lifetime after being given 2 lives here. I'm not sure he's been given 2 lives. He's earned 2 lives.
Yeah, he got some bat in the last one, so I think that's earned more than anything else. Anything on YouTube for us, Jason, or all up to date?
Andy Feeney, Joey Barton approves these ladies. I'm not sure that's a thing that necessarily should be a broadcast, but it's been done. So
Well, that's your choice, Jason, whether you say it or
yes,
not.
I
Like-
read it. I read it before I read the implications.
No, it's fine. It's Jason. We would love if people think that we're lovely ladies. We don't care, do we, Shelley?
As long as
Totally
we get-
fine.
Absolutely, Kat, and we'll take super chats for that. Thank you.
We will
Absolutely.
take whatever compliments you have out there. Thank you.
There we go. Right, Anderson on his way into the crease and defended. He's been bowling so well this morning and continues on that same line and length, asking the questions. And for all his hard work, there are several slips waiting. Very nice attacking field. I just wonder what things would be like if England had 2 seamers and not 1.
Well, we've got Stokes. I mean, you never know. He could risk his whatever injury he's had,
I
thousand
think
of injuries he
he's
has.
not quite at the stage where he can bowl at pace. He's been bowling off 2 paces in the net, so he can bowl yet more spin of a different type.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's up to
Running
Also-
around.
Yeah, and I also just think they wrap him up in such cotton wool and protect the knees that I don't think.
But
they'd
tell me,
risk-
who is it with the vest on? Is that Ollie Robinson on the sidelines?
Yes,
I'll have
he's
to
in the squad.
see him. Anderson in again, and this time driven through the covers, but it should be fielded by. Looks like Stokes actually fielded that for 2 runs.
Yep, it was.
Yeah.
He was
I mean, I
running
think
rather
every
brisk.
pitch is different, of course, but
Yeah.
you know they've got a few fast bowlers in the squad. I guess, Shelley, who would you put in next if we had a similar pitch? Where would you put in from the side?
It's really hard to say, but I think most people would say Wood, just to give that speed. Just because if you're looking for something a little bit different, I'm not really sure if you're looking for something different. But I like Wood's pace. I also like how determined he doesn't give up for anybody, and he just keeps coming at you. So I probably would have done Wood. That was just my personal choice. You, Kat, any other ideas?
I would always pick Mark Wood. But he's got a niggle, hasn't he? Has he got a niggle? Am I imagining that?
Jason?
I don't think so. I think that
Anderson in and just drops short of Root fielding at first slip, and they'll scurry through for a single. And now he's holding his finger. Hopefully he hasn't broken anything. But that looked like it dropped just short. Kat, you can look at the replay and tell us if it dropped.
That's
a little
right.
bit
I
short.
don't think it was a genuine chance. It was a little bit too short. And of course, Root then manages to get an awkward when they bounce just in front of you. You know, it's that awkward finger you get to it. It has bounced off one of his fingers and given him a bit of a whack or broken a fingernail or something. And of course, we've had the keeper having to chase to get that before it hit the rope.
yeah, it's just a
Absolutely.
bit of a stinger on the end of the finger when you get it right on the very tip.
Anderson in again, and this time defended for no run. Gill looking a lot more circumspect than his partner. So this is already looking like a really great start for Anderson. 2 wickets this morning, hitting the right lines and lengths, asking the questions, and clearly making the opportunities.
He'll be bowling till he's 45, 50.
Oh,
like,
man.
yeah, ever gonna
Yesterday-
retire?
But yesterday, I think he did 8 overs on the trot in the morning session.
He did.
He just kept going and going and going.
Amazing.
Fantastic. Oh,
Yeah.
we've got quite a few super chats for you.
We have.
to
I was
after
going to
this,
save them up to the end of the over.
There we go. Anderson in again and defended for no run. Well, thank you guys. Keep the super chats coming in, and Jason's going to read them all through in 1 ball's time.
Yes.
Isn't that the highlights?
That's the replay.
Oh,
yeah, so
I'm-
Jason, where are you?
I'm sorry. I've turned into Tony Bishop suddenly.
How early did you have to get up this morning, Jason, to get into the studio? Because you're a trooper.
I got up at 2:30. Tony
Oh, wow.
Tony
I'm starting at
left.
4
Tony
a.m.
left at about 2:15, so he had to get up earlier because he lives further away.
Wow.
Dedication, guys. Major
Yeah, lots
dedication.
of respect.
Anderson in again to Gill and pushed into the covers, well fielded by looks like Stokes, and it'll just be a single, and that's the end of the 13th over, and that should be 40 for 2. Jason,
Yep, we have 3 super chats after your request to super chat people. Diana Craddock sends us £2 saying, "Morning, Shelley and Cat. Great to see the girls." Disinterested Handjob sends us $2 Aussie saying, "Insert appropriate compliment for the ladies." And Willamoon sent us to 199, saying, "Great to see the girls representing." And it is. I agree with that.
Thank you for all of your money.
Absolutely, and keep it coming. I'm sure if Tony sees enough super chats, he'll put us on together more often. So keep them coming, and we'll see what we can do. Anything on X, Jason?
No, there wasn't one I looked, but it's been 30 seconds, so there may be 20 by now.
And
But
whereabouts
also-
are you based, Shelley? You're somewhere in the UK, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm in Oxford, but
So it's early for you too.
I struggled at 4. Hartley
Yeah.
into Gill and driven into the covers. Well fielded, but it got a bit of a ricochet, so they will get through for a single. Did they
And it's
not-
only the 13th over. I mean, this is feeling like it's almost got the vibe of a very rapid one-dayer.
Yeah,
a
the
World
game
Cup
is
one-dayer.
moving. The game is moving on apace. I think
Yeah.
lots of things
Right.
are happening all at once.
But if you look how fast the spinner overs are going through, it's less than about a minute 30 and over. Hartley
Yeah.
in and played quite defensively into the covers for no run. So they're getting through their overs really quickly. So they should have very quick change overs of ends. But also this is when a innings can get away from a batting team if they're not careful.
Yeah.
You don't have much time to think. It's coming at you quite rapidly. And this will be Hartley in again. And this time it is defended straight back to him, fielded off his own bowling for no run. But they just showed a graphic now, Kate, where they showed all the fielders, very attacking field on the onside. Only I saw one fielder on the leg side that was sitting on the boundary. So very nice attacking field. Definitely a more ODI field, I would say, than a test field.
Yeah,
which is
that's
lovely
right.
to see.
Everyone is in. I mean, so it's the mid-off that's back a little, but everyone else is in the circle.
Hartley in and pushed down the ground for a single, and very much so. But
Yeah, and a
also
square
like
leg,
that.
deep square as well, as you mentioned. But really, it's incredible to see. Of course, not so many slips when the spinner's on, just one slip. But when Anderson's bowling, I think he's generally got 2 slips.
What do you think also that Stokes has turned to Hartley as the spinner to come up first this morning and played straight to the fielding on the leg side, short, no run, but a very attacking shot.
And I would expect that Bashi will replace Anderson as soon as Anderson puts his hand up and says, "I need a spell," and he'll probably, I reckon, Anderson would run off and change his shirt, wouldn't he?
Absolutely. Hartley in again and defended. And that is the end of the over. 42 for 2. Jason?
Yes, I've obviously roused GC Naked Fun Porn Bot, who says, "Who does Jason blame his blatant sexism on next?" Question mark. Well, I'm always going to blame Joey Barton.
Is that some form of football joke? Or
It's a
Joey
football.
Barton
Yeah.
used to play for Newcastle, didn't he?
He did, but he's known for having various unsavoury views.
Well, I will say this, is I don't know a whole lot about UK football other than I'm a Man United fan. And last night, Bafana, the South African football team, made it through to the next round of the African Cup of Nations. Absolutely.
Oh, good work.
So I think it's been 24 years until we got to this round. So all of our sporting teams doing really well, not just last year, but this year. It's a good start to the year.
Oh,
and
you
as
called
you
it.
said, Kat, as you
Yes,
said,
I knew it would happen.
Let me just jingle him up quickly, if I can. Mr. Bashir. Okay, cool. Go on.
Bashir in and just defended, but there was quite a loud appeal, nothing coming of it, but immediately very well straight onto a line and length. Oh, hit the I'd say back thigh, but was quite high. Bashir in again and played into the leg side, no run. Fielder was very quickly onto the ball. But
I
it's-
think if anything, Bashir gets through his overs quicker. We probably should too. I could time them. That's one of the good jobs that I could do as I'm sitting here. But he's really quick, isn't he? Because he comes from, wherever he runs in from, square leg. It's quite remarkable.
Bashir in and down the ground, but straight to the fielder, and they just scamper through for a quick single. I'm telling you now, it's less than. This is probably a minute compared to Hartley's, or probably a minute and a half. Absolutely flying through it.
Yeah. Maybe it's because he's so much taller, he takes a longer stride and he just gets back to his mark a bit quicker.
Really, very impressed. So Bashir into Gill and defended straight back to Bashir for no run.
The other thing that speeds up overs is knocking it straight back to the bowler.
Absolutely. And I was just thinking now, the field is a lot more spread than from Hartley. Down the ground goes Gill and smashed through the covers, but it should be stopped by the boundary fielder. Very well fielded. Relay throw in, and that should be 2 runs.
I didn't even think there was someone out there. That's quite remarkable. But good placement, good field placement there from the captain. That's incredible. And I can tell you that it was 14 seconds from bowl to bowl when he hit it straight back to the bowler, obviously. But 14 seconds still is about the quickest you get.
Absolutely. That's very fast. Bashir into Gill and down the pitch again, but this time played on the leg side straight to the fielder, and that is the end of the 15th over. It's 46 for 2. Jason.
Yep. Leah gives us a couple of tweets. She corrects you, Shelley. Says Root was the first spinner of the day. You missed that because Root bowled I think 1 or 2 overs.
You should have been knowing that when you were asleep, Shelley.
You should have been getting that by osmosis. And Leah also says, "Oh yes, Joey Barton. He once slid into our mentions to harass me. I had to look up who the Muppet was before blocking him." Yes, well, I agree. He's a Muppet, definitely, and not one of the nice furry Jim Henson jobs.
I'm sure you're going to awaken the porn bot with
the
jobs.
Muppet, yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like Joe Root's been off the ground, maybe getting his finger seen to. So I don't know if that means Anderson had to stay on and not go off for a quick ice cube. But anyway, he's back on. I think Root now. He's back on the ground. He's obviously fine. He's had the magic spray.
I also saw that some of the fielders in the SA20 yesterday were wearing these like finger cap protectors. Hartley into Gill and defended into the covers, but they'll run through for a single. And there's even been a change of helmets are off and caps are on by the batters. Clearly it's showing the intent is we're going to be seeing spin for quite a bit of the morning.
They did that change quite swiftly too, didn't they?
Very, very quick. Hartley in again and played onto the leg side, and will be a quick single to the fielder. But rotating the strike nicely, looking very much like they are starting to get in with their work this morning, the Indian batters, comparing to what Jimmy was able to do in getting his 2 wickets. It's very much seeming into a very focused work ethic now. And Hartley in again, and this time I just played into the leg side, straight to the fielder, no run. Who was it yesterday, Jason, who was doing the old, using their bowling run up between the wickets and the umpire? I hadn't seen that in a while. Was it Bashir?
It was Bashir when he's bowling round the wicket, although occasionally he goes by the side of the umpire as well. So, but it looks very odd when he does it that way. He's much better looking. Looks much better when he runs in between the umpire and the stumps.
Hartley in and to Gill and just defended straight back to Hartley. And they're showing a picture now of all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 catching fielders in the inner circle. Hartley in to Gill and defended straight back to Hartley. Wow.
So of course that means there's a big gap in the outfield if they're brave enough to loft it, and who knows, they might be soon, but they're not at the moment. They're very defensive just at the minute.
But they're going through the overs so fast, I don't even think they have time to process other than if the ball is there in their area. Hartley into Gill and defended straight back, and that's the end of the 16th over, 48 for 2.
Warren Davis says, "We have Hartley hair and finger bobs. I'm having flashbacks." Yes, you and every other person who grew up in the 70s and 80s.
What are finger bobs? I don't know what they are.
Finger bobs. It was a TV series for children in the 70s and early 80s.
Ah, okay.
It was basically
I don't think
puppets that were on the head of your fingers, basically, hence finger bobs.
Yeah.
Just talking about people who run between the wickets, I think the one that obviously has to run between the wickets, so between the umpire and the stumps, is Imran Tahir, because he comes in from like point.
Yeah. And I think it helps with him to almost focus on the revolutions of the ball, and it helps him putting that all through. Bashir in and played into the leg side and will be fielded for a single. But I've really enjoyed watching the SA20. Have you caught any of it, Kat?
Yes, yeah. We've been watching a number of different matches, of course, that are going on. There's a one-day match going on between Australia and the West Indies at the moment as well. There's New Zealand are playing, so there's a number of different matches in progress.
Bashir into Gill and strides down the crease, but only for a single as he pushes it straight on the leg side, straight to the fielder. The one match we're not talking about is the South African E side versus New Zealand. Absolutely not talking about it.
No.
I saw a thing yesterday where they were saying that one of our SA under-19 players, Bashir in, and again played off the hip onto the leg side and will be a single. Even if go for it, Jason.
I was going to say, the under-19 tournament's been a really good tournament to watch in South Africa, and the South African bowlers are just pace bowlers are just amazing. I mean, there's a guy there, Mpaka, who's going to be in the senior side probably quite soon.
Bashir into Gill and defended straight back to Bashir. And what I was going to say is, even if they wanted to get him straight into the Proteas team for the New Zealand series, because he's playing so well for the SA under-19s, he was actually purchased by the Cape Town team, and therefore his priority would be to actually go to the SA20. Bashir into Gill and fielded off his own bowling for no run. So he wouldn't even go to New Zealand.
The only problem is at the moment, I think, for Mapaka is the fact that he's left arm quick, and you've got an absolute glut of left arm quick bowlers who've just come through it all at the same time. With
Bashir in and hit by Gill beautifully down the ground for one of these.
Is that hands aloft? I think it is hands aloft.
Yes, it's a maximum.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Jansen, you've got Berger, you've got there's another good left arm quick guy who's playing in the SAT20 as well, whose name I forget.
But for many years we just had right arm quick, and all of a sudden it was a case of where do we find something a little bit different, and now we are got a massive luxury coming through, which is absolutely fantastic. So I'm quite excited. But yeah,
Leah says,
was that the end of the over?
It was.
All yours, Jason.
Leah says, Bashir playing
It's happening quickly, yeah.
paying tribute to Ray Bright is absolutely mint, who also used to come in between the wickets and then get swept for Ian Botham for 6. Spicy Golden Duck says, Tom Hartley's former club, home club, Ormskirk, was so delighted by his debut in the last match they opened the pavilion off-season and gave out free drinks.
Hartley in and played onto the leg side to the boundary fielder for a single.
And we have a super chat from Diana Craddock. So Tony, bring on Annie too for a ladies' hat trick. We have had 3 ladies commentating at the same time, but not for a while.
Yep. It's hard to get our schedules to line up.
Absolutely, Hartley into Gill and just defended. But that would be nice. I know that they try to do that with the Women's World Cup. They try to get us all on with white line wires. But for an actual.
In fact, I think we had 3 Kates on at the same time.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
We've had White Line Wireless quite
Kate or
often. We have 3
Catherine's.
women commentating. Yeah. We've done that before for sure.
Hartley into Gill and very well fielded. Who was that flying?
That's
Looks
Ollie
like Pope. Very well fielded, and that will just be no run.
And of course, India now lead by over 200 runs. I don't think we called the 200. 200 lead
Well
here
spotted.
in this innings.
Very well spotted. And already that's going to be a mountain to climb for in England. Just thinking what the pitch is doing now. Hartley in and outside edge, but goes wide of a diving route at first slip, and we'll go for one of these, Jason.
Oh, so close.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Yeah. That was
that was again one that just bounced in front of the slip. It was a very, very difficult chance. if he'd got down a little lower, we could have seen that being caught. But anyway, not to be.
Yeah, you're not normally meant to be beaten on the inside of first slip by a ball, and it was just in a tiny little crack between the...
Partly into Gill and played off his pads, and it's running down to the boundary, but it's one of these.
Oh, it's expensive over this. For no...
Hartley every now and again loses his radar. It happened in the first innings as well. I think he went for 6-4.4, and he pulled it back in the next over, so...
But I'll give him credit. The 4 that went before this was a great chance. So I'm not too worried about the last 4. But the one that's just happened, that was just wide-ish on the pads and dealt with. Hartley into Gill and played into the covers with a little bit of a cut dab. I'm going to call it cut dab. India 66 for 2 after the 18th over. Anything new on socials, Jason?
Yep. I'm keeping the porn bot interested, saying finger bobs mean something very different at the Sugar and Spice massage parlour. And Leah says...
Sugar and Spice cat rescue, not massage parlour, but, you know, they may well branch out.
Leah says England need the highest successful run chase at Vizag to win now, I think. Yes. Well, I think they would need anything over 300, I think, is beyond them, personally. But I think they could get 300 in the last innings, but that probably is their limit. So they've got about 80 runs to play with now, I think, to get the innings done, which is a tall ask.
Would you agree with that, Kat?
Well, I think, yeah, if England take a bunch of wickets quickly, and they've got form.
Bashir in and played down the ground on the leg side for a single. I'm going to stop us there. Jason, we've got another super chat.
Yeah, we have. From our own messages, they sent in 10 Aussie dollars. Just filling the Shelley gap, New Zealand currently 228 for 2 versus South Africa C. Williamson 102, that's why he's been sent it. Ravindra is 98. So possibly another ton for the up-and-coming Ravindra.
Bashir into Gill and played on the leg side, straight to the fielder for no run. Yeah, you're not going to get me commentating very much on that game, Messi. Sorry. As I said, it's not even the C team, it's the E team.
Is that on principle because they're not the players?
Bashir in and Gill plays it straight to Pope, that's fielding close in on the leg side for no run. For me, it's just you really got to work hard for a international cap, and I understand everything that's been said about why it's happened, but just don't like it. Bashir in and on the leg side and pushed for a single.
I really like the way Bashir's bowling to his field here. We've got that close infielder on the onside you mentioned, who has fielded the ball a number of times, and there was a chance in the previous over as well. Who is in that position? Is it Pope? Yeah. I call it silly. You call it, it's either silly non-striker or short bowler or something like that is the position.
The correct guerrilla cricket term is on Hayden. Which stems from the 2005 series where Matthew Hayden had that field set for him because he kept on bunting the ball slightly in the air, particularly for Matthew Hoggard, straight back there.
So Bashir was in again and a quick single onto the leg side, fielded by the boundary fielder, and Bashir in again and to that exact player on Hayden as we needed it. So that is the end of the 19th over, 69 for 2.
Yep, I'm just... And we have nothing on X, formerly Twitter, and someone, was it Dr. Cool, said, you guys chased 378 in 2022 last time, but it was at Edgbaston.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was at Vizag, where I think the highest chase is something in the region of about 200, 250.
And we're seeing a
I
picture
think Ben
of the
Stokes
other.
thinks he can do anything. I'm a bit more cynical about these fourth innings impossible chases. I've seen too many of them in the last few years.
We're going to have a swap. Tony's about to swap into here, and I don't know who are the other players
Kat
are.
is
I think we're
taking
staying
over
on.
from me. If Kat is taking on ball by ball, I'm moving to summary. All yours, Kat.
We're sticking around. So the first ball's defended into the offside. So we've got Shreyas at the moment on 13 and Gill on 26. They're scoring at a reasonable pace, 69 for 2, and we're in the 20th over. Hartley's had a pretty reasonable spell now. He's bowling around the wicket. This one pops up square. There's no one there to catch it. The backward square's running down to the boundary, cannot save it, and it's gone over the rope for 4 runs.
Tony, if you can hear us, hit the 4 button.
Otherwise, Shelley just... We both just said 4, so maybe he's getting his headphones sorted. So that is good for the batters and not so good for the bowlers. Those little nicks getting through and chasing them down to the boundary. I think they're getting a lot of runs now behind square.
Yeah, I actually think Hartley's started to put his deliveries on leg stump and it's just been paddled around for a few. Morning, Tony.
Good morning. You've been off form, Shelley. What's been going on? You come on and literally nothing's happened.
Well, I have no idea at this point.
So another ball, straightish and turned around to the onside, but not with any intent to score.
Kat,
So
how's
that's
your
another
vision today?
Well, my vision is pretty good. I'm 30 seconds behind on my own feed, but I'm trusting yours. Seems to be not glitching too badly today, so we'll
perfect.
see how we go. We just got one slip in place as Hartley comes in again around the wicket to Shreyas. He's driving into the covers, but there is a sweeper who cleans up, so they just get a single.
Thing is, after the 2 fantastic Anderson wickets, there's really been 2 incredibly close reviews, both on for Shubman Gill. And what really should have been taken, which I think was also Shubman Gill, wasn't it? So he's had 3 lives, one just inside edge ahead of pad when we all gave it pretty much as out. One on height to Jimmy that was umpire's call. Marissa Resmond has not given it out, and then the one that took a legitimate edge from Hartley went between slip and wicketkeeper. Joe Root couldn't dive to his left, and folks couldn't.
They're certainly making a few chances. I mean, there was also one to that short bowler. This next one, though, is defended straight back down the pitch to Hartley. And so far from this over, we have 5 runs. They're getting singles, they're turning the strike over, but there are chances too. So I think Anderson will probably come back on. What do you think, Shelley?
Definitely. It was 217 run lead. They need wickets pretty quick.
We now have 2 slips, one on each side, which is glorious. This one's whipped away through mid-wicket. There is someone out there to field that actually it pulled up, so it wasn't hit quite as smartly as he would have liked. But nevertheless, another single. So that means we had 6 from that over. There's people coming out with drinks and so on. The score at the moment is 74 for 2. India lead by 217. Over to Tony.
Yes, I'd seen Diana's super chat, which was very kind of her. I'd love to bring Annie on and have a lady trio. Annie can't do these early mornings, unfortunately. I'm not sure if she's on later today, but I don't think she was available today. Don't worry, I would have done if I could have done. Dr. Cool. There was a bowler called Finn in England. In the England team would love to see a Gill versus Finn battle. That would certainly be 2 tall players.
That would be
is
wonderful.
for sure.
Yeah.
It certainly would. Let me go and
Battle of the Fish.
have a look. Actually, I've got some interesting stats on release points of very tall
While you're doing
bowlers.
that, I'll be back in a second.
Okay, let me just have a look over on.
Well, that went a
X.
lot better than feeding the ducks. May I just say that to Kat?
What was that about feeding the ducks?
Yes.
Jersey Oak saying we're doomed. Morning, we are doomed. Maiden test time for Russian Ravinger. Leah was letting us know. That is quite right. It was.
You were definitely not doomed. I totally disagree. England can do anything. I trust them. You never know. If they take lots of quick wickets, it's only 200 odd runs. Come on.
And the Naked Fun porn box is still a cease and desist order is in the post to the Sugar and Spice Cat Rescue. There you go. Clearly he feels he's already got the name for his or her. I don't know why. Why did I say his? That's very presumptive of me.
And in Australia, those animal things are illegal. It could not possibly be a brothel.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Take your word for that. Anyway. Oh, it's still replays. Right, yes, what was I going to say? Something about release points. If you look at selected spin bowlers in metres, Shoaib Bashir, Tom Hartley both release it about 2.35, being 6'4" tall, and then obviously the extension.
That is a long way above the eye line.
The only two taller ones I could unearth, and I have to thank the Times for this, by the way, Suleiman Ben and Raheem Cornwall. Suleiman Ben releases it at 2.45 and Raheem Cornwall at 2.41. Just behind Bashir and Hartley, you have Ashley Giles, the wheelie bin, on 2.33, and then Will Jacks on 2.32. R. Ashwin 2.22, Axar Patel 2.22, and Jadeja 2.13. So there's your league table of release points of tall spin bowlers.
Very interesting.
I mean, Chris Green's reasonably tall too. He's playing for Australia, but I don't think he's 6'4". I wonder what his release point is.
For some reason, that's not.
Actually, he is 6'4", right? Is that's how tall he is?
Well, that would be the same height as both Bashir and Hartley, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he has a pretty high release point too, but maybe he's got more of a round arm.
What does he bowl there?
So he bowls off.
He's an offie,
breaks.
is he? He's
right arm offies, yeah.
Ah.
Yep. But anyway, he's not usually playing. He's playing for New South Wales and he's playing for Big Bash, but he doesn't play internationally.
They are quite
often.
clever in this table in that they've said standing tall release points of selected spin bowlers. So
Okay, we're back into
clearly
it.
not
We're just
necessarily
about back into
exhaustive.
it. They've had a drink anyway. We've all had a drink as well. They've had a drink, and we've had 20 overs gone, 75 for 2, and it is Bashir who's resuming from. We're not sure which end he's resuming from, but anyway, there is no run off the first ball.
I think it's
They're
the
not
Sabah
go
row
through for a
end.
single.
The DV Sabah row end.
So India have been looking pretty comfortable. I know there's been a couple of chances, but I think they've been looking pretty comfortable. There's one slip in place. This one, strange footwork here from Shreyas. Very open stance as he pushes the ball into the onside and decides not to run again.
What I do think is interesting with those delivery or release points is that you've got two bowlers on that are very similar.
Yes.
And I think sometimes a bit of variation is good.
Well, that was the reason they were
So
picked.
is the only difference the hands, right?
Well, right arm, an offie and a left arm and
A right arm and a left arm.
left arm
But
spinner.
otherwise, you're right. It's perhaps a bit too similar. And we know that, anyway, we know Anderson is coming back on just around the corner. Not yet. This one's taken. It's a little bit fuller. He's taken it on the half volley and driven it into the onside. Again, defensively, really. India lead by 220 at the minute. Gill looking comfortable. Shreyas looking pretty comfortable. So Bashir in again and tosses the ball up. This time it beats the short fielder and it's heading out towards a mid-on. They are going to this time take a single, turning over the strike.
So this partnership now is worth 48, isn't it? And if you look at those 3 times that they could have had Shubman Gill,
Yes.
how different
Another one
the
straying
match would
onto the
look.
pads, although Bashir has been setting his field to that and it goes out square where it's sharply fielded. So just a few singles so far off this over from Bashir. 3 singles.
Okay, yep, 79 for 2.
And that's the end of the
It is indeed.
4 singles from it.
Carl Herbert, in the same sentence, talking about release points and brothels, followed by "That's well above the eye line." Classic commentary, folks. Well, thank you, Carl.
Yeah.
I don't quite know how we got onto houses of ill reputes in that discussion, but somehow we did.
It came from the previous.
Oh, the discussion, the porn bot. Yes. Dr. Cool said Shreyas looks like a 2000s R&B artist. Yeah, he's got those 2 studs in his ear, which I think is quite a good look, doesn't it?
It is a good look. He looks
Yeah.
really slick with those studs, and his beard is totally on point. So I think it's a very good call there, particularly with a cap on. We now have the leg slip in again This time for Hartley, and he's rocking back on the back foot, Shreyas, and pushing the ball to short cover. And again, there's no run, or at least there's no run on my glitchy screen. I think they took a sneaky run when the screen was glitching in the previous over. Apologies for that.
They didn't on that occasion. You're safe enough. 2-2-2 is the lead.
Yep. So it's Hartley resuming. And this one is a big hoik into the onside from Shreyas. Not sure he gets all of it. And it's gone out through square, and it's not going to make it to the rope, but they've run through swiftly. So that's about as much excitement as we've had for a few overs, Shelley.
Very much so. And I was thinking in that moment, 2-2-2, will Nelson strike? But no, it didn't. And it was very much... I always get so interested with the different numbers that mean things in different countries. So 1-1-1, 2-2-2. In Australia, isn't it something like 87 or something, 13?
Yes, 87, 13 under 100, but it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
As Shreyas faces this next one and pushes it out into short cover on the bounce. No run and no risk. Yes, 87 I think is just, it's very vague though. No one really cares. And in England, it's 1-1-1. Is that still a thing or no longer?
Nelson's something to do with one arm, one eye, one leg, but he didn't have one leg. But anyway,
I feel like it's probably over 50s who really care about it, and not so much the young players these days. But you never know. Some of them are superstitious.
Yeah, I think I grew up in an era where there's an umpire. Surname was Shepherd. His first name escapes me. Where he used to stand on one leg.
David Shepherd. Yes, he did.
And that was my introduction to why is he doing that?
Well, the interesting thing is of all the umpires currently, the one who most resembles umpire Shepherd would be Marius Erasmus, I think.
I don't want Mariah Erasmus on one leg. I don't think he's capable. This next one is, well, we've had a dot ball that I didn't call because it was too boring, and now we've had another one defended back down the pitch. So Shreyas is, I don't know what he's waiting for. I think he's just trying to frustrate the England fielders, make them hot. And we know we've got a little bit of intelligence here that Joe Root is back off the ground. Maybe his finger's hurting again. So we've got Lawrence on the field.
I think that could potentially, rather worryingly, be worse than it looked. He was immediately in a lot of discomfort with that.
He went off, got the magic spray, came back on, and now he's off again. There's no other reason why, as this next ball is spanked out into the offside. It's heading out to deep cover. They will just amble through, though, for a single. So not much off that over. A 2 and a 1. And that brings us to 82 for 2.
Quite a bit of discussion on YouTube. Leah says, Dr. Cool, isn't Finn in the TNT studio with Cook? Yes, he is. Jason, you have a message? 2 subfielders on. Atkinson's on as well, but do we know who for? Oh, well.
I hope it's not still Anderson. That means he's been off a while.
Well, that would be a concern. Jimmy, you'd think he might just be resting up and having a rub down with the Sporting Life, ready for another spell. Dr. Cool, don't know. Don't get TNT here, but I can tell you we do here, and yes, it is. He is in a studio in Sweden, apparently, for some strange reason. It's where they're broadcasting from. Classic Hindi songs and sports. I stand on one leg. Oh, when I have to pee, apparently. Well, that's possibly too much information, but thank you. Dr. Cool, Root is off the field. Yes, he is, and that finger's clearly troubling him.
So we have Rian, finally. We haven't jingled him up. A new bowler. He's coming on. He's already bowled, I think, 1 over, is it? I'm not sure. But anyway, finally we've had another change of the bowling.
I'll jingle him now for
Anderson.
you. Here he is.
Here's a mission from the original squad. Was to guard Rian Ahmed from dubious.
There you go.
He was fabulous in the first innings, 3 for 65. And this next one slashed away on the back foot. It's going all the way out towards the cover boundary. The sweeper won't get there. And that is going to be 4 runs. He picks it up, mops up, 4 runs to whoever that was who was batting. I can't remember. It was Gill.
Yes, Atkinson is the man down there. So we think Anderson and Root, who both the 2 opening bowlers of the morning, and indeed the innings.
So just a one slip in place now for Rehan bowling. Bowling straight defensive, offered in return the speed of that 85 kilometres an hour. So Shelley, what did you think of that last shot out for 4 from Gill?
It was a little bit wide of the wickets and very much just played beautifully backward point region.
Yeah. Gill's on the back foot again, but this time he's just offering a subtle tap into the offside and they don't take a run.
But I will say with Rian Ahmed is that he reminds me so much of Paul Adams. He's got that, yeah. That
complicated style. This one is spinning a little bit, but nevertheless, a fantastic contact from Gill. He says, thank you very much. I want another 4 on the offside, and sure enough, it's gone all the way to the boundary.
Just four.
Yeah, it's a bit of a loose start
similar
from
to
Ryan,
the
isn't
previous one there, Shelley, wasn't it? It was sort of slashed away.
Yes, and virtually into exactly the same place, and the diving fielder could do nothing to stop it.
Anyway, we're bowling again already, and this one is defended into the ground. So they're getting through their overs swiftly, even when there's a 4. There were 2 4s from that over and a single, and that is the end of Rian's over. His figures are a bit smashed, and we shall take you back to Tony to see what we've got on the socials.
Yeah, for wrong, India have nothing to fear. He's sent us a picture of Ben Duckett bowling. The longer they bat, the tougher the batting conditions will be during the 4th innings. Would expect to see some nasty ball behaviour during the afternoon session. India will have something to fear if the lad bowls, and the lad in question, of course, is Duckett. Hattie, the mad old Batty Atkinson. I could be the third woman of the trio instead of the other Hattie. Slight problem, haven't got a clue what I'm talking about. No, it doesn't stop some of us, Hattie. Let's
it doesn't
be
matter
let's
if you're
be
on
honest.
the socials, so that doesn't matter at all. So we have a slip and a leg slip this time as Bashir comes in. Turned around the corner and no run.
Warren's
What
in.
has you laughing, Tony?
Well, Warren says, I keep thinking Tony Bishop saying the Savile Row end. No, it's the Subber Row, as in Raman Subber Row. The RV Subber Row end. The Vizag end, or the Vizzy end, the other end of the ground here.
This one is full and it's onto the pads and it's driven out through mid-wicket. It's beaten the fielder and it's gone all the way to the boundary rope for 4.
And just an update from the other game, because I'm sure Messi Jez is watching it. South Africa bowling to New Zealand, and New Zealand are 245 for 2. Both Williamson and Ravindra both have centuries against South African E
wow.
team. The E team.
Oh dear. I'm just sad now that Dean Elgar's no longer playing, Shelley.
Yeah.
That just makes me very sad.
I think we all are.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's Shreyas on strike. He's on 28. He's facing Hartley. And he just defends the ball off his pads. In fact, he might have hit his pads. Half-hearted appeal. It felt like just the 2 slips having a stretch, didn't it, Shelley?
Yeah, it was just hope more than anything else, I'm going to say. But jumping back onto the New Zealand-South African game, yes, miss Dean Elgar, because he probably would have captained the side, but I think, as I said earlier, it's just a sad day for me to watch this, thinking how many of the first choice team are not playing.
Yeah. This next one going down leg, and Shreyas just goes, that was a piece of shit bowling, I'm just going to pat it away. I think that was a nice little statement there. This is what I think of your bowling, Hartley.
Yeah, not even a shot offered, so you must have been very confident where that was going.
Yeah. But Hartley has been bowling reasonably well. No wicket for him yet. He's in his 8th over. And India creeping up towards the 100 mark, 95 for 2. Of course, they lead by 238 when you add their first innings lead on. And another one that's just defended by Shreyas. They're very patient and they're waiting for that wide ball, Shelley, so they can spank it through the offside.
Exactly, and it's been working well the whole morning. So doing anything different, why would they? Unless they have a brain freeze. But at the moment, just keeping the scoreboard ticking, and a 238 run lead, that's all they need to do.
I mean, at the minute it looks like a batting pitch, right? Although I think that Rian got a little bit more turn than the others. So we'll have to have a good look at that, won't we, Shelley, next time we see him. But at the moment, It's Hartley. And using a little bit of footwork, Shreyas, with a little bit of intent, he's pushing the ball, leaning on it, and it goes down to mid-off. Just beating the bowler, trying to field that.
Ombre Nuevo says, morning, fantastic GC. Been battling with the evil hellhound that is PayPal for over 30 minutes. All issues are now resolved and money added to the Messy Jazz Trouser Fund that is the GPL. Yes, the GPL is open for another, 15 minutes? Another 10 minutes? No, I'm talking utter nonsense. Forget that. It's open for another 40 minutes. 40 minutes.
What's the pot?
£110, I think.
Nice. Anyway, we've got Rian coming back in. And this one is he's watchfully looking at this as it goes through to the keeper with quite a bit of turn outside off stump.
And just to remind everyone, we have a new link to the GPL, as Messi was saying earlier, so please make sure you go through to the Gorilla site.
Yeah.
Quite flat, a little bit of turn again from Rian, and this time the ball goes backward a square. I'm not sure if they managed to run through there because that was when my computer glitched.
No, I think it was no run. Did you see a run?
No.
Tony? Okay.
No run, but very close to the pads. Would have been a bit dangerous if it hit his pads, but he got a bat on it. And he gets a bat on the next one as well, Shreyas. But they don't look quite as comfortable somehow against Rian. I'm not sure. What do you think, Shelley?
Yeah, I think he's getting more grip off the surface. And that is already... And he's also more playing stump to stump, pitching the ball on the stumps, which is already challenging more than Hartley was.
Anyway, Rian's pulled it back because this is another dot, and he was completely carted in his previous over. So, good work, Rian.
Yeah, he's such a young player, don't forget. This whole England attack is incredibly young.
Scary for the rest of us. Another one left alone outside off by Shreyas. Shreyas on 29, Gill 37. They're getting up there, aren't they? And it's 96 for 2. One ball to come. No scoring so far. And they're just sending a player out into the deep here. This one is played straight back to the bowler, but on the bounce. And that's a maiden for Rian. Congratulations. 96 for 2 over to Tony.
Well, I can tell you actually, Rayan Ahmed is the youngest spinner to take a wicket in a men's test for England. When he took his first wicket, he was 18 and 126 days. Second, would you believe, is Dennis Compton. He was 19 and took a wicket against New Zealand in 1937. Rayan Ahmed is the third.
I had no idea he was 19. I thought he was sort of mid-20s. No, he's very little, isn't he? He's only 19. Bloody hell.
Ian Peebles, a South African name for you, Shelley. He was 19 in 1927.
No idea.
Hartley's bowling again. This one's way too far down leg side. It's whipped away through square where there is someone coming around to field it. They've run 2. And lucky that wasn't 4 because it was a bit of garbage bowling, I think, that one, Shelley.
It was, but again, Hartley's been really focused on pitching the ball on the leg stump. I don't know if he could just bring it across a tad, focus more on the stumps. I think if he can pitch it middle, that would be a different ball game.
Yeah, there is that leg slip and the leg side field, but still, this one is pitching on middle, and this one's played out into the covers.
I really don't like it for Hartley when he's pitching on leg because it's just so easy for the batters just to pedal around the corner on the leg side, easy singles. So
well, he's a left-arm spinner, isn't he? He's looking to get that movement back, sort of same direction as it were as a leg break.
He's not getting enough spin for that to really be happening, is he?
Exactly.
And particularly if you bowl a full toss, which is what he's doing right now, and this has been completely punished through square, and it's gone all the way to the boundary for 4. I think that's great when Tony tells us when the music's playing because I can't hear it. Can you hear it, Shelley?
No, I just watch his hand. It's like a conductor of an orchestra. It's fantastic. You know exactly what you're doing.
Really, it's a really good innovation.
I am the Herbert von Karajan of cricket.
Anyway, Hartley is coming in again, a little bit flatter. This one again, pitching on leg, but it's just defended into the leg side. Did he get all of his wickets last test by pitching on leg, Shelley? I don't think so.
I don't think so. This is just, I don't know if he's trying something different or they've got an idea on how to get Gill
Well,
out.
these particular batters, maybe it's a plan for them. But anyway, another one whipped through mid-wicket or forward of square, and they're going to get another run here on the onside. When you see how good Gill is at spanking it through the offside, I guess you can understand why.
But I also just think, isn't this Hartley's 9th over on a trot? He could be getting tired.
Yeah, that's true. Time to take him off. Anderson needs to come back on. Or anyone that'll bowl fast. This next one from Hartley is pitched much better. And actually it's played late and it's played backward a point. And a little bit more of a... I felt like there was a bit of a chance there that time.
Just looking at a replay of it, and it was a little bit of a shimmy down the crease, but played underneath his eyes with a little bit of a late cut straight to the fielder.
He's extending his legs there about as far as you could, but he played it, dabbed it beautifully. 100p for 2, I think that's the end of the over, isn't it?
Much better shot from a much better bowl from Hartley there too.
Elixir of Azizel, I never get that right. Why couldn't Shreyas Iyer get into the club? Because of the bouncers. Leah says, don't worry too much about Jimmy being off the field. He's in for scheduled service. We'll have all fluids replaced and be ready to bowl again soon.
And it's Ryan who's bowling to Gill. Pushes it into the covers. Yeah, I think that's a good point, isn't it? He probably does need a bit more regular servicing. The old cars do need it a bit more often.
Now I've got this mental image of him up on one of those sort of things that elevates the car with people sort of prodding him from underneath.
Yeah, that's a good idea too. So re-involved. This one's played straight by Gill. He wants another boundary and he gets one. That's another 4 runs straight down the ground.
2 + 2 is on man.
He moves to 48 and India 107 for 2. So Gill, eyeing off the half century, he's only faced 59 balls, Shelley.
Exactly, and he's really starting to play really nicely. Looking very confident.
Yeah. This next one, again, is driven through the covers. There is a player out there, cannot get to it. And there is another ball hitting the rope. This is Gill's top score at number 3. He moves to, 52. Congratulations to Gill. Lots of jingles for you, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And it's one of these.
Don't stop just 'cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done.
So this time Gill very deep in his crease there, Shelley, offering a defensive stroke into the offside as India on 1-1-1 for 2, which I don't think is a cursed number for them, Shelley.
Well, it hopefully has some good omens for the English. Nelson.
Yeah, another flat ball turning a long way there for Ian. Played late by Gill, backward a point. It is saved out there. No, it didn't get through.
No, it was saved.
I think it was saved. The 4 came up briefly. I think that was an error of the people who are putting captions on our screen. We're seeing a few replays now, but Gill is playing beautifully. He's locked in 100 already, Shelley.
Exactly, and I think that's the end of the over, and that's the end of our stit, I think. If I'm not mistaken, Kat.
Is it really? Has it gone down to that quickly?
You want us to change over, Tony, or wait one more?
One more, I think.
Okay.
Because so long as the spinners are on, it goes pretty rapidly.
It'll be 30 seconds anyway.
Yeah. Jimmy is back. Tell you what, if it's Jimmy, we will change over. I'm trying to work out who's next, actually.
Anderson's running around. Whether he's running around frisky in the field because he's just been, in the ice bath, or whether he's coming back onto bowl, we're not quite sure yet, people.
Kat, you're definitely going to get a comment from the Naked Porn Bot.
Jimmy Anderson, frisky in the field.
It's going to be Al Nestlers and Jason on next anyway, so there is some trio.
You're waiting in the wings. We'll wait and see if this is going to be another rapid over. My prediction, and I have got this line straight to Stokes. Anyway, Bashi's bowling, and bowls on the pads, of course. And Shreyas this time winding up.
Of course, I had to get one.
It's been caught by Ben Stokes. It is absolutely incredible. It's been caught there at long off by Ben Stokes. Unbelievable catch. The cameraman didn't even keep up with it. Let's have our fabulous piece of music first, and then we'll see the replay.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
That was a worldie of a catch. Running backwards, they are so difficult. What a catch that was, Shelley.
Absolutely. And
Talk us through the replay, Shelley.
Well, it was very much played down the ground. Ben Stokes running, turning, and diving towards it. Brilliant catch. And he knew I hadn't taken a wicket my entire double spell, and he wasn't going to let me leave. On Nelson, England get a wicket. You good thing, Ben Stokes.
What a piece of captaincy by me to keep you on.
Yeah, there we go.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
Absolutely.
Ben and me were working together.
Oh, incredible. And so that is great. That's great for Bashir. I mean, it really did look like someone had taken out the message to Shreyas and Gill and said, it's time to get some boundaries now. Let's switch that switch. But it could have been 6. It was just not quite hit well enough. And Stokes all over it and putting himself in that wonderful fielding position. What a piece of good luck. So that brings Patidar out to the ground.
Oh, yes, Dabdut Padikal. Where is he? Oh, no, it's Padidar, isn't he? Paticake, Padidar. Yeah, I can't find him. Where is he? Come on, lad. Here he is, Rajat Padidar.
Rajat Padidar. Rajat Padidar. Rajat Padidar. From the top of the order.
Or the middle of the order, either way. So, that was Shelley. The 1-1-1 was lucky for England. Look at that.
Absolutely. Nelson strikes again.
Just after we were poo-pooing all of the... although it's supposed to be bad luck, isn't it? Not good luck?
Well, it's supposed to be good luck for the fielding team because it's not good luck for the batting team. So it's generally when you can get a wicket. So Nelson works for England.
Yeah, we'll take it anyway because, I mean, I don't always barrack for England, but in this case it is far funnier. I'm always for the whichever one's funnier. Far funnier for England to win in India than anything else, than any other possible outcome. It would be glorious for England to come back here and just leave the total under 300 runs, just so that it's possible.
That's a big, tall order you're asking for there.
Garbage. Anyway, we've got 2 slips in now. Folkes is there. We're going to see another wicket, Shelley. And this one, Patidar barely hitting this. I think he played it off his groin and it went out to mid-wicket. They've run through for a single. So he's straight off the mark with a strike rate of 100.
We're just seeing the replay of the wicket that has just fallen. And every time I see it, I just think, any other fielder, maybe not. But there's no ways Ben Stokes was letting that go.
Another one that Hartley this time bowls onto the pads. A very snappy piece of fielding out there at mid-wicket. They fire in the return, but Gill is well home, and Patidar is too. So they get another run.
The more you look at it, the more you realise it was a feat of fantastic concentration because he was running backwards, looking over his shoulder, and had to dive as well.
So another 2 slips in, this time for Patidar, and he pushes the ball into the onside and takes a single, turning over the strike like he's been out there for 50 overs.
Spicy Golden Duck says, I just dozed off listening to commentary of Shubman Gill batting and my unconscious mind furnished me with the theme tune from the 1990s kids TV programme The Adventures of Portland Bill. And he's included a YouTube link.
Yes, we should be watching that later. A bit flatter here, but still on the pads. Hartley, and this one goes out into the onside. They take a run or 2 perhaps because my feed has frozen, but at least 1 run.
Yeah, it was.
Got it, did the single.
We are due
So
a
we've
change
got another
after this
3
ball.
balls or so, and then there'll be 2 or 3 balls, and then there'll be a change of commentary. But we want another wicket, Shelley, first, don't we?
Well, unfortunately not.
No.
One's enough. This next one's turned square. They run through for another single. This could be 6 singles, which is quite remarkable.
That is the end of the over,
Yep.
so we are due a
End of
change.
the
It's
over.
going to
So
be...
the first was a wicket, and 5 singles at the rest of that for the rest of that over.
Fantastic. Thank you to both of you.
See you
It
later,
should be
guys.
Nestlers,
Thank
Al
you.
and Jason coming to the fore.
Thank you, Kat. Thank you, Shelley. Thank you, Tony.
Morning, Al.
You all right, Chief? How you doing?
Not bad, you?
You know, worth getting up at this time of the morning for, isn't it?
It's 5:30.
It's 5. It's,
You're as good as you can be.
yes.
Oh, we've had a
So-
super chat.
Oh, burnish me with the super chat, Chief.
It's Ian Southcote Want, who says he loves a variety of backgrounds on YouTube: a cricket ground, a beach, a library. 3 of my favourite places. Just needs a pub.
It's going to be Rehan to bowl. Patadar defends towards point. 116 for 3. India are in their second innings. A total match lead of 259. As Rian is in again. This one pitching on off stump and straightening. Smothered by Patadar back to the bowl.
Yeah, India are already in fairly comfortable territory, given that the highest chase in India by England is about 240.
Got to say, with Anderson and Root being off the field earlier, for Stokes to marshal this inexperienced attack as that is just pushed by Patadar into the offside field for no run. I actually think it's not been a bad bowling performance. I think Hartley might have been a bit too leg side.
Yeah, I agree. He's spearing it in just a bit too much. He needs to slow it up a bit.
Yeah. This one from Rehan just gets Patadar pushing out away from his body a little bit, but still safely into the offside field again.
Yeah, but as a exercise in managing limited resources, I think it's been a really good job by Stokes.
No, and it really does throw these young spinners into the fire. Patadar, half surprisingly, surprises himself. By playing this one down towards long off. Takes a single. I think though that I don't think that that Gill was aiming. Oh, sorry, that Shreyas was trying to loft that over Stokes. I think he got deceived as this one spits up a bit at Gill. This last ball of the over defended. What was one hand off the bat, just a single off the over, and it's 117 for 3. Nestle boy.
Well, we've got some tweets about Shelley and Tony, who aren't here anymore, but Leah has sent us a picture of Robocop, meaning that it's Jimmy being put back together. I think
just imagine Jimmy saying you have 30 seconds to comply.
Yeah. 23 minutes everyone for the GPL. Get your scores in, says Shelley. Yeah. It's 100 and something. What is it? 100.
It started at 112. It's now. Let me just check. Keep tweeting.
Because Messi needs some new trousers, obviously.
Hartley will continue around the wicket, pitching middle and leg and straightening. Patadar straight back to the bowl.
Going back to your comment about the youngsters, Al, I mean, it's a fantastic way for them to get experience, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, literally and figuratively, thrown into the fire here. But they've done all right. This one has Patadar pushing forward defensively.
Makes you think England in the past should have done this more often.
Well, it's a question for slightly later on in the series, but yeah, there's potential here with all 3 of them, and you wonder what happens next. There's this one slightly quicker, slightly flatter, fielded at cover.
Yeah, we've got 7 entries so far. in the GPL.
We had some 80-odd runs this morning, so that Hartley is in again. This one's slightly outside the off stump.
That's better, Hartley. That's only just short of the short cover.
Yeah, it was unconvincing that from Patadar, isn't it?
Well, he's just tried to drop a bat on it, but I think he hit the middle of the bat and timed it. It's only just fallen short of Rian Ahmed. No.
Hartley. Untucked shirt, giving the impression of somebody who's been out there for years rather than days. This one, though, too short, able to be whipped through to deep square leg by Patadar going back in his crease.
Yes, tuck your shirt in, young man. You look shabby.
But he does give the impression, therefore, that he's bowled like 70 overs. Yeah, he got his feet all in a tangle, which kind of produced the false shot which Stokes capitalised on. This ball by Gill is defended straight back to Hartley. That will end the over. Hartley's got figures of 1 for 45 off 11, and it's 118 for 3.
All a bit quiet on the socials at the moment. People still tucked up under their duvets, etc. In England, anyway.
With the radio on. As used to be my way of listening to the Ashes or anything else for that, a Friday night rock show.
What, with Tommy Vance?
With Tommy Vance, yes. With the gravel.
Now, with Mithras. 10 past 10. Poor old Tommy, he was a laugh.
Well, he didn't take himself seriously, so that's why it was so good.
No.
Rehan in, short, cut. Beats cover, and there's no cover fielder in the deep. So that will go uncontested to the sponge for one of these.
Give it to me one time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
I was out with my friend Stuart, who worked in the music biz, one night, and we were going to the pub, and Tommy Vance was coming out. And as we walked in, he saw Stuart, and it's classic Tommy Vance. He just went, "Stuart," in his Tommy Vance voice. So I was very happy.
Nice to be recognised like that. This one, a much fuller ball on middle and leg stump. Guided to mid-on for no run.
I don't know what it was, but on the Friday Rock Show, he always used to go, 10 past 10.
Even when it wasn't?
It was always 10 past 10. I think he played a track or two before, and then he said the time.
Yeah, he's the John Peel equivalent of heavy rock.
Yeah.
He would find unheralded art acts and promote them.
Ball on middle stump, which is played to mid-off this time by Patadar, again for no run.
Very much so. He was very popular amongst a lot of people. He was a nice fella, Tommy Vance.
Well, it seems to be all fun and games in the commentary over in Vizag between Kartik, Morgan and Harsha Bogle.
This one's slightly shorter, able to be played towards point. Field though for no run.
EOIN Morgan.
Yes.
I think they were both making fun of him, the fact that Morgan still got his blazer on like a new schoolboy. As this one is quick from Rehan, 91 kilometres an hour. Defended just off stump by Patadar. He's on 9 off 18.
I think England have got this idea that if they bowl it faster, they'll get more out of the pitch, which I'm not sure is necessarily true.
The other one kept low, and has it taken an edge? Folks is convinced. Waiting for signals.
That looks like a resigned walk by Patidar. Has he reviewed?
There's all manner of celebrations and slaps at folks on the helmet, and well, the ticker has ticked to 122 for 4, so we can assume that Patidar is walking begrudgingly back to the pavilion.
Oh, it's
Ooh,
another
good catch.
It's another underrated. It's another great catch by Folks.
He's kept so low there, folks.
Yeah.
Absolute masterclass. Anyone who wants to be a wicketkeeper, he's your man to follow.
Anyway, it's one of these.
On your bike, mate.
And England are working their way through the Indian card, but probably not quick enough to get themselves into a position where they can affect a result.
Well, now we're into the all-rounder section of the Indian card. You know,
we are,
because it's been Axar, hasn't it? He's been coming in at number 6.
Yeah, he's carded to come in at 6,
and with the best will in the world. I don't think many people would rate him as a number 6.
He's a capable 7, but that's when Jadeja's at 6.
Yeah,
anyway, he is striding out to the crease, and here's his jingle.
The stroke plays diverse, and as sweet as a slice of Battenberg. Extra, 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 because if he can score runs, then it's the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin, the spin that will bring him some wickets.
Well, it's not been really much of either at the moment. Not much spin, not much runs.
Well, he has got an average of 35. He has got 4 scores over 50 in his 22 innings in Test cricket. So India, from a match perspective, at 265 for 4. And you just get, in terms of maybe targets that England have set for themselves, probably those targets are potentially still within reach, as it's going to be Hartley to start a new over. Gill will push this towards deep cover from outside off stump.
Mog's with us, says Jesus wept. Twitter is genuinely 98% bots now. Also, hi Nessus, hi Al, hi Jason, hi Mog.
Is it us or is it? Are we bots?
If a bot recognises another bot, does that mean that X has gone self-aware?
Yes. Does it pass the Turing test yet? Yeah. The more you look at that catch, the better it gets.
Would best have got that.
2 brilliant catches in the field. Well, we can all debate for ages. This one is on Axar's legs. It's turned behind square to be backward square. Shy at the bowler's end. Produces confusion, but still a single.
Leia says, now come on, there is a Peel Sessions album by Bolt Thrower. Yeah, but Tommy was more the heavy metal end. Peel did play the more extreme hardcore stuff. I mean, don't think Tommy would play Bolt Thrower.
Nice delivery. Pitching on middle and straightening considerably. Defended well by Gill.
Or Napalm Death, or any other thrash metal for that matter.
No, Napalm Death, definitely Peel. I mean, that was Tommy was the more traditional heavy metal, I'd say. But he was very much at the forefront of the new wave of British heavy metal when it came out.
Ooh, this ball's straightening and taking the outside half of Gill's bat. Enough to keep Hartley interested, and hopefully enough to keep him bowling more of an off-stump line than a leg stump line.
Willow Moon's with us, snuggled under the duvet with the cats. That sounds lovely.
However, this one is on leg stump and easily flicked away towards deep square leg. 1 ball left of this over. India 125 for 4.
It's just been just a few too many of those easy shots onto leg stump from the balls that are speared in.
Gill's becoming the anchor of the innings, 56 not out.
And he's played very well so far. He started off fairly circumspectly, but he's grown into his innings.
Certainly has. Last ball of this over. Pushed across left-hander Axar. He'll push it into the offside field. By the time Bairstow lets the ball stop to do the fielding, Axar will take the single and retain the strike. 126 for 4. Nestlers.
Dino Craddock says our lads pulled it back last match, so why not this one? Come on, boys. Well, we've got our optimist in here in the absence of the bear, who is probably either still awake and pissed or hungover badly.
He'll be absolutely flat out.
I think the difference is that in the last test, England were aided by bowling last, whereas in this game, India won the toss and will be bowling last.
Should we ring Bear up with pretend technical problems just to wind him up?
Do not poke the bear. Please do not poke the bear.
It was hilarious last time when the bear was poked. It was vintage.
What, the 4-inch screen?
I want a fucking 4-inch screen. I didn't want to do this bloody series anyway. I've got 3 kids. That was classic.
We see pictures of Jimmy Anderson
doing some
extolling the virtues of yoga.
Some very strange calisthenics there.
Rehan coming around the wicket, spinning the ball back into Axar. Tries to turn the ball behind the corner on the leg side. Can only find square leg. I always like this. Something that a leg spinner can do that an off spinner can't is to really give the ball a rip from around the wicket and try and spin that ball in, although this one is the googly that straightens to the left-hander.
Yeah, he's very strange, Rehan. His googly always turns a lot. He bites and turns. He gets very good seam placement on it, whereas his leg break normally is a bit flat and skiddy and doesn't turn very much.
That one though spearing in towards the off stump, defended back to the bowler by Axar.
In that sense, he's very like Paul Adams, the frog in the blender, whose balls used to turn not very much at all until he tried to bowl the other one.
Again, spins in towards the pads. Again, Axar can only turn it to square leg and there's no run.
I think Diana's got Gorilla People mixed up. She says, yes, you're right, Tony. I not considered we batted first last match. Too early in the morning for me.
Ooh, this one straightens and also bites and jumps off the pitch. Axar is able to play it back towards the bowler for no run, but did so with some degree of discomfort.
And we're just looking at the very big poster for the local boy Karius Barat, who is now hiding behind a lot of people.
This one too far down the leg side, but Axar cannot beat the square leg fielder. So a maiden, I think that was for Rehan.
Yeah, so Dinah Crow says, sorry, defo need coffee. Messi says, remember that the bear was at a 50th birthday party. Despite all the bravado, I suspect they were mostly crashed out by 1 AM. You never know. Willow Moon, how did Hendo squirm his way out of this one? Have I missed something? Well, we have to give him rest every so often. Needs to recharge his batteries.
No, hello. Changing the bowling.
Yes, it's the prodigal England seamer returning. This guy. Lovely bit of undertones there.
So the stats are, aren't they, that there's been 11 wickets that have fallen to pace, with really only one pace bowler per side.
Yeah, because I think the
Bumrah got 6 and Anderson's got 5.
Yeah, and the other guy doesn't score. Whose name I've forgotten, unfortunately. Munesh.
just is fascinating that the selections of both teams have kind of in part been proven to be
well,
one
I think
pace bowler too light,
two spinners and a fourth bowler who doesn't bowl. Basically, the fourth bowler on both sides has done very little work. I mean, Axer did very little work in the Indian bowling attack innings.
And so far this morning, it's Bashir who's done little work. Anderson for his 7th over is in. Outside the off stump, Gill plays with the bat a long way from his body, but defends into the offside field. Gill, of course, looking to be still there, just a thin inside edge and to reverse a decision given out when he looked to be gone for all money. 34th over of the innings, Anderson in, angling back in towards Gill, but he's able to turn this towards deep square leg. I think they'll be able to take 2 here, and they do. Gill
Well,
on to 58.
100 runs in a session, so they've rattled on a bit.
Two close reviews by England so far this session. One review by India that overturned a decision and a ball that was hitting the stumps but not by enough to overturn a not-out decision. Defended back to the bowler by Gill.
Willow Moon says, enough with the 50th birthday slander. I'll be commiserating my 50th this year and be going hard. Oh, harder.
It's my 50th next year.
Oh.
And I've already asked for a surprise party.
Not much of a surprise then, is it?
Well, it's best to get you. If I ask far enough in advance, I can forget about it. That is sort of chopped down on by Gill into where a gully position would be. Group fielded for a single. Gill onto 59, total 129 for ball.
That was a brick lane for my 50th.
Did you?
But it wasn't known.
What?
By the others.
Oh, so you went to Brick Lane?
Yeah, with my friends, yeah, but no, I didn't tell them I was 50.
Oh, it was just a night out?
Yeah.
Do they know when your birthday is?
Nah, we don't do things like that. Only if it's on Facebook.
And is it even real if it's on Facebook?
No, my one isn't. I get lots of messages saying happy birthday in July.
And it isn't. Anderson from around the wicket to the left-hander. Axar half defends, half drives. Fielded at extra cover. No room.
Although that said, I am going to a 60th next weekend.
Yeah.
Weasel is 60.
Weasel?
Yeah.
Is there a backstory to why Weasel?
I'm sure there is.
Weasel?
There is, but I don't know it. He's always been Weasel. I think his real name's Dave.
But of course, as this ball keeps low, Axar holds his pose for the defensive shot. That's the end of the over. So we don't know why Weasel's called Weasel.
I'll find out. I'm not sure. There are loads of people who know him who haven't known him long enough, if you know what I mean. I haven't known him. I've known him probably 10, 12 years. And I don't know why he's called Weasel. I have to ask one of his old mates.
Did it not strike you at any point in the formative part of your relationship with Weasel to ask why he's called Weasel?
I suppose, yeah, I should do, really.
But
it sounds like a punk thing.
Is it long enough that you really kind of can't ask him?
I just call him Wheeze.
Ray's going to continue. I think this is going to be the last over before lunch.
Probably. Bit of a false start.
A fantastic ageing punk rocker Weasel is. I know him from going to see bands. That's how our relationship began.
With the wheeze. As this one pitches on middle and leg and straightens, defended back to the bowl. There has been 101 runs scored so far today, as Jason so brilliantly observed before we got the graphics. Gill squashing any hint of spin, defending it back to the bowler.
Willow Moon says, I've told anyone who knows me on the pain of death if they throw me a surprise birthday party.
This one was the attempted googly. It's been pushed to mid-on. Gill will take a single, and I think that moves into 60. Yes, it does. Total to 130 for 4.
273 lead. Very comfortable, eh?
Yeah.
Very comfy.
Probably in the middle of a range of runs that India might be happy with. Rehan going around the wickets, spinning it back in towards Aksar's off stump. Defends back to the bowler.
I think they were happy with once they got past 200, because given that 241 is the highest runs chase ever made in India by England.
Spinning doesn't care about that.
Spinning a bit too far down leg side. Turn to square leg, but no run.
But yeah,
set up nicely for baseball, because no matter what they post, they're going to go for it.
Certainly will. This one is the googly that nearly beats the defences of Aksar. Well set up by Rehan. Aksar gets a bat down on it very late. Rehan looks ruefully to the sky.
Did scuttle a bit. That's kept low.
This one does look like that is lunch. Everyone seems to be heading their way back to the pavilion. India are 130 for 4.
Yep. I think despite
as we reach the luncheon break,
despite taking 4 wickets in the session, which is what Messages wanted as a minimum requirement, that's fairly firmly India's session.
But not by as much as you might think. I think as we've alluded to in the beginning of our time together, with limited resources, at points with both Anderson and Root off the field, and having 3 bowlers probably with a maximum of 5 caps between them.
3 caps.
3 caps between them. I think England have done okay, maybe even better than okay.
Messages reckons it's an even session. So, there you go. I'll do a couple of tweets before we go, shall I? Dave Wood says, I miss England selectors that thought Paul Jarvis, Dermot Reeve and Chris Lewis would win you a series in India. And Jersey Oak says, a weasel called Dave? It's not David Cameron, is it? I would not be friends.
What? Call me
with
Dave.
With David
no, because he wouldn't be called Weasel then, he'd be called Dave. Dave, call me Dave Cameron.
Yeah, call him some things, not that. Well, there you go. That's us done.
Right. Well, we're going to go back to the No Surrender Percy Fender podcast from the Bishop and Bear. And we will catch you again in about 35-40 minutes when second session starts.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you later, folks.
In his pocket, put it on the bed and said, there you are, it's over to you now, that is the end of my support for you, effectively. And instead of being downcast or whatever, he took and ran with it. He was working in the dirtiest part of the factory, in the rag room, as it was called. He nearly got his fingers nipped off in a roller. So he had.
And they were known for the rest of his life, weren't they? After that.
That's right, and extraordinary. And yet he worked his way, and he was determined to work really hard. He took, ordinary everyday opportunities and managed to make something out of it. And I think he was always like that, because there was adversity in his personal life, with his first wife dying, and when the children were quite young, our parents were young. But he was determined to not only look after them and his ailing parents, but also continue his career. So I think a very determined man who had a lot of, sobering experiences, but still had a sense of fun, a huge sense of fun.
Nick, is that chime with you as well, that recollection?
Well, it does, absolutely. And thinking of him as an adventurer and also an entertainer. Entertainment was very important to him. And in years gone by, I've thought about the traditional game of cricket, which he used to play, and he was somewhat radical in his thinking and keen to experiment and to try things. And then when 2020 came along, thinking about what would he have made of it? Would it be the case of, oh no, the game's changed, it's just not what it was? And I think actually he would have embraced it right the way through. Something new, entertaining, short, fast, rapid, with many of the similarities, of course, of the traditional game. But I think he would have embraced that enormously. He really was an entertainer and willing to try anything new.
Well, before we move on to talk Surrey, there's one thing I did. He wrote some music hall lyrics, would you believe, in the style of the day, which obviously the day he was in. I'm reckless Reggie of Regent Palace. I'm in love with every girl. I flirt with Maudie and I flirt with Alice. I'm a real live Regent pal. I'm a nut. I'm a roarer. And I flirt with Flora. And I dodge her dud of a dad. I'm a perfect knob if I spend 5 bob, ha. I'm some bad lad. So that's
Mambo number 5.
I can only say we're delighted he went back to cricket, to be honest. But apart from that,
I disagree.
It's fantastic. Yeah, it's fantastic.
There's a phrase that is used these days, and you hear some people when you're discussing things like influencers on Instagram or TikTok or whatever, and you hear people talk about what's your goal as an influencer, and there's a phrase that is used genuinely, I think, these days as a career aspiration by people, which is called I want to be a multi-hyphenate, which means you're an influencer, actor, musician, singer, brain surgeon.
He was all of those things.
He was. This is the.
I don't know about the brain surgery, but
he was the original. He was an original multi-hyphenate. He was a cricketer, wine seller, paper trade industry, pilot, music hall writer, adventurer.
Journalist. Don't forget.
Journalist, of course, and I think we'll get onto this later. But
we will.
Filmmaker. Extraordinarily,
he did first, and only certainly the first surviving film of Don Bradman, which he filmed. Yeah,
it's one of the things that didn't surprise me when the first clip that we heard, when he says, I was taken into the city to buy a birthday present, and I was seemingly forced to buy this contraption that he was making the recordings on, and I immediately thought of the stuff I've read about him. It just incredibly foresightfully taking a camera with him to the Ashes in 1927, 28.
As a videographer of some note.
As a videographer of some note, and of course, someone who thought to take a camera to the Ashes of 27, 28, which would have been no easy ask. Getting that camera around and whatever. It's not like these days just taking your phone out your pocket. Having a camera in 1927, 28 would have been a considerable encumbrance.
No, there wasn't a mobile phone,
and it was no. It was no surprise to me to hear him say, well, someone pointed out a new piece of kit to him, even in the mid 80s, and he thought, I'll have a bit of that.
Well, let's move on to talk about his time at Surrey. He played for Surrey from 1914 to 1935, captain for 10 years, between 21 and 31, after succeeding Cyril Wilkinson. And made his debut against Northants in May 1914, and got 26 to avoid a follow-on, I think. So we're going to just listen to Percy talking about that debut.
Now, with a lot of help and encouragement from George Hurst, Birtles struggled along manfully. And, it went on past lunch and past tea, and they had put on over 80 runs before Wilkinson told me that it was my last over, because he wanted to give Bill Hitch 1 over with the old ball before he went on with the new at 200. Now, I thought I'd been bowling quite well, and I begged for 1 more over. And Wilkinson said, all right. And so I started to bowl this last over of mine. Well, now, for the first time in a fine innings which George had played, he made a mistake to the goal, and it bowled him. And he was very, very upset and disappointed, and swept his bat round and knocked the stump out of the ground and walked off. One was a bit surprised to see George Hurst do a thing like that, but one could quite understand his disappointment because they were very, very near winning.
So there he is, making his debut for Surrey. John, tell us a little bit. Generation shift. We obviously, we've moved on several from Percy's time. There will be many who will be unaware of his influence. How is he generally thought of around Surrey?
I think he's venerated by people that know. I think that as a club we have an amazing history, and it's something we're incredibly proud of, and it's something that we very much still use to inform the way we run the club. That there's an argument that can be made that you can tell the history of cricket purely through events and players that have played at the Oval, and I think it's probably a different podcast for this, but an argument that I would support. And Percy, there are, as you say, probably greater players that have passed through. And there are certainly greater eras that players have played in. I think one of the Percy's sort of great misfortunes. Surrey is very much a club of eras, and Percy kind of bridged an era in the late 19th century where Surrey dominated the game, and then again in the post Second World War era where we dominated again. That period, 1919, well, the pre-war, the interwar period, 1918 to 1939 was certainly from a silverware perspective not something that overly troubles the Surrey honours board. But yeah, when you dig into the detail of his life and his experiences and his outlook and some of the decisions that he took, I think it's very relevant to how the club is run these days in terms of breadth of thinking and not. I think there's something in Surrey about a lack, not a lack of respect for authority, but certainly there's a phrase that Adam Hollyoake, I think, was a key part of his captaincy, which is, I don't think Surrey, especially at the moment, and a lot of times in the past, don't do things the same way for the sake of it.
Well, he certainly was found ways not to do things the same way.
Yeah, just want to amplify that point, is that Surrey actually, when they win, they tend to win through sort of maverick means. They were the pioneers of the early county championship, and John's right, that interwar period wasn't great, and Percy was leading the bowling attack when he was a limited bowler, really, by his own admission. He'd be a fourth bowler in a good attack, but he was having to do the bulk of the bowling. But he's kind of felt or seen, I think, by Surrey fans who know, as kind of our Mike Brearley in a way, but a bit more flamboyant. A player whose skills were limited but good enough, more than good enough to hold his own. But a man with such a keen brain that he made up for the things that Surrey didn't have, with his extraordinary acumen and his risk-taking. And I think he's a massive figure in Surrey, actually, because I think he's part of a tradition of captains that Surrey have had. Stuart Surridge and Adam Hollyoake, for example, who are mould breakers, and they win championships in ways that other sides don't. Yorkshire used to win in quite a formulaic way. They'd have a very strong batting lineup, and they'd have Rhodes and Hurst or Truman later on, and they would play in a certain way, and they'd just play it grittily and best. Whereas Surrey are kind of a bit tricksy. They're a bit naughty. They're a bit eccentric. They're a bit, you don't quite know what they're going to...
The spirit of Percy.
Exactly, and I think he sort of embodies... I don't know whether Surrey became that because of Percy, or whether he is a product of his environment again, but there is something there. He is quintessentially way that have a very strong batting lineup, and they'd have Rhodes and Hurst or Truman later on, and they would play in a certain way, and they'd just play it grittily and best. Whereas Surrey are kind of a bit tricksy. They're a bit naughty. They're a bit eccentric. They're a bit, you don't quite know what they're going to...
The spirit of Percy.
Exactly, and I think he sort of embodies... I don't know whether Surrey became that because of Percy, or whether he is a product of his environment again. But there is something there. He is quintessentially Surrey, and they used to go back to Surrey. I don't know how often, but when I was a youngster and I was a junior member, I saw him. I saw him and Andrew Sandham there, and dressed in what felt like sort of enormous big coats and looking, frail. And he would have been blind by then, I'm guessing, because it would have been the late 70s, early 80s. But you would see him, and there was a kind of veneration, like, oh my God, that's Percy Fender, as a sort of 12-year-old, and you would be genuinely starstruck. I mean, people like him, apart from Roger Moore, I've never really been starstruck. But Percy and Roger Moore.
Roger never talks about anything else down than meeting you.
He was part of the furniture in a strange kind of way. Even though I imagine he wasn't going that regularly to the Oval, but when he did, there was a buzz.
Well, let's talk about John his Surrey career a little bit, because are there any there's lots of highlights, but are there any that really stick out to you, the things that he's remembered for at Surrey?
I suppose this is the obvious place where you need to talk about the fastest 100 in history. I mean, that is, it's a record that still stands. People talk about how the game has evolved, and no one takes their time doing anything anymore, and it's all flash bang wallop, and you're talking about T20 and the 100 and T10 and 60 ball competition in the West Indies and all this. It's worth remembering that in all of this, the record still stands for the fastest ever 100 in any form of cricket. Percy Fender, 35 minutes.
It was indeed. Well, do you know what? I am going to play this one. Here is Percy's recollection of that fastest century.
Altogether, while we were betting together, Podgy and I, during those 35 minutes, got 171 runs. That, I think, is an even more remarkable effort or record than my 100 in 35 minutes. Which at least goes to show that I didn't get all the strike, that Podgy had a reasonable share of the bowling, because he must have made 60 or 70 runs during that same period. It was really a most remarkable match, because Northampton made 736 runs altogether in the game, and lost the match by 10 wickets in less than 3 full days' play. That is to say, less than 18 hours' play. So that the scoring throughout the match must, on the average, both sides, be somewhere about 100 an hour. I think it's a great pity that we don't see, even for short periods, something of that sort in present-day cricket. It certainly seems to attract the crowds.
There he is, the forerunner of Bazball.
That's astonishing.
Let's just
astonishing. I love it.
Put it into context for the modern listener to try to understand what 35 minutes means, because we count everything in balls now, and you've got to bear in mind that the Oval was massive then, so the playing area is huge. He only hits 5 sixes in that time, so 35-minute 100 now would contain a lot more sixes, but hitting a 6 at the Oval was considerably more difficult then, because the outfield was much, much bigger.
It stretched halfway back to Tooting.
Pretty much. Obviously it's a flat deck, because Northampton got 736, so it's probably very nice to bat on, but in 35 minutes, if you've got to collect 16 4s and 5 6s from Percy alone, regardless of what's happening at the other end, there is no way you're bowling an over in fewer than 3 minutes. That's just not going to happen. So what does that actually mean here? It probably means around about 12 overs to score that 170 odd runs, 72 balls. So if Percy faced more than 45, I'd be staggered. Probably nearer 40. It's a shame we don't have the actual ball-by-ball record to be able to quiz it. But
I don't think it is. I think it's great that we don't have the ball-by-ball record.
Yes.
I think it allows.
It's the mystique there.
It allows for more mystique to build up around this extraordinary feat.
I guess so.
Well, I can tell you, Neville Cardus called Percy, claimed he was nature's second edition of Gilbert Jessup. Now, most people wouldn't have remembered until Johnny Bairstow got within 1 ball of his record. Probably didn't remember Gilbert Jessup, but he was known. He was not most people. I said, Dan, I'm sure I absolutely know you did. He got one within. He was seen as the second edition of Gilbert, who was famed for his aggressive approach. There were other highlights at Surrey that I think we should absolutely
there
touch
are
on.
a few of those records still flying around, aren't there? So Percy is very much one of those. I think, although as you say, the lack of statistical clarity around it will make it hard to officially break, but you've got the Gilbert Jessup record in the same way that the Ali Brown record is still there and still alive in one day cricket. And I think, again, for a Surrey fan of a certain age as well and of a certain experience, the way that Percy Fender batted, I think, Ali Brown is certainly another player that picked up that tradition.
Yeah.
I think one of the other things to move on a little bit that I think from what I'm told, again, I wasn't around to understand this, and say records are sometimes a little loose, but Percy, as far as I'm aware, was recorded as the first person to hit the ball out of the oval.
Wow! Now that one we didn't know, but I'm looking at Nick laughing, so perhaps you did know. You did know that one, Nick.
I had heard that, and I believe it involved the gasworks as well. So
Don't tell me he cleared those. That would have been something. That puts him right in Albert Trott territory for Surrey, I think.
Yeah.
There's a couple of
true.
great innings which I think we probably should mention. One is the first time he wore glasses, which really Tom Webster captured on a cartoon, which is in the auction. A beautiful cartoon of the very first time. Percy never wore glasses before. And he allegedly did it to sort of rather live up to his image. He went and played Hampshire and he got 185 and 130 minutes the very first time he wore glasses. But you mentioned Richard Streeton and his trips down to in writing his book. He says that those glasses were probably plain glass and worn for theatrical effect rather than optical effect, enhancement. Is that true, Guy and Nick? Did he ever let on about that one?
I don't know whether it's true, but it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
I mean, and there's others extraordinary stories that he relates. One was conning poor Leicestershire into an early declaration. They needed to get off somewhere to play another match, and he said, "Let's declare at tea." Leicestershire, taking pity on Surrey, duly did declare. Percy went out and they smashed about 140 no time at all and won the game, having conned poor old Leicestershire into going, yeah, the sporting declaration, that'll be fine, and it came back to bite them. The other story, which I absolutely adore, and I don't know if you were going to go to, John, the occasion when they played with Percy and Alfred Geacock played Essex on their own.
I wanted to talk about
Tell us about that.
The Leighton incident, as I believe it's known. So. Dan, do step in if you're aware of this, because I think it's an amazing story.
Well, so, I heard about it for the first time the other day, and it boggles my mind. So it's best you describe it.
So Surrey playing Essex at Leighton Cricket Club in the East End. Everything's normal for the first couple of games. Jack Hobbs scored 100. I think that's normal.
Pretty normal.
That's pretty normal. Fender was captain. He declared at 431 for 8. Essex finished day 2. 333 for 7. In those days, that's a pretty well set up game. Looking forward to a good, solid day 3. However, and I'm unclear as to exactly why this is the case, and whether it's some local incident or whether something it's more fruity and interesting. I'm not sure, but ultimately on the morning of day 3, all bar 2 of the Surrey team failed to arrive at the ground. So the only 2 that were there were Fender and Geacock. Geacock, of course, having a previous chapter in Fender's career, where you could probably label as the Geacock incident. It's lucky that Geacock was playing for Surrey in any case, so Percy could have been there by himself. So they refused to delay the start, despite the fact there were only 2 Surrey players there. At which point, I think Essex probably assumed that they were going to, Surrey would have to forfeit and Essex would win the game. No such thing. So Percy and Geacock took to the field themselves, just as the 2 of them, and stood there ready to start the game. Essex didn't come out, at which point Fender sent one of the umpires packing back to the pavilion to inform Essex that if they didn't appear on the field within the next 2 minutes, he'd have the team timed out, and in fact Surrey would win the game.
Yeah. That's right.
So Essex.
Team of 2.
So Essex come out, and Percy and Geacock are out there. There's 2 Essex players. One goes by the wonderful name of Claude Triglown, possibly a man of Cornwall. I'm not sure, but it was a wonderful name. So the two Essex batters come out, and Fender and Geacock bowl for half an hour each. Fender bowls from one and Geacock bowls from the other. Each swapping over the keeping equipment as they each keep to each other, and Triglown or Sharp, perhaps out of embarrassment or sort of some form of I don't know,
solidarity.
Yeah, solidarity, but potentially, respect for doing this. Apparently, Fender and Geacock bowl as wide of the wicket as they're able to do, and Triglown and Sharp make no attempt to score, and at which point half an hour later the remainder of the Surrey team have arrived and play can continue.
It all started apparently with a row about lunchtime. The MCC had written to the clubs,
of course.
And, the MCC said lunch needs to be at 2:00. Actually at 1:30. And Johnny Douglas, who was the captain of Essex, said, well, we always have it here at Leighton, we always have lunch at 2. And Percy had said, no, we're playing by strict MCC rules. So they had a little bit of a falling out there. And then, when it came to the time of the arrival and timing them out, Percy had said to the umpires, you make sure Johnny knows it's being played by strict MCC rules, we're going to time them out. So it came back to haunt Johnny Douglas.
It's also probably one of the only times in Percy's life where he was really, decided he was going to stick strictly to the MCC rules.
Well, he did. Well, let's just have a little listen to Percy recalling that, because it's extraordinary.
It suited him to stick to the rules on that occasion.
On that occasion.
I look forward to speaking about the other times when he was a little bit less respectful of the MCC rules.
Well, yes, we'll go on to those in a moment. Here he is, just having a little explaining exactly what did happen in that extraordinary game at Leighton.
And so I said to Geacock, come on now, you and I'll go out, because we're not going to lose this match by refusing to play. We got out there and were standing talking to Harry Button, his companion, but there was a bit of a delay. Obviously, everybody was a little bit worried about the situation. So after a while I said to Harry Butt, Harry, pull out your watch and let me know when 2 minutes are up, because two can play at this game, and if there's any question of our losing the match by refusing to play, well, the batsman's allowed 2 minutes to come in, and if he doesn't come in, we shall claim the match. When Harry told me that the 2 minutes were up, I said, go on, Harry, you go into the pavilion and tell their batsmen that they've got to come out. And he did. And out came the two Essex batsmen. I remember that Triglown was one of them, and I met him halfway to the pavilion and apologized to him for the situation, which was very awkward for him. And I said, now Geacock's going to bowl one end and I shall keep wicket, and I shall bowl the other end and Geacock will keep wicket until the rest of the side arrive. And that's just what we did. Not very long afterwards, I gathered that the Charabang did arrive, and chaps began to come out. Struddy was, of course, the first of them, and by that time, Geacock and I had bowled about 5 overs, I think, and the batsmen had not attempted to make any runs, not attempted to score in any way. They just stopped the ball if it was in danger of hitting the wicket, but we left it at that.
Well, look, so for Surrey, he made 14,177 runs, 1,586 wickets. Third, I think, in wicket taking all time behind Tom Richardson and Tony Locke. Only 823 runs short of 15,000. John,
a little nota bene just on that on his place in his club's all-time leading wicket take as well. He obviously, as he said himself, was a. I think we're sleeping slightly on his cricketing abilities. He was a Wisden Cricketer of the Year and went, repeatedly went on tours and played for England. But he was bashful about his ability as a bowler. But he also lost 4 years of his career to the wall, where presumably you'd have thought 50+ wickets a year in each season for that. Yeah. So he to still then be third on the club's all-time leading record is amazing.
Is he, John, still the only man to get 10,000 runs and 1,000 wicket double for Surrey?
He is, and I think he will.
There you go.
I think he will stay there. I can't. It would be an extraordinary cricketer that is yet to start their career who would take 1,000 wickets and score that many runs. And if they were to do so, they would be so frequently taken away on international duty or be playing cricket abroad that they would never have a chance to do so in the Surrey colours.
Oh yeah, I mean there are certain records that will never be broken at Surrey. The number of times he did the double, which is astounding, of 1,000 runs and 100 wickets in the same season. Way more than any Surrey player.
Yeah.
We've got to be careful that he limited cricketer only insofar as he wasn't the best bowler and he wasn't the best batter, but he was an extraordinarily pivotal player for Surrey. Without him, that side would have, not just without his captaincy acumen, but without his skills with the ball and his aggression with the bat, would have been a pretty pitiful outfit.
And again, I do, as we talk all about this, I do keep coming back to Adam Hollyoake. And I really do think there are some wonderful parallels. Again, Adam Hollyoake, not the greatest batter in the world, not the greatest bowler in the world, possibly the greatest captain in the world, but also an excellent batsman and an excellent bowler. There were people in his teams that could bat better than him. There were people in his team that could bowl better than him, but there were very few people who could do both better than him.
I can see a Surrey debate evening coming on where you line up to support the case of either Percy or Adam and see who comes out on top with England, for surely he had earned it. I mean, his Test career was perhaps a little brief and unremarkable. 13 Tests, 1 Ashes tour. Notably, Rockley Wilson felt that in that Ashes tour in the early 20s when he really could and should have bowled more. England weren't adventurous enough with their spin bowlers in Australia. He did lose 5 Tests to Australia, but drew the last 2. And whilst many were arguing that he really deserved to be captain, he never was. Dan, there were some odd theories about why he didn't become captain of England. Do you recall what some of those were?
Yeah, well, they're varied, aren't they? I mean, the real reason is because he was not biddable. And in those days, the people who chose the captain of England expected the captain to act as their sort of their vassal on earth, if you like. Lord Harris was God, and then the captain was the Pope. And if you've got a Pope who can think for himself, then that's a bit of a problem.
Sorry, do currently have a Pope who can think for himself.
Very good. But look, there was a whole bunch of reasons suggested. The fact that he worked in the wine trade. What's wrong with that, you think? I mean,
very venerable profession in my book.
But I would have thought so. But you've got to understand this through the prism of just quite how rigid, archaic, and extraordinary the MCC was, both straight after the war and through to 1939. It's why Douglas Jardine can kind of slip under the net and end up being England's captain, because he seems like he's an extremely secure, safe pair of hands. Ironically, of course, because he and Percy and Arthur Carr are about to cook up something that's going to bring the cricketing world to an incredible conflagration. There was the other suggestion, and I'll be interested in your guys' views on this. I hesitate to talk around this because it sounds as if it's a pejorative, but that he might have been Jewish, as if that would be something that would disbar him. Now, I mean, the fact that he does look a little bit like Groucho Marx, and more so actually in the caricatures than in real life. Let's be frank, he's sort of made to look more like Groucho Marx. Was this an issue, do you think?
Well, I've just come across a document in sorting out the papers for auction that it was a correspondence that Pop referenced in this question, stating, and in fact he had to go as far as asking one of the elders in the Jewish community to assert that he was not Jewish. I mean, that's quite extraordinary to rebut that. And we, in fact, can trace back through online methods now our family lineage all the way to Scotland in 1715, approximately, to Berwick-on-Tweed. So, it seems highly unlikely, and those forebears are buried in a Church of England graveyard. So, at no point does it appear to be the case.
But it's interesting, isn't it, that would have been used as a potential stick to beat him with. I mean, it talks to a certain degree of anti-Semitism within the establishment. And actually that, the establishment was, I think, almost trying to find reasons to block Percy. I mean, Percy reminds me in this respect a lot of Brian Clough not managing the England football team. Essentially, anybody with a brain can see that you've got this master tactician out there, but he's just, the establishment can't control him, and that's the real reason that he didn't become captain of England, I think.
I think another reason that's certainly relevant to bring up here as well is that he didn't go to Oxbridge. You know, and in the 1920s, the idea of having an England captain that hadn't gone to Oxford or Cambridge was extraordinary, and you know, beyond the fact he clearly wasn't biddable, not to have that lineage. I mean, looking at this, just to quote some great names at the time that are still known as great names today. Jack Hobbs in 1924 suggested that he thought Fender should be named England captain. He said that he was a finer and more interesting captain than any man now playing. That was Jack Hobbs in 1924. Jardine wrote that Fender had the ablest, the quickest and the most enterprising cricket brain. Alf Gover added that Fender was worshipped by the whole team. So, I mean, it's not like he didn't have incredible cricketing figures arguing his case. But, I mean, that document that you refer to there, I mean, that is... I mean, if only it's extraordinary, and if only it was, looking at it in historical context, extraordinary.
Well, he was an adept leader. There were those brushes with authority. You mentioned the Geacock incident. Alfred Geacock went to go and live, got married, and had to move not miles out of Surrey, but literally about 100 yards across the road, which put him into Kent. And Lord Harris then took issue with that and said, well, no, you've got to live, therefore you can't. He wasn't allowed to play for a season. So Percy went to war for that one on Geacock's behalf.
Yeah, is now the time to go a little deeper into Percy's relationship with Lord Harris?
Well, we're just about to get there. I was just going to mention as well,
possibly my favourite Percy Fender story is in this. So do keep listening.
The other one, he led the gentlemen and players through the same gate.
This was it. This was exactly it.
A beautiful story of him as the rebel. I love the response from Lord Harris was, we don't do that sort of thing at Lord's Fender.
Exactly. I mean, I think that's almost word for word a phrase that you've used. He was chided for something earlier in this podcast, almost word for word. And I think, you know, if anyone was to take up the cudgels and write a more modern biography of Fender, and, you know, maybe use some of the amazing material that is going to be in the auction to update the biography that was written in the 70s, we don't do that sort of thing at Lord's Fender would probably be the title I would choose, certainly.
It would be beautiful. The other one, of course, famously was covered wickets. Lord Harris had counselled him at Scarborough on covered wickets. Percy gave him his best advice, and when South Africa came a little while later and wanted covered wickets to get themselves ready for their Test series, Lord Harris says, we never cover wickets. We don't. That's just not the done thing. And Percy actually took him to task on it in the press, and that was probably their final falling out. Actually, let's just have a little listen to Percy putting the record straight on how he fell out with Lord Harris about covered wickets.
One evening I was walking over to the tent when I saw a lone figure standing in the middle of the ground, watching the ground staff putting the covers on the wicket, and I recognized him as being Lord Harris. As I passed by, I said, "Good evening, my lord." And he turned round, recognized me, and said, "Oh, come over here, Fender, I want to talk to you." For a few moments we spoke about the coming tour in Australia, and I said how much I was looking forward to it, when suddenly he turned to me and asked whether I thought the covers which were being put on the wicket in front of us could be improved, and if so, how. I replied that the water sometimes seeped between the joins of the tarpaulin covering the arc over the wicket, and I thought that another couple of tarpaulins to cover those joins would probably achieve the desired result. Well, I thought no more of that conversation until early in May 1921, when, one day, in the paper, Leicestershire were called over the coals for covering their wicket for their match against the Australians, of course an exhibition match, the Australians who had just arrived for their tour in this country. It was reported that Lord Harris had said that he had never heard of any wicket in this country being covered through a match. I was foolish enough to send a letter, which they published, to the paper, reminding his lordship of our conversation at Scarborough the previous September. Of course there was no reply. I hadn't learned not to contradict people in high places.
Let's just remember that everything we talked about here you can find online, auctions.bhandl.co.uk. Type Percy Fender into the search bar and then go for memorabilia. The auction will take place on December the 5th. That will be live at 10 a.m. So you can go to the website if you can't make it to Exeter to the address we gave you. And many of the things we've talked about, including that letter, are going to be at that auction. Well, that was part one of our extraordinary story of Percy George Herbert Fender. In part two,
and we're back for the second session, and joining me are Dave Brooke.
Morning, Jason.
G'day, David.
And morning, Messers. I hope the audio is coming through loud and clear. And
it's a bit echoey, but it's good.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so very interesting morning, and you rejoin us with the news that India reached lunchtime at 134, and story of the morning. Well, Jimmy Anderson, great spell from him, moving both openers, Jayswell for 17, Sharma the first to go for 13. And then we saw two outstanding catches, one to get rid of Iyer by Ben Stokes, and one to get rid of Patidar by Folks behind the stumps off an inside edge, and the bowlers Hartley and Rian both picking up a wicket. Your assessment, gentlemen, Messrs and Jason, of that first session, where it leaves us in the game.
Well, Messi said before the start of play that he wanted 4 wickets in the first session, which we got. But I still think that's still India's session, because the highest chase that England have ever done in India is 240, and they're 270 ahead now.
Yeah, you're partly right. I mean, I think India are still very much on top, but I do think that was an equal session. I think England taking 4 wickets was very good in the circumstances, and Jimmy Anderson is fantastic. I really do think England are suffering for not having a second seamer. I think it's a huge mistake.
Well, I think
particularly on this wicket.
I made the point in the last session that both fourth bowlers in both sides have been very underused. There's been 3 bowlers that essentially carry the attack on both sides. Whether that's a spinner, a third spinner, or a second seamer.
I mean, they're taking a look at the figures at the moment. Anderson 2 for 15 off 7. He's bowled brilliantly and showing the art of swing bowling at its best. Shoaib has been the expensive one. Bashir 6 overs, 0 for 37. Rooch just bowled a couple of overs. Then Rian 8 overs, 1 for 28. Hartley 12 overs, 1 for 49. Which of those would you have left out, Messers, to put the extra seamer in?
Well, it may sound harsh, but I think I wouldn't have picked Bashir, and I would have had either Wood or Robinson in there. It's just too much of a gamble. Given the callousness of the attack already, I think having some experience there, apart from anything else. I mean, just looking at the way that Jimmy was able to not only take wickets, but to control the scoring, was a really important thing yesterday and today. It's just a big hole in the side, I think.
And I think, to be fair,
if Stokes was able to bowl, it'd be very different.
Yes, he does. No, Stokes bowling just unbalances the side, but I think Bashir, despite his youthfulness, actually exceeded his expectations in the first innings by taking 3 wickets. I wasn't expecting that much from him, and 3 wickets was probably more than I expected.
Well, the 2 not out batsmen. Yeah. It's Axel Patel on 2, and then Shubman Gill. I wrote about him. I mean, he went through some difficult times in that very, very close review that was umpire's call from Jimmy Anderson. I'll ask you about him in a moment. It's Anderson who resumes now bowling to Gill, and Gill plays that sweetly, manages to showing his timing down to the deep cover, and they're going to come through for 2. Yeah, I mean, his innings this morning, I mean, that's been the big fight back for India.
Yeah, he was very tentative and had a couple of close calls in the very start of his innings, but he's grown into his innings now, and towards the latter part of the session, he was striking the ball effortlessly along the ground.
It's just a lovely time of the ball when he gets going.
And it showed with his scoring, because he's got 62 or 79 balls.
Yeah,
it reminded me a bit of Pope in the second innings of the first test, where he was
Yes.
very scratchy early on,
Yes.
and then suddenly flourished.
See whether he can continue that into this session. Anderson bowls to him. Oh, that's a pure for LBW, but it's possible inside edge. No great conviction behind the appeal, and trotted through for a single.
Yeah, there's not a lot going for that. I think that's too high. It's too much on the leg side. And as you said, there's a possibility of the inside edge as well. But so I think they won't go anywhere near that for a review.
Yeah, so takes in no review there. It was good ball from Anderson, got a bit more bounce, and it's hitting quite high. Yeah, I think inside edge onto. It's certainly struck him very high, as you say, Jason. So no worries there. Although Anderson showing that he is hitting his straps here. He bowls around the wicket now to Axel Patel, who's defensive, and there's no run. Yeah, Gill, I mean, he had those, a couple of lucky escapes from Gill in the first session, and then
one escape and one he earned, I think. One was inside edge, which he knew about and then reviewed immediately. The other one was a good ball that he just managed to squeeze it between first slip and the keeper, which in theory you shouldn't be beaten between the first slip and the keeper. There should be no space in there for a ball to get through.
the replay showing, clear inside edge there. Patel plays that one off the back foot very pleasantly. That's beaten the cover fielder, and that's going to run through for the first boundary of this session.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Axar Patel, who's a better batsman than a lot of people give him credit for, but he hasn't quite hit the straps in this series so far.
He's had a couple of cameo 20s, I think probably both of which he's given his wicket away in. Certainly in the first innings here, he chipped it to backward point when all he needed to do was bat out at the end of the day.
Yeah, I was looking at his 25-1 to be the highest score. I thought that represented value before Jay's innings in the first innings. Clips that one down to long leg and drops through for a single. He moves on to 7. Gill's on 63. And yeah, I thought he was going to do a Ravi Shastri Axar Patel, starts at number 11 and gradually move up the order till he ends up opening. But I'm not sure he's quite as good a batsman as Ravi Shastri was.
I'm not sure he's quite as good a bowler as Ravi Shastri was either.
Dan Lawrence is on the field for Joe Root. Do we know what's happened to Joe Root?
Yeah, he got an injury to his finger with trying to stop a ball.
Anderson, that's right on the spot again. Nicely lent on by Gill. Just down to the deep cover. They trot through for a single, so he was on to 64. Axar's on 7. 139 for 4, and Messrs is on the on social, I think. And any activity at this stage of the morning, Messrs?
People still filtering back from lunch, I think. Although Mark was saying what a shit show Twitter was before lunch. He says, I must have never been as popular with the ladies as I am on this hell shit of a site right now. I noticed that Guerrilla Cricket has been followed by several of the ladies as well just recently. It's a bot fest there. Farong is with a sort of quest. India Tour of the West Indies 1989. Name the players. Shouldn't be difficult. And he sends us a picture of some beach cricket going on, which you're very welcome to have a look at on our timeline. Your West Indies have done pretty well to contain Australia to 245 for 8 against them at the SCG today, David?
Yes, I mean, there's not many teams that have someone like Sean Abbott coming into bat with that situation. I mean, Jason would have seen a bit of him for Surrey. I mean,
certainly saw his ton last year.
Yeah. It's Rian Ahmed who comes into the attack. He's the one chosen, and that's a short one, and it's slightly dragged down. And well, Gill probably could have put that anywhere, and in the end it's gone down for a single. We're just seeing a replay of Root's injury was sustained before the game started.
Well, no, there's been one before the game, and then the same hand was hit during play today.
Right, so aggravated. But that first injury was in a catching practice before the game. So Rian Ahmed 1 for 29 got that vital wicket of Patagar. Decent catch by Ben Folks off the under edge was in the first session, and that one is played up by Patel down to mid-on for a single where Duckett does the fielding. Yep. That was a decent catch by Folks.
Folks has had 3 good catches in this match, 2 up with the off under edges and 1 standing back, where he had to dive quite a distance to make it. He's definitely wonder how many of those any other keeper would have got in England side.
This one is tucked away off the legs down to mid-wicket by Gill for a single. I did have a look at the West Indies match, Messrs. I see Australia there's another Sutherland now. There's one in the women's team, and then we've got another one. Is that another?
Yes, it's her brother, and their dad was
James
the
Sutherland, is it?
Cricket Australia. Yeah. He's not a bad bowler either.
Rian Ahmed bowls, and that's covered up by Patel, and there's no run. Yes, I was thinking of James Sutherland, former CEO. Yeah.
I mean, Dave will know more about this, but I'm really impressed by the crop of young West Indian players who've come into the Test side and are making a name for themselves.
Yeah, there were at least 3 or 4 decent debutants, weren't there? And that's out to cover boundary, stroked out just for single though by Akhtar, moves on to 8. Yeah, well, obviously Shamar Joseph, who not much has been spoken about, has been offered the central contract for his efforts, and fantastic spell from him.
But
and then
also,
I suppose Kevin
Sinclair, Hodge, Athanase.
Yep, Kurt McKenzie did very well, the Jamaican. This one again is dropped short by Rian, and plenty of time for Gill to stroke that one out to extra cover overs. They're not great opening over from Rian there, not very threatening. India 143 for 4.
Rian tends to have.
The other thing about their West Indian team was the enthusiasm and excitement they brought, which was a complete contrast to the tour last year.
Interesting, yeah.
Rick, my Fraps says, just popped in to see if England were still getting thrashed. Then Rogers says 20 degrees in Mount Eliza on the Mornington Peninsula, Victoria, enjoying a G&T or 2. And Moggs says, how is it 28 on the Mornington Peninsula but 38 in Melbourne? It's just not fair. Well, that's life.
Anderson bowls outside the off stump, and there's no run. What temperature have you got, Messrs, at the moment?
Well, it's a beautiful day today. It's only 28 today. It was 43 4 days ago, and it's going to be 40 again next weekend. But I'll make the best of it while it's nice like this.
Wow, I remember.
But,
I remember
air conditioning.
36 degrees in Cape Town, and that was hot enough for me. 43 just doesn't bear thinking about.
Yes. Fortunately, in Perth, it's a very dry heat, but air conditioning is a wonderful invention as far as I'm concerned.
Jimmy Anderson getting back to the top of his mark. Yeah, very decent test match. As Messrs said, it might have been more effective if been another seam bowling partner, but you get the feeling that Jimmy's relished his role as the lead strike bowler. That's outside the off stump, doesn't get up at all, and goes through on the second bounce.
I also think Anderson, being such a competitive player, he's relishing the sort of one-on-one, be the best seam bowler contest with Jasprit Bumrah as well.
No doubt. But the thing that is a little harder for him is because it's all spinners, he's only getting about a 90-second break between overs. Well.
Yeah, and he didn't get too long to rest up during the England innings either. Bowled, and that's nicely played by Gill. That's going to go down to the sweeper down at deep cover point. They go through for a single. Gill was on to 67. The lead is now 286. Yes, statistically, as Jason said, England will have to break some records, but they'll still be in this game as far as Stokes' concern. And Stokes pulled off that inspirational catch. He thought, right, is this going to be the moment again, like a key moment, like the run out Jadeja in the last Test match, where suddenly
that definitely was a turning moment in the last Test, as that because Jadeja could have taken the game away very quickly for England, and getting him for, well, I think it was just 4 by a fortuitous? It was timely and definitely required.
Oh yeah, no, I think it was. He does it so many times that you can't really put it down to luck, can you? Because Stokes comes up with these amazing moments in games. That one's just played out by Axar Patel, and there's no run there. He remains on 9. Gill on 68. It's actually sellout today in the stadium, and it's good to see the ground absolutely full. The stadium wasn't full by any means yesterday, but it's a sellout today.
India have got a chance of winning. I think that does improve the attendance somewhat.
Plus, I think a lot of people still work on a Saturday in India, but not so much on a Sunday.
Yeah. Well, they've come to see a victory for India here to get them back into the series, and 288 ahead as Patel drives that one up to mid-off, and there's no run.
And it's interesting that it's going to be on a pitch which doesn't offer the same amount of sharp turn yet that the pitch in Hyderabad did.
More bounce though.
Yeah, more bounce, more variable bounce, probably earlier in the match.
Well, I mean, one good thing for England is it hasn't been showing what Gary Naylor would say caprice in its behaviour today. It's been very consistent.
Last ball of the overs just played out quietly by Patel. He remains on 9. Gill's on 68. India 1-4-5-4.
Mog says, hi Messi, hi Dave, hi again Jason. And Glenn Rogers says, while playing for Sparta Cricket Club, we wilted under 34 degrees skies, still managed 3 for 20 off 7 overs straight with 5 drop catches and 53 off 23 with the bat. That's pretty impressive.
53 off 23, you didn't want to be out there in the heat, did you? You just want to get your runs as quickly as possible.
That was in Rotterdam, apparently. So, yeah, I could imagine 34 in Holland would be equivalent to about 38 in Perth because of the humidity. I always know that I'm shocked when I go to England and discover that 32 degrees in England feels just as hot as 40 degrees does here. It's a very different sort of heat. So that's up to date there. And Jonathan Shorland said, are you telling me that the lady that reacted to my previous message to you might not be real? It's funny that every time you think you've got it made, Jonathan, and then you click on them and discover that they're not actually sending messages to you individually. It's going to the world.
Lots and lots of discussions about Rehan's field before this first ball of his over. There's been a bit of hand waving and moving by players.
Yeah, that's a better length, gives it a bit more air, and it's pushed out by Gill. Well, what about this field? It's pretty defensive for Gill anyway. There's only one man saving one on the offside. And no doubt Stokes will be asking Rehan just to get a more consistent length. There's a couple of drag downs in that first over. This is an important time for England. They can break this partnership up. They're going to need to. That's a better ball from Rehan. But Axar plays that very watchfully off the back foot, just making sure he covers any potential spin.
Yep, that's his googly, which does turn and bounce a bit more than the other ball.
Yeah. I mean, the wicket-taking ball wasn't earlier. That was just tucked away by Axel. There's no run. That wicket-taking ball, the ball he got Tika was... what's gone on there?
Hit the stumps and they've taken a buzzer.
Oh, yeah, a little buzzer. Ricochet off the stumps. It was Jimmy who fielded that. And, it's really... There was no danger of any run out. The ball struck the stumps and, they've taken the opportunity to run a single. Could that be the crucial run that separates the teams at the end of this game? Well, the lead is 290, so that would be a decent run chase. It's going to have to be a decent run chase for England in this. He wouldn't rule out anything after what we saw in the last test. But you have to say that that spell from Bumrah has been the difference perhaps between the two sides. Outside leg, that one's added away by Gill. The bowling, I mean, India's bowling has been that session, a couple of sessions yesterday was amazing, wasn't it? The Bumrah spell, his around the wicket. That's a lot of flight by Rian, and Gill doesn't take the bait, just plays it quietly away, looking fairly unconcerned at this stage.
Yeah,
and Rian's rushing through this over around the wicket, getting right on the stump. Much better over from Rian. That's played back by Gill for no run. The India lead stands at 290 at the end of that over, with India on 147 for 4.
So we're very quiet on Twitter. And he said, Greg Rogers says that hot day in Rotterdam, no one would even leave the clubhouse to bring me a drink. That's how hard it was. That's a bit mean, isn't it? I think you should have just walked off to the clubhouse saying, I need to change my gloves or something.
Well, I did play in 2005, I think, when it was so hot that I was walking off 30 metres to be under a tree in between overs, just to be just to get 20 seconds of respite before having to walk back.
Anderson starts new over. Patel watches that one carefully, plays it out on the offside. There's no run. Can't remember what intense heat feels like.
Well, I mean, the heat next weekend in Perth, for example, they will cancel all junior cricket because of that temperature. They normally start at 8 a.m. anyhow to get it over by the heat of the day, but when it's seriously hot, they just, for safety reasons, can't expose the kids to it for hours on end.
The lead is 290. Mainly down to Gill, who's on 69. He's played really well. And he's joined by Axel's coming at number 6, as in the first innings. Plays that one back to him, to Anderson. There's no run. Yeah, Gill's a lovely player when he gets going. And he hit that. Who was the 6 off this morning? He came down wicket, played that lovely shot. Was it off Riyad or off Bashar?
I don't think it was off Bashir. It might have been off Hartley, actually.
Right, yeah. Beautiful time of the ball when he gets going.
Some of his cover drives, particularly the two that took him to 50, were just effortless through the covers to the boundary on the carpet.
It's played out defensively by Axar, and there's no run. A lot of England fans in, and a range of facial expressions to enjoy. The camera panning round.
Colourful attire as well, shall we say?
Yes, some colourful attire. Not too many of the uniform tour shirts. There doesn't seem to be any organised tours, although the Barmy Army are there in some force. Not yet. They make themselves heard this morning. Here's Anderson, and that's pitched up and is drilled by Axar down to mid-on. Messers, what was the question posed by the Twitter around the West Indies? Was it West Indies team of '89? Was it that?
Yes, 1989. Well, it's the Indian team and playing on the beach in the West Indies. So I'd suggest it's probably Ravi Shastri is one of those involved.
I should imagine Ravi Shastri, Kapil Dev. What's he called?
That's played out sweetly by Gill. That's a slightly overpitched by Jimmy. It's gone down to the extra cover boundary, sweetly timed by Axar Patel. It's 4 runs.
I'm trying to think who would the other seamers have been. Madan Lal, Chetan Sharma.
Yeah, nothing in the seam department to rival the current tour de force that India have got to choose from.
Batsman, you'd have had Amarnath. You'd have had the opener. I'm trying Navot Sidhu.
Well, whoever it is keeping wicket looks a very spindly fella.
That would have been Kieran Moray.
Oh, that would rule out Moray if he's spindly. He was the India keeper in '89.
Oh, I can tell you, Australia finished on 258 for 9 in Sydney in the ODI that's taking up space that could be used for a test match.
Absolutely. Why didn't they have a best of 3? That last one from Anderson went through just failing to take the outside edge. Axel just dabbling his bat outside the off stump. Decent ball from Anderson to finish the over, where India remain on 151 for 4. That's a pretty good recovery by Australia. I had a feeling that with Abbott in at the end. What did Abbott end up with, Messrs? Did he?
I think 69. Hang on a second, I'll just go back.
Such a dangerous player to come in down the order there. And just when you think you've got through the Australian side.
It's a very interesting Australian 11, in fact, because lots of it's taken from people who perform well in the BBL. Matt Short, for example, who's not a person I've seen play for internationally for Australia before, and Bartlett.
Yes, Bartlett looked a decent bowler, didn't he? Yeah.
And Fraser McGurk too didn't do very well. Yeah, Abbott made 69 off 63 with 4 sixes.
Yeah, and because he came in at 117 when he came in. That would have been a
167.
Vital innings by Sean Abbott. So it didn't target for West Indies to go for. Down the wicket comes Gill. He's really launched into that. That's beautifully timed. That's gone all the way into the stands. Beautiful straight 6 by Shubman Gill. Given a bit more air by Rian, and Gill coming down the wicket and playing that exquisitely without a lot of fuss at all. Just beautiful, straight. Right.
This is very much the innings Gill needed, isn't it?
Absolutely, and he's picked this one up now. Out it's the leg stump. He's really given the treatment to Rian. That's gone. It's that first bounce it for 4, down behind deep square leg. But nice pick up shot from Gill. So 10 off 2 balls from him. He moves on to 79.
That can't have been far short of being a 6 either.
That was beautifully picked up.
Well, according to Cricket Info, they gave him a 5 for it because they've got him on 78.
Oh.
It's interesting.
All the makings of a match-winning knock this from Gill, because with 4 wickets down, England had a sniff. Is he now snuffing it out with this innings? That's played down. It's drilled down. It's beaten the inside field again. There's going to be another boundary here. That's 14 off 3 balls. Another 4. Rian getting the treatment from Shubman Gill.
And it's just classical traditional stroke making. This, there's nothing unorthodox about it at all. It's just beautifully
pitched up
played.
on the leg stump is a nice place to be bowled to, really, isn't it?
And we have to say that you're not getting a lot of turn from this, and it's given Gill the time, giving it a bit more air, and Gill equal to this. So 6 and 2 4s in this over, and there's still 2 balls to go. 14 coming from this over. He's bowling round the wicket. That one's dropped short, but Gill spares him any further punishment. Just plays it quietly out to extra cover, and that's taken Gill up to 83. Scored in 96 balls. It really is. Well, Indian fans would be delighted to see him.
I think that was the overspinner.
Right, and this one's short again. It keeps very low, and Gill sort of theatrically puts out his hand to say no run there. He ends up with 83. India 14 runs off that over, 165 for 4, leading by 308.
Leah says, what is this running singles shit? Start the declaration batting, you muppets. Well, clearly that's happened now for you, Leah. Not again for declaration batting. The lead is over 300 now. It's 308. Dave Wood says, Manoj
Prabhakar.
Manoj Prabhakar. That is all.
He bats and he bowls. Yes, exactly.
Right.
Is that a
Is this
reference to
pitch-
89?
Yeah, it is.
Yes, in 89 too.
All right. Glenn Rogers says, is this pitch showing any signs that 300 is out of the question? Not at the moment, it's not, no. And Mog says, so does this Gilling secure his place in the team for the next couple of years? Oh, memories are short, Mog, you know that. Next couple of games, probably.
First ball of this over to change of bowling. Bashir is into the attack, and that is played down past to mid-on by Patel. There's no run there. He's bowling around the wicket to him. See whether he can get any more turn. Nothing yet so evident. That's played down by Patel, so there's no run to that one as well.
This is a good match-up against Axar, with an off-spinner.
Bowls in coming in front of the umpire. That one does grip a little bit, and Patel has to play it off the back foot, and there's no run there.
And that is how we got out in the first innings, cutting to point.
Wonder if we'll see Hartley replacing Rian at the other end after this. One could be a double change. And that's tucked away by Patel for a single. He moves on to 14 to Axar. I think it's going to be a double change here as well at the end of this opening. Al is coming in to take over the ball by ball.
He is.
At the end of this over.
Steve Jones is joined in my spot, and a third person who I cannot remember.
Is it Krishna?
It is Krishna, yes.
Krishna, yeah.
Who's in the green room.
Or is it Messrs?
It's Krishna, I think.
Krishna.
No, Steve's doing the tweets.
Steve will be on the tweet, so let us know what your impressions are of how of the game so far and how it's going to go. India leading by 309. This does look like a very important innings from Gill, not just from a personal point of view, but the team India will be very glad about it too. He plays that one out onto the mid wicket. That's the end of the over. India on 166 for 4. I will see you a bit later on and hand over to, after a few words from Messrs, to Al.
See you shortly.
Thank you, Dave. Diana Craddock says, speaking of colourful, the absence of the bear is noted by a lack of picturesque language. I don't think I've heard a single expletive this morning. I'm fucking sorry about that, Diana. My T-shirt does actually say Guerrilla Cricket because you like your cricket swearing. And Steve Jones is just coming on. He will be taking over from me, but I won't tell him where we are until he's got his headset on.
Hi there, boy.
Steve Jehan is the next one on YouTube, and I think we're up to date on Twitter, and I'll catch you in half an hour.
Okie dokie, look forward to it.
Thank you. Rehan to continue. Ball spinning in towards Axar's off stump. It is played out point, and Axar will take a single. Axar's on
Hello, Ellen.
16.
Hello, Steve.
Hi.
Hello, Rinda.
Either of you before. My name's Krishna. From
Hi,
a
Krishna.
hot 37 degrees in Melbourne.
Cool, blimey.
Cool, blimey, yeah. It's certainly not that here. I'll give you that. As this is far too far down the leg side, and Gill just blocks that to mid wicket. Seems to be
The leg stump line seems to be to try and bore them out, right?
well. It's either that or to encourage a declaration. It's one or the other. It makes far more sense bowling this length to Axar, but again, there's no offside field to Axar, and he's able just to take an easy single. Trying to encourage a mistake. There's a lot to be said for Stokes' experimentation, but every indication is at the minute that this is an experiment that isn't working. Rehan's going to go back over the wicket to Gill, but immediately plays it down the leg stump line.
They're just milking singles now, aren't they?
Well, singles is the least of Rehan's worries if he's being asked to bowl this line or in this manner. as we see some replays of earlier wickets. This one a bit more pitched up, but able to be undriven. There's a long on in place for Axar. 4 singles, but 4 really, really, really easy singles.
Heard an interesting stat this morning that day 2 in Hyderabad, India led by 175.
This is turned to square leg by Gill.
And day 2 here, India led by 171. So given how Hyderabad finished, England must have been raging favourites at the start of today's play.
Anything
in
but.
our dreams.
Anything but. A quick over from Rehand, which has yielded 6 singles, and it's 172 for 4. Stevie, you on? I'm
on socials. There's nothing to update on at the moment, but I'll come back to you when I've got something.
That sounds good to me. Bashir
Can I
will
ask you,
continue.
gentlemen,
Sorry.
what is this trophy known as between India and England? Does it have a name? Like the Border Gavaskar Trophy is what Australia and India play for?
I just assumed it was the we're not quite England aren't quite good enough.
Well,
trophy.
I'd like to ask our Twitter sphere what this trophy should be called if it doesn't have
Should
a
be
name.
called, yeah. Good probing ball outside the off stump is defended back to the bowler by Gill. Gill's on 86 off 103 deliveries. He'll be eyeing up a place on the honours board as he again just defends this on slightly on the onside, fielded again by the bowler.
I mean, the way
England
England bat and mow down target, I don't think India would be 100% confident yet.
Not at the moment. I mean, to be honest, I think they're probably reaching. They're nowhere near a declaration, but I think they're in the comfortable runs territory as this is played out to square leg for a single. I think they'll, the rate they're going, it'll be 400 runs plus by T, and then you can kind of have a think about whether you want, how many sessions do you need to bowl England out? As Bashir comes around the wicket, but it is played with ease towards mid wicket and mid on for a single by Axar.
The turning point for me yesterday was the way Crawley was batting. He made it look so easy, and then he gave away his wicket, I thought.
Yeah, Axar just gave him one slightly wider.
He just needed to curb his
enthusiasm.
Exuberance a little bit.
Yeah, this one, 5th ball of the over is defended to mid wicket for no run. 1 ball left of this over from Bashir. It's got figures of 0-40. Coming towards the end of the 8th over. 2 catching fielders in towards mid wicket for Gill. He plays it to one of those fielders, but all along the ground, and Gill will remain on 87, and India are 174 for 4. Steve?
Yeah. Disinterested hand job says my not enough swearing senses are tingling. Should I come on for a stint of tweet reading and profanity? Diana Craddock says can't see your t-shirt. Jeremy Henderson, it's a bootleg. That's getting a bit old now, Diana. I wore it at a World Cup game in Bristol in 2019. A little bit of history. Diane says nice one. It's just about it on YouTube. Good old X, formerly known as Twitter.
I think we've seen enough of Rehan, or certainly Stokes has seen enough.
Yeah.
It's going to be Tom Hartley to continue spin at both ends. It's going to come around the wicket, pushing the ball across Axar. Axar plays it through extra cover, and Rehan can't cut the ball off. Good sprawling dive, but fruitless, and it goes for one of these two.
Leah's answered your question, Chris, about the name of the trophy, saying it is the Anthony de Mello Trophy.
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, and Dave Wood says it's the Ian Salisbury Naranda Hawani trophies.
There we go.
A few names being bandied around. Thanks, folks.
Second ball defended back to mid-on, no run. Axar now on 23 after that boundary. This ball more towards Axar legs as a left-hander. Tries to whip the ball through mid-wicket. Can't quite do so. Hartley pauses and spins this middle and off. Axar plays it back to the bowler. No run.
So just a small social media fact. Goodman Gill's girlfriend is Sachin Tendulkar's daughter.
Oh, really? Keep it in the family.
So this is a bit wider, pushed to no further than what will be a 30-metre circle. But Point is unable to prevent a well-taken single. Bringing Gill onto strike for the last ball of the over.
That was quite an assault by Gill on Rayan, wasn't it? That couple of overs ago.
Last ball of the over is able to be played through to mid-wicket. Rehan at deep mid-wicket will throw the ball in with some enthusiasm, if not a little wildly.
Yeah, halfway down the track.
And it's 180 for 4 at the end of that 45th over.
Couple more tweets. Leah says De Mello was one of the founders of the BCCI, being president and secretary at different points. And Kiwi by Day says the newly named New Zealand versus SA Test Series is the Tangwai Shield, named after a train disaster, which seems unusual, but I like it. Of all the things to have chosen, I suppose.
Yeah,
and of course in that series, Kane Williamson and Rachin Ravindra are filling their boots against the South African third 11.
It's interesting to see Ravindra sort of continue on what he did in the World Cup into different phases of the game.
Absolutely.
Seems like they've got the raw materials of quite the player as Bashir starts his over. Defended back to the bowler by Gill.
Yeah, I think he's already the heir apparent to Kane Williamson.
Bashir in this one is shorter, dragged down. Only being able to play to square leg, but a comfortable single taken. Wonder what it must be like for Williamson. It's like I'm already here. I am batting with my replacement. Must be a sense of like actually not yet.
Yeah, not yet. I'm not going yet.
Yeah, I'm still actually quite good.
He's been great for New Zealand, hasn't he, Williamson? Great player.
Oh yeah.
And for cricket in general, I think.
Today, I think. Yes, indeed.
Bashir's going to come round the other side, around the wicket to Axar. Axar defends right in front of his eyes.
And of course, we started 700 watch for Jimmy Anderson. He's on, 695 now?
Yeah, as this ball is again defended back to the bowler. But of course, there was this sense of rampant optimism at the beginning of the Ashes that Anderson was going to get to 700 in the summer. And it turns out 6 months later, he's still not there.
I think he took 5 wickets in that series.
Yeah, it was a bit light. This one is defended. There is a fielder at what we might describe as the off-Hayden position, as the Pope standing close to where Bashir is letting the ball go from. A packed offside field for Bashir, but Axar is still able to find a gap towards a deep cover, and he'll take a single, just 2 runs off that over. The earlier fireworks were calmed, but still India looking very comfortable, Steve.
They are indeed. Leah continues to advise us. It is also worth noting that the De Mello Trophy is only for series played in India. Series in England are for the Pataudi Trophy.
Oh, that's odd.
The Nawab de Pataudi, I presume it's named after.
So there's 2 trophies.
Different ones played for either in India or over here in England. So good knowledge, that, Leah. Thank you.
Hartley's going to bowl the next over on Axar's off stump, but it's all very comfortable and singles are plentiful.
I'm just going to jingle Hartley because I missed him when he came on last over.
Hartley again, you give spinners a bad name.
It's a bit unfair.
Does seem to be. This one's slightly short, almost tennis ball like bounce. Gill's playing it into the offside field. Point will cover. No run. 89 for Gill. The lead 326 and climbing. And England can't really do an awful lot to stem the bleeding as this is defended by Gill. It's just a matter of how many. Krishna, how many would you want in the bank before you thought about the declaration?
Given this is still day 3, I'd be batting, if they can, until lunch on day 4 and give themselves 5 sessions.
I think 5's going to be plenty, don't you?
Yeah.
2 might be plenty, as this is defended back to the bowler.
And
there
also,
is a sense here that it's like declare it tea and try and give yourself a day off.
That's very old school, that, I think.
This one keeps a little low. Gill does well to sort of keep with it. The ball ends up going behind square on the offside and fielded for no run.
Because they're 1-0 down, they won't want to give, if they can avoid it, any opportunity to England to look in.
Well, England's highest chase in India is 207 apparently, and that was 1972 or something. So
defended just outside the off stump. Hartley just concedes the single.
As we've seen with Ben Stokes' captaincy, he's breaking all the norms. History doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. There is the weight of history on 4th inning chases does seem to be heavier than in any other place in cricket, really. Does seem strange. Steve, have we got anybody on socials?
No more updates on X, and I've lost my YouTube feed at the moment, so once I get it back I'll update you.
Bashir running between wickets and umpire to go around the wicket, defended towards a very short mid off by Axar, no run. Axar's
the other
looking
trade of
pretty
Indian test matches. Sorry, I'll pause.
No. There's this is more on leg side. Tried to be turned down towards fine leg. Short fine leg though, it moves handily to his right to prevent a fall.
While things look very calm now, they do tend to accelerate once new batsmen do come in, and things change very quickly.
Yeah, flurry of activity one way or the other. Well defended. But Bashir and Hartley look capable. I think there's a bit to be encouraging about Krishna with regards to this flock of spinners, as this is whipped away through the leg side, through mid-wicket by Axar to a ball on off stump. Take a single.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fascinated to see once England gets back into home conditions, who will be their preferred spinner, assuming they only play one.
The fear is that all three of these will completely disappear and only bowl with a white ball until the winter again.
Okay.
Which should not be the case, but if history has taught us anything, it's that's what usually happens.
That's what it's there for. Yes.
The 100's a very exciting tournament, don't you know? As this is turned towards mid-wicket, but fielded at mid-wicket by Gill. No run.
Who does England play in the summer? It's West Indies, and who else is going over there?
Is it Sri Lanka?
I don't know, actually. I don't look that far ahead.
I know West Indies are coming over. This one pushed across Gill from around the wicket, who plays it back to the bowler. Gill's on 89. The Indian lead is 327 runs. I'm just going to have a look about England's Test summer.
I hope you get to see Shamar Joseph, because he was outstanding here in Australia.
He looked very straight, very quick.
Oh, good. Look forward to seeing that.
He was.
I found YouTube. Jeremy Henderson, good friend of ours, has confirmed the names, the Anthony de Mello Trophy and the Pataudi over here. Disinterested hand job suggested that shouldn't it be called the Kohli Trophy? And Messrs adds the Pataudi Trophy covers both teams. As Iftikhar Ali Khan Pataudi played for both England and India. His son Tiger Pataudi captained India as well as playing for Sussex.
So Hartley's going to continue. There are some T20s against Pakistan. There are some tests against West Indies. As this is on middle and leg and turned to mid-wicket by Axar, no run. Then there are some tests against Sri Lanka. Then there are T20s against Australia and ODIs against Australia for what seems like no good reason.
And Leo confirmed it's at Sri Lanka and a warm-up test against Zimbabwe.
Axar goes back in his crease to a ball slightly short of the leg. Plays the ball down to long on for a single.
And of course, sandwiched in between all of that, there's the T20 World Cup in the US and West Indies.
Oh yeah, well maybe that's what the Australian games are about. But remember, there's nothing going on in August. Not from an international perspective, as this is played by Gill to short mid off for no run.
And discussing English spinners, I mean, August is when I guess the pitches are at their driest, and when spinners come into play, they're not going to get much of an opportunity then if it's all 100 and 20 competitions then.
You have a jeweler's eye for detail, Chris. As this is pushed to mid-wicket by Gill. He'll take a comfortable single, move to 90, and motions for some sort of drink to be brought to him.
We must be getting close to a drinks break, aren't we?
Thirsty work, all these singles. .186 for 4 are India as Hartley comes in around the wicket. Axar tries to play the ball onside, fielded quite sharply, short mid on. One ball left at Hartley's 15th over. 1 for 58.
One of the oddities of cricket had Jaiswal batting all 3 days of this test match so far.
Absolutely. Very good he looked as well as Axar looks to drive expansively. Can't beat the cover fielder. He's on 28. Gill is on 90. And have we got
Yeah, one more message from Lair to say, I own a sadly complete set of Wisdom India for a reason. And you use it well. We're up to date on tweets. I'll do YouTube at the next break, because I think we'll have a long one with the drinks.
So I remember, I think it was in the Ashes that finished that Uthman Khawaja batted all the days of one of the test matches. I can't recall which one.
History does have examples of people batting every day, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And I think Boycott did it once, that I remember anyway, in the late 70s or early 80s.
Probably even though no one wanted it to.
Yes.
As Gill pushes this ball, it beats Bashir, but it doesn't beat.
And was probably 60 not out in
Mid-off.
both innings.
History doesn't view him kindly, do they? Does it?
History might not. History probably views him quite well. People, on the other hand, probably don't view him. This ball is looked to be clipped through mid-wicket by Gill from Bashir, and there's no run.
He was a single-minded person, wasn't he, Boyks?
He could have been. Slog sweep by Gill, and that has gone high. It's gone handsome, and it's bounced once before hitting the sponge. And that's gone for one of these, Steve.
Good shot.
It didn't really seem, Krishna, that there was anything different from the ones that they'd just been blocked and moved for singles. Just a degree of extra intent from Gill.
Yes. Yeah, I was about to say he might be getting a little bit frustrated here that the scoreboard's not moving as fast as he would like.
Well, he certainly looked to try and rectify that situation. As he again goes into push mode. Fielded by a mid-wicket fielder moving to his left, preventing a single. Gill on 94. So this is again pushed to mid-wicket for no run. There was some talk of
crowds have been like. Sorry to interrupt.
I was going to say that the crowds
like?
have been relatively okay. I mean, it's a ground that in a way kind of hides its fans inside the structure. It's not quite as obvious about whether there's big crowds there, as this is played towards deep square leg. Dan Lawrence, who's still covering for Root, threatens to throw and then throws eventually, but there's 2 runs taken from that, and Gill will be on 96 but won't be on strike at the end of that Bashir over. There was talk because Jaiswal reached his century with a 6, and they'd done some looking, and it was an Indo who was telling us in the first innings that that Sachin had reached his century with a 6 times.
Yes.
And it's like right, well, okay, maybe it's slightly more common than we think about, or maybe Sachin's just really good at batting.
Yeah. So what do we think Gill's going to go for? A 4 or a 6?
I think he might try and do it with a 4, but after that slog sweep in the previous over, he just kind of settled back down again. Partly to continue, this is drop short, and Axar smears this through mid-wicket, and nobody moves except someone to fetch the ball back from the sponge. That's 4 all the way.
One time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
That sort of rubbish will get the run rate up.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a break between the second and third tests. Do you know what England's planning to do?
Play golf, probably, in this England setup.
Yeah. Try and work out if they can play 2 seamers together. Hartley is going to bowl over the wicket. Axar plays the ball down the ground to mid-on, or long on, able to take a single with some degree of comfort.
Leia advises, I remember a Delhi test against Sri Lanka when Pujara batted all 5 days of a test.
Yep. He'd be another person who's capable of doing that, that's for sure.
And look completely happy, seem happy about the idea of doing it too. I think I remember in the summer, Kawaja looked absolutely knackered at the end of the sort of marathon innings. It was just kind of like, I'm here, but
there is a trade-off, isn't there?
Yeah, I'd like to sit down with, as that's defended back to the bowler. Whereas Pujara, it's like,
in Delhi, crikey, that would have been hot.
Yeah, there's a sense where I'm sure people would have looked at him and thought, he seems so lifelike. Hartley now coming around the wicket. Big stride and defensive shot by Gill.
Come on, I want him to get his 100 before the drink break, because we go off then.
Good to see it with flourish. His innings has deserved it.
Ooh.
This one slightly more towards, speared in towards the legs. Single through mid-wicket. Just one ball left of this over from Hartley.
Mr. Bishop has moved in beside me, so we're getting ready to switch over. Who have we got with us, Messrs?
Messrs will join us. Yes, indeed.
So one ball left from us. The lead is 341 while we wait for Hartley to gather his thoughts, coming over the wicket. Spinning back in. Axar resolute in defence. Axar's on 33, Gill is on 97, and India are way out in front.
Nicely summarised, Al.
68 for no wicket in that session, which I know it seemed fairly slow, but that's a lot.
It was that one particular over helped it, didn't it? So
see you later, Chris.
They've gone. Hi, Messrs. How are you?
Hello, Steve. How are you? It's good to
Okey-dokey.
have a fellow Sussex fan.
yes, yeah.
I was talking of Patadi. I recall watching the Nawab Patadi at Hove one morning. Play started late because of a damp outfield, surprisingly, and he and Colin Bland did a fielding demonstration, and they were both amazing. That was back in 1965 or something like that.
Cool, blimey.
Hello, Tony.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Well, yes, welcome back in more ways than one. I've been dozing quietly.
Yes. I kept disturbing him, unfortunately. I think he's a bit
I'd
pissed
nod
off
off
with me
and
at the
then
moment.
I'd have to press a button or find Twitter or do something. This game's looking distantly awful for England, really, I think. If you look at... I'm looking at chases in India. India did chase 387 in Chennai, which is, not bad, is it? But that's the highest by a country mile. 276 West Indies chased in 1987 in Delhi.
And that was the all-powerful West Indies team.
Yeah, and
87.
then if you look for England's highest, you've got to go to 207 in Delhi in 1972. Under, we think, Railingworth, or was it Tony Lewis? It might have been under Tony Lewis.
Might have been.
Yeah, it might have been Tony Lewis in 72.
Glamorgan man, wasn't he? Tony
He
Lewis?
was, yes. He was, yes. And he went on to front Sunday afternoon but John Player coverage as well, if you remember
He
rightly,
did
didn't he?
indeed.
Amongst other things on TV, and test match.
The old
test match
40 over
coverage.
matches, weren't they?
That's right.
So, yeah.
That's right.
Nice way to spend a Sunday afternoon in England, I must admit.
But it definitely looks to me like these two now have decided it's time to get a move on. Gill just, 3 short of his ton. Axar Patel's just started to free his arms a bit. And we don't know about Joe Root, do we?
Not yet.
Other than that
No.
he's just being kept off the pitch. Now, you would have thought they'd want him bowling. Maybe they're just taking a view now, India will get what they get, and we'd rather just hold him back and at least see if he's got a chance of batting.
And there ain't anything happening in the pitch either. It's a very typical day 3 test match pitch, isn't it? This is the day,
you
this
say
is the day
that.
to bat.
You sort of get the feeling it might suddenly start to take on a whole new life. When
Well, I think that'll be day 4. I can't imagine India going to declare today, quite frankly.
I wouldn't be surprised if they, assuming they're not all out, they declare to give themselves half an hour at England tonight.
At
and then
most,
effectively have the same new ball in the morning. And by that stage, they'll have added another 150 runs, so the target will be over 500.
Is there any likelihood of rain, Messrs?
None whatsoever.
No, right, okay. We're not going to be saved by that.
Can't you adjust
a good season to be playing?
Can't you sort of look at a different map on your weather cave? Just keep looking until you find something.
Look,
there's loads of water there. Oh, that's the sea.
It's going to be peeing down in England tomorrow. So.
We've got a super chat from Stephen Kelk, who's
well done, Stephen. Thank you.
Been called away by the vicar, but before he goes, he sent us €2.50 as an advance payment for more Jimmy wickets.
Good.
Jimmy needs to be cloned, really, doesn't he? Because he's head and shoulders the best of the England bowlers, I think.
Has been for a long time, but now we've lost Broady. Anyway, it is Bashir to continue. Right arm over to the man just 3 runs short of his century, Shubman Gill. He's batted quite beautifully, actually, and without any stress or complication. Apparently missed on an opportunity earlier on, but again, Bashir in just outside off stump. Gill plants his left foot fairly firmly in front of him and pads it back down to the bowler.
I've got a question for you, and for anyone who wasn't listening earlier. Good one for Steve. I'll wait until after this ball, yeah. Well, for everyone.
Bashir in again, and this is clipped off his hip by Gill. The man that's behind, square on the leg side, dashes after it, stops it, getting to the boundary, restricts them to 2 runs. Gill moves on to 99, the lead up to 343.
Oh, well, think about it, because he'll get to his 100. So, Rayan Ahmed was the youngest spinner, or youngest player bowling spin to take a wicket for England in tests. He was 18 years and 126 days when he took that Pakistan wicket, December 22. Who's the second youngest? Let us know what you think.
That's a single taken there, and that's the 100 for Shubman Gill, and I think we should just give him a little jingle on that one.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
I mean,
he most certainly is.
Fabulous not, but England will look at those 2 reviews that didn't quite get him. One was umpire's call, and the chance that went between Root and Stokes, all of which I don't think he'd got past 10.
Right.
And that's just the way it goes sometimes. The defining innings that make tests. We've had one already with Jaiswal. This could well be the one that takes it beyond England. Although England never look at a score and say it's beyond them, do they?
No, I don't think they have that mentality, which is probably a good one to have. The next ball is round the wicket to the left-handed Aksar and punched straight back down the track. Fielder at mid-on jogs round and collects. No chance of adding to the lead. India have gone through the 200 mark as well, 201 for 4.
Comfortably his highest score.
Tony, could we narrow the field a little in terms of your young spinner? Is this someone who's played since you've been watching cricket?
Bashir in to complete his over, and Aksar has just punched it away into the leg side. End of the over.
No, Messrs. Not since I've been watching cricket, no.
So we're going
Tony
back a
Locke.
while. Wow.
Tony Locke.
No.
Not that far back.
Titch Freeman?
No.
He didn't play much Test cricket, did he?
Jim Lake,
Kieran Roseblade is
Laker?
with us. He says, "Morning all. I was thinking overnight, if we get early wickets and skill India for 250, we might have a chance." Those overnight thoughts have now disappeared. Yes.
A long time ago.
I'll give you one little clue. Well, one quite big clue. He's not predominantly known for his bowling, though he was a reasonably capable spin bowler. That's
so
your
it's
first
not Joe
clue.
Root.
No.
Well, I think Tony's been alive to watch Joe Root.
Indeed.
He's young enough. So it is Hartley to continue his left arm spin bowling. This one's arrowed in at the stumps, and Gill just plays it back down the track.
I'll give you a whopping clue, or at least
It's not
give
a
you
ship
the right
by any
time.
chance, is it?
A ship?
I was thinking Warwick Armstrong.
No, it's an English. It's the youngest English spinner.
All right.
A player bowling spin. I did choose my words
Hartley in
carefully.
again, and outside off stump, and Gill goes forward a long way and just pushes it out into the offside.
So if Rayan Ahmed was 18 years and 126 days, this mystery person of whom you're trying to find was 19 years and 83 days. He took the wicket against New Zealand.
Hartley in again, and again it's right on off stump, and again Gill is right forward defensively just to push it out into the offside.
And shall I give you the year?
It's not someone like Peter May, is it?
No. The year was 1937.
Oh,
wow.
This one is slightly short from Hartley, and Gill has just rocked back and punched it away into the leg side. Right-hand has come racing around the boundary and has limited them to just the single. I thought they might get two quite comfortably there, but restricted them just to the single. Move on to 202 for 4.
And I'm picking my words very carefully.
All right.
When I say he was a bowler of spin, but definitely not predominantly a bowler. 1937, 19 he was.
He's in again, this time to the left-handed Axar, who just punches it down the track. No run.
Oh,
1937.
guys, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to feed the ducks again. The
Right.
juice is going in.
I thought you'd got the answer.
I thought I was getting excited there, Messers.
The whole of YouTube is now holding its breath as Messi is about to get up. What are we going to see? What's he got on? He's got ordinary trousers on today, thank God for that.
And this final ball of the over is punched into the leg side, again no chance of a run. India remain 202 for 4 after 53 overs.
Oh Lord, does that mean I should do some socials then? Probably,
Maybe.
shouldn't I? Okay, I can have a crack
If
at
you're
that
doing
too.
them, go on.
Well, I
Do you want
can
this?
No, it's all right. I can find it here. Yeah, we
Has
had
he
that
no
fabulous
balls?
advance
Oh,
payment for Jimmy's
hang on a
wickets.
minute, we
from
might
Stephen
have a
Kell.
no ball here.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yes,
think you're
it
right.
is, yeah. That
Oh,
is
you should
not good.
Never see one of those from a spinner. Goodness me.
So one more ball to actually complete the 53rd over. Baz looking quite unmoved. This one is drop short outside off stump, and Axar punches it away square on the offside, but Bashir is there and no chance to. It is the end of the 53rd over, 203 for 4.
Disinterested hand job. It says that's 3 more years in the team that he's bought himself, that Gill lad.
Yeah.
He also says 1937. That's right in your wheelhouse, Messers.
Oi.
Hey, I didn't say it.
No, yeah.
Wasn't me.
We just pass on the messages, Messers.
And I'll hand back social duties to you. That was over on YouTube, Messers.
Thank you. Brown in Brisbane says, Tony, back in the days of your remembering his youth.
Yeah.
Of your remembering his youth.
Well, one other.
Kieran Roseblade's
Go on then.
says, I saw a bit of a booty slap from Messi as he walked off there. The man has some sass about him. I was just showing you I had pants on. It's so nice to go outside and it's nice and cool. Well, when I say cool, 27 degrees is cool, comparatively speaking.
And were the geese and ducks hungry?
Well,
were they
always
glad to
hungry
see
about
you?
4 o'clock. Yeah,
Even if they weren't, they were
Very
getting food. So.
I'll give you one more clue. one more clue. Definitely associated with the county I support.
Middlesex.
A Middlesex man.
Way before Colin
Pre-war.
Cowdery. He was a Kent man anyway.
Yes.
Yeah. Pre-war. I'm not good on
pre-war, yeah.
And post-war. But
Right.
pre-war, obviously, when he took that.
Anyway,
wicket.
back to the proper cricket,
Was
and
Dennis
Bashir
Thompson
is
playing back then?
continue.
Ta-da!
Well
Messers has got it.
done, well done.
Dennis Compton, you are right. 19.
First ball has been clipped away behind square by Gill on the 45, and the man on the boundary, fine leggish position, has returned it. They've added a single to the score. England coaching team not looking excited.
Playing it in 37, I must say.
Well, don't forget, we're approaching the war. There was a big chunk of cricket he didn't get to play.
Bashir in again. This one's just outside Aksar's leg side. He hesitates, but Gill goes straight away for the single. Gets in quite comfortably. The throw comes in, misses the stumps. Stokes backs it up. I don't know why Aksar loitered there, but Gill was certainly off. So anyway, a comfortable single in the end, added to the score. The lead moves up to 348.
After Ray and Ahmed, it's a the other Englishman is also pre-war. I can tell you it was Ian Peebles. I won't put you through the pain of having to guess it. He was 19 years and 345 days. And we're back to Middlesex again. It was Jack Hearn against Australia. Shoaib Bashir, and then Jack Hearn against Australia was 20 years, 307 days in 2011. And now you can all relax, because I haven't got any more stats on that.
Bashir is in again. This is outside Gill's off stump, and brings the bat firmly down onto punch it into the leg side. Bashir dashes through to field off his own bowling.
Didn't Ian Peebles write on cricket for a while?
This one is into the pads, and there's a bit of interest from the bowlers and the keeper, but it's very, very short-lived.
I know Andy Peebles was a disc jockey. Hang on.
Not a very good one either.
No.
So, Ian Peebles played for Oxford, Middlesex, Scotland and England.
Yeah,
Right.
Well, another man of
A
Middlesex, you
mid-career.
see.
Bashir again. This gets quite a lot of turn on this one. It goes through Gill. A rare sight of Shubman Gill being beaten by the bowler through to Ben Folkes, but got a bit of movement on that one.
Ian Peebles was Scottish by birth.
That's probably why he played for Scotland.
That's right. And he was a journalist at Sunday Time and the author of many books on cricket.
There you are then. Well, Jack Hearn as well being the other one, so Middlesex very, very nicely represented.
You blood 'em young at Middlesex. You'll excuse the expression.
Bashir in again. It's wide of off stump, and it's turning a little bit, and again Shubman Gill takes a very large forward step to prod it away defensively. End of the over. Messers.
Right, sorry, I've been neglecting my duties somewhat. Leah says, I think that ton is too little too late from Gill. Well, it'll probably be enough. Dave Wood says, Sean Udall is 36 young enough? And Leah says, McCallum should really tie those shoes. Would be a shame if he fell getting them tangled up on the way to grabbing a pastry and a cuppa during tea. He'll do what he wants to do. Messi disappearing and reappearing from the outer, says Brown in Brisbane. 27 is cool. Only 6 degrees here in the East Midlands. Yeah, it's cool
the same in
compared
London.
to 43, which it was, a few days ago. So. And he also says there's a 450-run lead and a declaration looming. I think 500 probably.
They time's not their enemy, is it? So
They haven't got to
they
350
can afford
ahead
to
yet.
be cautious. Yeah, that's
Still only 348 ahead. Rayan Ahmed coming back in to the attack. Long discussion with his captain, Mr. Stokes.
Bloody hell.
Just looking for any news on Joe Root. All we heard was that it was being looked at, which is always has a sort of ominous ring to it, doesn't it?
Well, at the risk of
back into the attack and
setting off the pawn
firmly punched away
lack
by
of
Axel.
penetration is a real problem for England, isn't it?
Here is Rayhan's jingle.
From the original squad was to guard re-enactment from dubious jingles.
The second ball is arrowed in on off stump, and Axar is forward and defending it. Zach Crawley's impressed by that ball, is applauding it. Not quite sure why, but
Comfortably, Shubman Gill's highest score against England. He previous was highest, was a 50 in 2021.
Right-handed again. He's getting a bit of turn actually. That one cutting back into the left-hander. Gets it back firmly in front of it. Just jabs it back into the offside. Paul Collingwood looking very cool behind his shades.
Well, looking thoughtful, I think. Yeah, they all look quite cool, except I hope Annie's not listening. Marcus Trescothick. He does look just like a Brit on holiday.
this ball is clipped off his pads by Axar, square on the leg side. There is a man at square leg, so again, no opportunity to add to the score.
Well, if Annie's away, you are going to pay for that.
Yeah.
Whoa, I know. There was a clamour this morning to try and get hold of Annie. Because I'll hold the thought.
Ran in again. Oh, this one, Axar hasn't really played that very well. The ball's ballooned up off the pad. I think he came off bat first. Ben Duckett's got his arms raised as if ready to appeal, but nothing much was happening. Very peculiar field set by England. There was sort of a ring, and Axar has gone for it, and that's just missed Ben Stokes, I think, but it has gone all the way to the boundary.
Well, you knew it was close. Yes, the clamour was because we had Shelley and Kat, and it would have been lovely to have had an all-female team. But sadly, it wasn't to be this morning.
Thought of you ringing Annie at 5 o'clock in the morning to get her on. It's just not worth the agony.
No, I'm sure she'd deal with it with some grace. There are others in the guerrilla community who are less gracious when you ring them and wake them up.
I can imagine.
Even at 10 in the evening.
Or indeed any time of day. The bear if he's not in the mood.
That's not the truth. You are a very tolerant person, no matter what time you get called, Annie, I must admit.
Well, I know. I always work on the principle that at some time you're going to have to do it to someone else. You know?
yeah, that's a good way to work, I reckon.
Yeah, England obviously set a bit of a plan there for Axar, because the reaction by all of them, Rayhan and Ben Stokes, hands on head.
Shubman Gill, he'll have his highest score in mind, 128 against Australia at Ahmedabad last year in that drawn test, when all India needed was a draw, so they flattened the track for the last test.
Anyway, it's Bashir to continue. First ball of his new over. Shubman Gill again just presents a very flat bat to it, punches it back down the ground.
Moggs is straight out of Crompton.
Next ball of the over, and Shubman Gill's got himself in a bit of a funny position there, neither forward, neither back, and ends up just jabbing his bat at the ball outside off stump. Ends up about 2 yards in front of him when it finishes rolling. So
was that a Dennis Compton reference?
I presume so, unless he thought me appearing from the outer.
Yeah, could be.
Bashir in, and this one is just punched to short mid wicket. Again, no chance of a run. I thought Gill might sort of open up a little bit after he got to his century, but he's decided not to. They had a very, very, very straight, long on England. They're calling right back up into a much more standard and maybe even a sort of a shortish mid-on position. So one extreme almost to the other. Shubman Gill just looking around. Another fielder moving in behind square on the leg, standing next to the square leg umpire.
I mean, to be honest, attack is probably England's best hope, even if they bleed a few more runs.
And it's more enjoyable as well, isn't it?
Well,
quite
yes.
frankly. Keep the old grey cells ticking over.
So
Bashir finally to bowl the fourth ball of this over, which Gill has punched into the offside. The England fielder has misfielded. Is it Johnny Bairstow? It is. And that's allowed them to come back for the second. So 2 more onto the score, 2-11 for 4.
I think he had his mind on Yorkshire Pudding Day. But that's the sort of mistake when the game's going against you that can happen, isn't it? I mean, there's two things that just always come to pass, or so often come to pass. One is, if you nearly get a player 2 or 3 times, he's the one that's going to go on and get a big score.
Yep, and he's done exactly that. This ball is just punched away to cover point, no chance of a run.
And I certainly don't think you can blame England on the reviews there. I mean, the bat and pad was so close together that we all gave it as out.
Yep.
And indeed, the one that Jimmy got was umpire's call. If the umpire had given it out, he would have been out.
Oh, there's the big shout from the England players for a catch for LBW. All sorts of things going on.
Well, I think
Not
it was
LBW, sitting outside the line.
Yeah, I think they bat onto
pad.
pad.
Refer it anyway? Have they got any left? They've got 3 left, so they might.
Ben Stokes looks ridiculous. Oh, yes, they have done.
They have. They're going to send it up.
Oh, he's very cool about it. Or everything in his body language suggested he wouldn't, but it was a sort of. I guess it was a might as well.
So he was batting Gill, wasn't it? Tried a reverse sweep, and it didn't come off. Hit his pad, ballooned in the air. Ben Folkes jogged around, took the catch, went up for the appeal. So there's quite a lot of things going on here.
If he'd got a bottom edge onto his pad or a glove onto his pad, then I suppose there's a possibility. Didn't look like it though, did it? I would have had it hitting outside the line of the off stump.
It might be closer than we thought, actually. It's pitched. Yeah, it's off the back of the glove, I think.
Yeah, how much
it's
of
not hit the bat?
No, it's definitely back of glove.
Ooh. Yeah, back of glove.
But then that counts as part of the bat, doesn't it?
Yep.
Unless his hand is off the bat, which it isn't.
No, both hands firmly on.
I think he's not going to pass his highest test score. I think he may be in trouble here.
And actually, it was a much closer LBW as well. It was, it pitched, I think, just in line. Just watching. Oh, there's a minute spike.
No, but that was he hit the ground, I think, with a bat.
And then it goes clunk. That's definitely on the glove.
Yep, that's out.
And I think he's walking already. So, yep, Gill's seen enough.
And a wicket for Shoaib Bashir. Well bowled him.
Yep, they haven't given the decision yet, but Shubman Gill is strolling off. Yeah.
I think he feels his job is done.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep. Confirmation from the umpire. Up goes the finger. India 211 for 5 at the end of the 56 over. End of a fine innings from Shubman Gill, 104 off 147 balls at a strike rate of 71.
Well, that is well done by Shoaib Bashir. Although our on-screen stats don't necessarily possibly flatter him. They show him as having 1 for 19 for some strange reason, when I think he's got 1 for 53 or something like that.
Yeah, he was certainly 0 for 49 a while ago.
1 for 56. 1 for 56. He's got. So Mog, you may be able to refute this, Tony. You are the only one of us who's actually been to visit Mog in Melbourne.
Yeah.
He says, I try to answer all phone calls with fuck off. I'm sure he can do that.
Well, yeah. No. Well, that's. I did, funny enough, I didn't phone him. I think I communicated entirely by message until the point at which
well, the new batsman is
he
the
hoved
wicketkeeper.
into my view.
The new batsman is the wicketkeeper Bharat, and here was his jingle. Do you want to do the swap? One more over.
Kieran Roseblake says there is only one thing to do if India declare with a 450 lead. Go to the hardest, maddest baseball mode anyone has ever seen. I'd rather be all out for 90 and try and chase than limp to 250. That's very Dave Barrett.
Well,
spot on, Kieran, says Brown in Brisbane. England wouldn't last trying to bat out time on this wicket. Get the bear on air. I want swear words and hangover pain, says Kieran.
So Rehan is
definitely
going
got a
to
day off
continue his 14th over.
For not good behaviour.
Has Bear got a day off?
Yeah.
Yeah, good lad.
Yeah.
Well, he's hung over at the moment.
He's been drinking in Brighton.
That's dangerous.
A 50th birthday party last night.
Oh, right. It's not his 50th, was it?
No. That's come and gone, I think.
You said that with a bit of thrill there, I thought, Tony.
He's looking back at that.
So Rehan to bowl to Axar, 38 not out at the moment, batted very comfortably, just jabs into the leg side, just in front of square on the leg side, gives them an opportunity to take a run. Yeah, the reverse sweep did for Mr. Gill. Yeah, Glenn Folks was busy appealing for the LBW and then realised there was a chance to catch the ball. Fortunately, he did.
Well, it's well done. Good for Shoaib Bashir. He's not been absolutely mullered away, has he? He's shown some control, possibly more than Hartley has this morning.
I think that's true, yeah. Kieran Roseblade says, on the subject of calling people, can we give Brody a call? Bring him back with the offer of a nice pie, sweet or savoury. He's very comfortable where he is, I suspect.
Rehan jogs in.
Bloody work.
Turns the arm over. It's quite a fast movement he has, and that's just prodded away Barrett's first ball. That's a good catch. Oh, Mr. Stokes.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal catch.
Just watching a replay of the Gill dismissal as well. Taking a long time between balls here. Rehan in again. This is outside off stump. Barrett jabs it away slightly behind square on the offside. And at sort of a wideish second slip dives, try to stop it. Fails, but doesn't pierce the England fielding, so another dot ball. Rehan in again. This one's much more floated. And he's only half stopped that, and that's given Barrett a chance to take the single, get off the mark. India move on to 213 for 5. The lead is up to 356, which I think our belief is that's quite comfortable.
Well, yeah, with the caveat that you
Proviso.
just never know with this England.
Right, well, that's an awful ball. He's tried to bowl a faster ball. He's ended up long hopping it, and it's just been helped round the corner and sent for one of these.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Yeah, I think if England were to start chasing 360 now, it might actually be interesting, but give them another 100 chase, it's going to be very, very dire.
Axon almost took Ben Folks' head off with his bat and his follow through there. This one's a much better ball outside off stump. Comes back in, slight bit of turn to the left-handed Axar, punches it into the offside. Cover comes in off the boundary fields. That is the end of the 57th over. India 218 for 5. The lead up to 361. I shall say goodbye to all.
Thank you, Steve. Always a delight to see you.
I'll do a couple of messages
you do
while Jason's coming in. Classic Hindi Songs and Sports says, Dad and me listening. Dad says, England will hard on second innings. I said, Dad, it's go hard. Kieran Roseblade says the legal retirement age is something like 66, isn't it? At least Jimmy is honouring that.
67
the rest of
now.
These jobbos need to be reported to HM Work and Pensions Officer for stern talking to. Dear, but they're legends now. They can play Legends League or some bullshit like that. Okay, I shall catch you fellas after tea. We're up to date on YouTube. I think there is one on Twitter from Farong for you.
In comes
Jason.
Bashir. Forward comes Aksar. Defends back to the bowler. There's no run. And I am delighted to welcome back David Brooke. Hello,
Good day,
David.
Tony. Good day, everyone.
Did you notice you got a courteous little text from me, just to say good morning, just to make sure you were with us?
Little alarm call.
Gentle little alarm text. Yep.
Yeah.
That one
No,
went to the offside.
Yeah, no, I had the full alarm system in place. I've actually watched quite a bit of the first session.
Excellent. Well, you've seen some fascinating cricket, but you've seen it go ever more in India's favour after an extremely encouraging start for England, as this one's whipped away out towards Johnny Bairstow, who was at mid-on.
Yes, I think that's right, Tony. That, as I say, it was a lot of encouragement from that Anderson. Anderson dispatched the opener so quickly, and but Gill has played beautifully, hasn't played beautifully, and I think it's taken the match out of reach. But as you say, you can't write England off any stage. They'll chase any target, but I don't see a declaration coming anytime soon. It's going to be surely out.
89 for 1 is what they've achieved so far in this afternoon session. Just that one wicket of Shubman Gill, caught behind off a glove attempting to sweep by Ben Foakes. In fact, everyone was appealing for LBW at the time. Bashir is in. KS Bharat is forward, pushes it into the onside. There is no run. England started today, or India started today, 28 without loss. By lunch, they were 130 for 4. 2 very early wickets to Jimmy Anderson. And we're watching that wicket again. But since then, they've manoeuvred themselves in a position of huge control as KS Bharat steps back, angles the bat, pushes it out into the onside down towards mid-wicket, and they will take another single. So 2 off this Bashir over.
Yeah, you don't see any of these spinners, England spinners, really rush. Getting through the Indian batting in quick order.
No. The Joe Root is a big loss, and you realise that when he's not there.
Yes.
As forward comes Aksar, there is no run. 220 for 5. David, I was thinking perhaps that they've realised that the ship has sailed. India will get what they get. Bringing Rooty on now doesn't make too much sense. Try and leave him as long as possible. He'll be more needed for his batting. Do you think there's a bit of that mentality now with his injury?
Yeah, I'm sure there is. There doesn't seem. Yeah, there's no point in bringing him on now, is there? But it is the inexperience of the England spinners that I think has been showing through a bit, in the sense that there hasn't been that concerted pressure, prodigious spin and bounce. I wouldn't say any of the England spinners put India under sustained pressure.
Jace.
From says, genuine report from BRU in relation to Root. He's possibly rooted when it comes to his turn to bat. Yes, we think that's probably the case. Little Pinky is fractured, stroke dislocated.
Oh no, that's not great. Rayan Ahmed in onto the back foot goes Bharat. Out towards mid-off, there is no run.
And Genro says, hey Gorillas.
Hello, Jen.
I just found out I cannot add cricket fixtures to Google. Can I? Yes, you can. I'm sure you can.
Floated up into middle stump. Rinse and repeat to mid-off. Again, no run.
I am a touch upset. How are you? We're all fine. Well, we're sleep deprived, but fine.
Yeah, I think so. I managed to get a few Zeds knocked out. As forward comes Bharat.
Some of them in the green room, in fact.
Rayan, indeed. Rayan fields off his own bowling on that occasion.
What was that god-awful tune that you were woken up by?
I think it was Tush, ZZ Top. And this one's once again defended. Good over this from Rayan Ahmed.
That's your wake-up music, is it, Tony?
No, not always, but
Oh.
for some reason this particular time it was, yes. Well, as I wait, this one forces Barat onto the back foot. He defends. My text message alarm is a sort of sound of a very well-spoken butler saying, "I believe someone is trying to contact you telephonically. Shall I ask them to fuck off?"
Oh, I haven't got into the text message alarm.
Yeah. As this one again is defended. And it's a good, tight maiden over. 59th of the innings, 220 for 5. Well bowled, Rayan Ahmed. It's very difficult, of course, if you're on a train because you scramble to try and stop it before the swearing occurs. Sometimes I'm successful, sometimes I'm not. Jason.
Our own David Barrett says everything is going completely to plan. 450 in the fifth innings. Fourth innings, no problem. Go harder! Exclamation mark. And on YouTube we've got messages saying, "Isn't it ZZ Top in UK?" No, it's ZZ Top. It's always been ZZ Top.
ZZ Top.
Yeah.
And disinterested Hamjob says, "I note in the broadcast comms box there's a man acting as a buffer between KP and Harsha." Yes, it's Dinesh Karthik.
Yes. It was, all
the very erudite and very suave Dinesh Karthik.
He is, isn't he? Yeah, he likes to dress to impress. 224.5. India are certainly impressing enough here to build this commanding lead. They will get past the highest ever successful chase achieved in India, almost certainly. Which David will instantly tell us is
387.
387. You're absolutely right. This one's defended by Axar.
Just beat me
off the
to it
bowling
there,
of Bashir.
That's the Sachin Tendulkar decided he was going to slam a century in 2012.
2008, but Chennai.
Yeah.
You're in the right sort of ballpark.
That might have been Wheelie
Hartley.
Bin's last test.
Back foot defence by Axar, who's on 45.
These records are there to be broken.
Well, they are. West Indies have the other second one, David. You'll be...
Yes, 427, I think it was in Australia.
Oh, no, I'm looking at in India.
In India.
276 in Delhi in 1987, defended by Axar Patel. So that's a big gap. That's a 287, 276. That's a gap of over 100 between the first and second. England's highest, well, that's
241 for 4.
207 in 1972.
So we'll have to see another 100 gap for
Yeah.
England to pull this off.
So yeah, you wonder if 400 might be the magic number for India, with a thought of they want to get at England tonight. On the other side of it, the day, the pitch, they've still got 2 full days, and it'll be another day older come tomorrow, won't it?
Indeed.
Bashir's past the outside edge of the left-hander. Arms go up, and it's Tom Hartley, I beg his pardon, the left-hander. So
yeah, with so much time left in the match,
misleading you there.
Yeah, sorry, Tony. With so much time left in the match, I feel that India will bat as long as they can.
Yeah.
And the pitch hasn't really started to play up yet. It's starting to take more turn, but not quickly, and not variable bounce yet.
90 runs in this session now, just the 1 wicket as taken by Bashir to get rid of the Centurion Shubman Gill. That's defended into the offside by Axar from Hartley. No run. He's very much the all-rounder, isn't he, Axar?
Well, he's been very solid, hasn't he? Today, just playing the supporting role to Gill, and now, well, I mean, Stokes was bringing the field in and tempting him to go big, and he did go big against Rian in that last over, a couple of overs ago. But otherwise, he's been very, very calm, please.
That is a huge shout by Ben Folkes. I don't know anyone else was quite so interested.
That kept very low, didn't it?
It did keep low, yeah. Stokes has said, well, why don't we? He's got 3 reviews remaining, even the one, he hasn't burnt one yet, on the basis that an umpire's call and the other's correct. So 220 for 5. Have England got their man? Has Hartley got his man? The man in question is Axar Patel. There's slaps on the back for Hartley. The ball pitches in line, straightens. I think that's bang
out.
in front.
That's out unless he gets an edge.
Unless there's some inside edge there, and he is playing across the line. He seemed to think it doesn't look like an edge. No, that to me looks out, David.
Certainly does, yeah. Just a question whether it's umpire's call clipping leg or
I think that's slamming into leg. I don't think it's clipping. I think it's hitting leg flush.
Yeah.
It kept so low. I was wondering why the umpire didn't give it out originally.
Well, it pitches in line. The impact's in line. It's slapping between middle and leg to a left-hander. And there is Gaffers, I'm afraid, has to put the sign of the St Andrew's cross over his chest, raise his finger, and Axar will depart. He will not make his 50, and Hartley has his wicket.
The crowd says, you're out.
Yeah, Axar Patel will be disappointed by that because he's probably wanted to make that number 6 position his own. Otherwise, he might have to swap with Barat. I mean, it looked like a 50 was on the cards for him, but decent enough innings, and he supported Gill really well.
Yeah, you do wonder about that. I mean, Axar is always going to be the third spinner in a group of Ashwin and Jadeja and him.
Well, he made 44 in the last test, didn't he?
Mm.
And he made 44 and 17. He's made 45 here. I'd say that's they're without being massive contributions. They're
useful contributions.
Useful contributions, aren't they? Yeah, I think his place is safe. I cut you off then, Jim. Sorry, you were about to say something.
No, I'm just about to go into the tweets before we get someone in.
It's 220 for 6. It's going to be
says,
Ashwin.
that was as plumb as a plum tree. What was the umpire watching?
Well, we all thought so.
Homeboy Nuevo says, this is all part of Stokes' plan. He wants to get India as high as they can and then break all records chasing it, thus crushing India's morale for the next 3 tests, ensuring gold statues are erected in his honour. That would be nice, but
very jovial conversation going on between Ben Stokes and Marais Erasmus.
Anyway, we have a new batsman, and it is this bloke.
Pitches are all brown, the pitches are all brown. The selector's hair's gone grey. Selector's hair's gone grey. Waiting for a bat. Waiting for a bat. Quite late on the second day. Quite late on the second day. Trying to find a shot. Trying to find a shot. That it's safe to play. That it's safe to play. Ravichandran Ashwin. Ravichandran Ashwin. Turning on the second day.
Well, it is Ravichandran Ashwin. He's not going to be facing though, because that was the last ball of Hartley's over. So it's Shrikanta Bharat who is going to face, and he defends. Rayan Ahmed jogs forward to field off his own bowling. Yeah, when you watch the replay, you have to assume the only thing that Gaffers could have seen. We'll just wait as that one is defended again to mid-off. Jimmy Anderson is who puts in a dive. The only thing that umpire Gaffney could have thought is that he got the edge when he swept, because it looked bang centre of the wicket. There was no doubt where it pitched, and it didn't get up. That one again is defended. There is no run. Good probing stuff from Rayan Ahmed here. He has the slip. He has 3 men on the leg side. He's got a sort of a shortish third man or deep backward point cover and an extra cover. And there's a man coming shorter at square leg, sort of between the square leg umpire and the boundary, really. That's away into the offside. There is no run. There's also a mid-wicket and a mid-on. on that onside. On the off. In skips Rehan Ahmed. That does hurry through. Worked off his legs by KS Barat towards square leg, but hurried him a little bit, David.
Yeah, it's not been. He hasn't been unduly threatening in this spell, but the occasional good one. And well, Barat never looks very confident when he first comes in, does he?
No, he doesn't. 363, the Indian lead. He defends here. A little bit of football, I think, by, was that Ollie Pope?
Of course, Barrett yet to score a 50 in Test cricket, of course, so there's an opportunity for him today. Ashwin, we expect him to go for his shots, I guess.
Yeah, it didn't have a massively successful time with the bat. 1 and 28 he made in Hyderabad.
Well, he was sold down the river in one of those, wasn't he?
He was run out, wasn't he? Yeah, he was run out by combination of
Hartley
and
ran
Foakes.
himself out, running down the wicket and walking past the ball to be stumped.
And then he was looking for quick runs, I think, wasn't he, to try and when he was running out of partners and got himself stumped. So run out and stumped is not, there's some consistency there, I suppose. High score of 124, remember. Don't think he's going to have the time to get himself past that. That was against the West Indies in Kolkata, 2013. I'm just looking for his highest score against England. I'll let you know that in a minute.
I think
it's
he's
going to be
got one of his
Hartley
tons against
to bowl.
England.
Yeah. Highest score 106 in Chennai in 2021. That one, a shout from Foakes, but I think he probably got some bat on that. It's away round the corner. Crawley goes herring off after it with those long legs of his, given as leg byes by umpire Gaffney. 2 more to the score. 222 for 6, the lead 365. Yeah, highest score 2021 was 106 against England. India, of course, won that by an innings and I think 317 runs. Defended stoutly by R. Ashwin.
On a knife edge, that match.
What, the innings and 300 runs, yeah.
Is that the second worst defeat of England ever?
I think it may have been. I think it could well have been. Around the wicket comes Hartley. Forward comes Ashwin, a big front leg. Gets everything tucked in behind it. Adjusts his helmet and visor. And immediately gets himself ready to face again, because you don't get a lot of time in Hartley overs to recollect yourself. Defends this into the onside. Was looking for a single. No, said KS. You stay where you are. It was tickled
Probably
away
not,
square
no,
on the
I
onside.
do not want to get run out again.
Yeah.
He's been to the Inzamam Huck school of
Steve Waugh school.
Dodgy running. Or Steve Waugh, is it? The Huck War school, we'll call it that.
Well, Steve Waugh was the ultimate survivor in situations where people are going to get run out. I think of 27 times, and he survived 23 times.
In comes Hartley. Forward comes Ashwin. Stokes has positioned himself at very short mid-off. Almost as if he's there just to collect the ball and just as to save the bowler having to bowl down to do it. Flips it back to to Hartley, and he'll be coming in again. Or he will be. There's a moment's delay. Maybe England have made an adjustment. We haven't been able to see what it is. They pushed.
It's a funky fielding.
Well, they pushed a very short, wide-ish mid-on, which is Johnny Bairstow, and it does go towards him on the bounce. But Hartley goes off to field off his own bowling anyway. It's the end of the 62nd over. It's 222 for 6, 365. That what's the word I'm looking for? Imposing Indian lead.
Disinterested hand job on YouTube says, "How was that elbow not given by the umpire?" Question mark.
Well, that's what we were questioning.
He also says, "Given what your optimism, should I advise you on availability for day 5, Tony?"
Mog, absolutely, please do. And indeed for the 4th test, if you would be so kind.
And Kieran Roseblade says, "I think England could chase a 400, Not always, and not on every pitch, but I think it's possible. I think it's possible as well, but I don't think it's possible necessarily in this pitch on this tour.
Well, it's all conjecture
in this test
until it actually has come to pass or not. This England team has a way of surprising you as a forward comes Barat and defended. Although, David, as surprises go, were they to pull it off, you'd have to say it would be one of the largest ever, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be a case of lightning striking twice. I mean, I know England pulled off some great victories under Stokes.
As that one is steered really to Lawrence, who's at shortish cover. He'll be on for Joe Root.
Is there a question mark over whether Joe Root will bat, do you think?
Well, I think there must be. And that's a big, huge shout. Ahmed is imploring Moraes Erasmus. Pretty sure everyone. Ben Stokes is literally doing a count. Who's up for it? Yes. He counts them off. 1, 2, 3, 4, and having got four players all went. That's out. Skip.
Well, yeah.
He makes the sign.
It was the googly, and it did turn quite a lot. I thought it hit him in line with off stump. I'm just wondering whether it's done too much and actually going to miss the leg stump.
Yeah,
but we'll have to wait and see.
And looked pretty straight.
It was certainly the googly. Let's have a look. It pitches to me just outside of off. Comes back in. There isn't an inside edge.
You could be right, Jace. Yeah, it might just have done too much, but it could be umpire's call, clipping the list.
It wasn't what you'd call a ripping googly, but there's sufficient movement on it. There's no bat whatsoever.
Oh, his googly turns far more than his leg break.
Yeah, that possibly is true.
It's a real genuine surprise weapon.
Well, when you look at the way the leg is angled, though, you could be right.
Here we go.
Pitches outside off, impact in line, missing leg stump. And Jason's eyes and vision, absolutely 2020. Less so me.
You're saying I've got normal vision? Thank you very much.
No, I said better than normal. I was complimenting your vision. Or I was definitely saying it was better than mine, which isn't necessarily a compliment.
Well, I have to have an eye test soon, so we'll soon find out how good my eyes are.
Well, maybe that's what they should do, just get you to look at a whole load of reviews. As this is forward and defended. Wouldn't that be a great way? My optician is a huge cricket fan. He's got a big picture of Lords in his optician's, what do they studio? Surgery? What do they call an optician's room?
Consulting room.
Consulting room, that would do it. This is defended from outside of his leg stump by KS Barat, back to Rayan Ahmed. So we always have a good cricket conversation.
It'd be a great way of testing your eyesight, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be brilliant. As this one is away, backward a point. So Joel, was that out when you look at it like this, and then you cover up the other? I go, so Joel, was it out when you look at it like this? And you go, I don't know.
I can't tell you. I'm blind legally.
Well, there's a reason why Specsavers sponsor the umpires, isn't there?
Well, there is. 222 for 6. 63 overs completed. 365 runs the lead. Jason.
Who's it? That is... can't read the name, but they're available for possible day 5, Tony. We'll have to get back to you for the 4th test.
Oh, is it Mog?
I think so, yeah.
Would it be a Mr. Handjob?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, Mr. Handjob, your availability is noted and will be entered into the appropriate Bishop spreadsheet.
And we're all quiet on the X front at the moment.
Round the wicket comes Hartley. Slip in place. Forward comes Ashwin. No run.
Interesting game developing in Sydney. West Indies 65 for 3, chasing 259 victory. They need 194 off 33 overs. In, as Messrs was saying, it should have been the 3rd test, this holiday ODI series.
We've all said that, as that one is worked into the onside. And they'll take a single, so the scoring rate has slowed down quite dramatically since the departure of Schubbers?
I think my guess of about an hour to 75 minutes of play for England after tea is probably on the money now.
Defended by KS Barat. Back to Tom Hartley. No run. 223 for 6.
This reminds me of the partnership between Ashwin and Barrett in the unsuccessful India fourth innings in the last test, where they batted a long time without going anywhere. And you think this time surely Ashwin's going to play a few shots any moment now.
Bowling from the Vizag end is 6'4" Tom Hartley. We were having a discussion about release points earlier today, David. The two 6'4" bowlers. It was two West Indians that have actually the two higher release points. As this one is away into the offside. You'll know who I'm talking about, I'm sure.
What, in history? You mean people like Suleiman Ben?
Yeah. Yeah, Suleiman Ben was one of them, and Raheem Cornwall the other. Raheem Cornwall was high. It was a table that published in the Times. I'll wait. That one's uppish, but I think on the bounce. Hartley dives to his right. He can't get there. Johnny Bairstow is after it. And the second he realises he's not in with a chance, he's very quick to put on the brakes. And it is 4 runs through a very well executed on drive.
Yeah, if he gets past anybody on this outfield, it's hard to reel it in. It has cleaned up an awful lot.
It was they called it was selected spin bowlers, but Suleiman Ben had a release point of 2.45. This is defended back to the bowler by Barat. 2.45 metres.
Running through treacle trying to
it was, yeah. And I think that's it for that session. Yes, it is. India have extended that lead to 370, 227 for 6. They started the session on 130 for 4, so they've lost 2 wickets but scored 97 runs in 29 overs. The 2 wickets to fall were Shubman Gill finally caught attempting to sweep, popped up in the air. There was no just off the glove indeed. And, originally England were appealing for a LBW, I think, but Ben Folkes held the catch firmly enough. And they've lost Axar Patel, who was LBW to Tom Hartley, again on review. But we all gave it, and out he was. So there we go. 227 for 6 at T, 370 the lead. David, your final thoughts?
Well, I mean, great innings from Shubman Gill. I mean, that's cemented his place in the team, which all India fans would be delighted with. These cricket fans are such a great player to watch, and I think surely it's put this out of reach for England. I mean, you've still got Barrett and Ashwin there to pick up over tea if they extend the lead over 400. With Bumrah, you've got 3 spinners. They're going to be more threatening than England's 3 spinners, so you'd have to say that England have got it all to do up against it. Pick of the bowlers in that session, would you say that? I mean, Rian bowled mixture, occasionally looking good. The most consistent has probably been Bashir, 1 for 58 and 15. Partly picking up that wicket, 2 for 71, but India with a lead of 370. It's what was the word you said? Imposing.
I got there in the end. Yeah.
Yes.
I had 2 or 3 goes trying to remember which word I actually wanted, but imposing was the word, I think, in the end. Yeah.
I remember being on commentary with you in the last test when Pope was on 80 and Folkes was with him, and we were virtually written off in that point. So one has to stop short of making any predictions.
Indeed. No, you're right to be cautious. Well, thank you, David. As ever, a delight. Jason, any final messages before we head off for tea?
We've had one from Leia on X, who says that Beschwertes kurzes Bein, German for silly short leg, which is what I was trying to read on YouTube, is actually me. No, talking about availability for the day 5 and availability for 4th test.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
And with that, we will go back to the No Surrender Percy Fender podcast for 10-15 minutes, and we'll see you.
There's enough of it to last. I can tell you that in its 2 episodes of about an hour each. But it was such a great story. See you later.
Yep.
You wouldn't block the pores on your face, so why block your armpits? It's good to sweat naturally. Say goodbye to antiperspirants. Make the switch to Bionson. It's a deodorant that allows your body to perspire naturally, meaning no more blocked pores, no more parabens, and no more aluminium. In fact, nothing for all-day freshness. Go ahead, let's sweat the small stuff. All armpits, all day, all fresh. Bionson.
This episode is brought to you by Shopify. Looking to start a side hustle or become your own boss? Do it with Shopify. Whether you're selling succulents or stilettos, Shopify has the industry-leading tools to help you create, control, and grow your own business. So get serious about selling and get Shopify today. Sign up for a £1 per month trial period at shopify.co.uk/special offer, all lowercase. That's shopify.co.uk/special offer.
Ever since I was a child, people said my family was cursed.
I don't believe in curses.
Critics are calling The Iron Claw a masterpiece.
The greatest family in wrestling!
Based on the unbelievable true story, Zac Efron gives the performance of a lifetime.
It's too tough on us.
That's pressure!
An epic and gripping drama. Zac Efron, Jeremy Allen White, Harris Dickinson, and Lily James. The Iron Claw in cinemas February 9.
No surrender, Percy Fender. No surrender, Percy Fender. No surrender, Percy Fender. No surrender, Percy Fender. Guerrilla Cricket.
Welcome to part 2 of our exploration of the extraordinary life of Percy George Herbert Fender. I'm with Dan Norcross, John Surtees of Surrey, and very importantly, Guy and Nick, Percy's 2 grandsons. Dan, you had a particular question you wanted to ask.
Well, yes, I want to understand, in his personal life, did he come across as a man who challenged authority or laughed at authority? Because it seems to me that he actually derives quite a bit of pleasure out of being a bit naughty. And was he like that as a grandfather? Did he sort of encourage you to be a bit, challenging of authority and ask questions all the time?
Not to me, no. He was very. I think he sort of wanted to lead by example and respect your parents and do your very best. Basically, he was really encouraging, and he didn't say, to me or Nick, just because we weren't outstanding cricketers, this is something that you should try to pursue. He was open to our strength and encouraging in our endeavours. And yeah, Nick had some cricketing talent, and I'm sure because he was close to him in his teenage years, they had a strong bond in that respect. But I lived quite a way away, and so the relationship was more distant in latter years, although he did actually die in Exeter, which is where I was based. And he was always generous. I mean, one of the things, he was always generous, and I think that's the most important thing. And he encouraged adventure. So for me, in my early years, and I'd go and visit him in London on the number 16 bus, get off at Park Lane, he'd give me a 5-shilling note and say, take yourself off to London Zoo, get yourself there and tell me all about it. So there I was 8 or 9, and then I go off down to South Audley Street, and I just took him at his word, and he made me feel brave, and that was really great. I went to London Zoo. I got into the zoo, had a wonderful time on my own, and then I realised I didn't have enough money to get back. And so I walked around in a circle of Regent's Park. A policeman stopped me. He didn't stop me. He said, "Are you all right, son?" I said, "Yeah, I think so." And I just knew that my grandfather was waiting for me. And I walked all the way back across Oxford Street through Mayfair, South Audley Street, into Balfour Mews, and he wanted to hear all about it. And I think he was delighted that I'd overcome adversity at 8 or 9. And I think that was him. He was saying, he didn't say go and find a challenge. He actually kind of set me up for one. And that really stuck in my mind. And I felt great, because of course it was probably irresponsible. Thinking about it now, I wouldn't have put my 8-year-old on a trip like that. So, I don't know quite how to qualify it, but he was loving in his way. He was a distant, patriarchal type figure, but not arrogant. He didn't, he tried to set an example, but also set you a little challenge. And, he always remembered our birthdays, and that was wonderful.
Fantastic.
That was absolutely spellbinding. What an amazing thing. I mean, that is just, for me, just so instructive about the man that I've read about and learnt about. That's what an incredible story. What year was that going to be then? Just so I can picture them.
That was being 69.
69.
68, 69.
The summer of love.
Yeah, absolutely.
And trips to London Zoo.
A buzz. Yeah, it was wonderful. He used to, if I stayed the night, which I often did, a Saturday night, we'd have supper together. He'd put me to bed, and having watched Mick McManus wrestle on the black and white TV on Saturday afternoon, and he'd go off to Park Lane and play bridge. That would be his evening. But he'd leave me on my own, and that was fine. I was in bed, and then we'd have breakfast in the morning that the housekeeper had laid out. So he's kind of trusted me, I guess. But also, this was normal. But his normal as a solitary person living on his own, he did marry a second time briefly, and that didn't work out at all. So I think it must have been quite a difficult life. He lived above the shop in this Mews house where his office was, and my father worked for quite a few years until they moved to Devon. There was a wine cellar below, and more interestingly, the man that he employed to be his cellarman was someone who'd been invalided out of the trenches in the First World War, really couldn't do anything because his lungs had been damaged from gas attack. And he kept him on and on, even though the wine bottling that was needed became less and less. He sold, he was really ahead of his time in that respect, because he had the majestic warehouse approach. He sold by the dozen, in quantity, to his business and friend contacts through the sport, of course. And people might not have liked that, but he was very successful. But he had that business model which was very advanced for its time.
Well, let's move on and get to probably the central part
Can I have one more question, please? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm fascinated. So the late 1960s, early 1970s were another not good period for Surrey cricket. We won the title in 71 under Mickey Stewart, but financially the club was in ruins in the early 1970s. To the extent that the Who played at the ground in 1971, and Frank Zappa and Emerson, Lake and Palmer in 1972. They were really stretching the commercial abilities of what they could do at the Oval. What do you know anything? I know you were young then, but what was Fender's relationship with the club like then in those days, and with the Oval? What was your grandfather's relationship there? Was he there a lot? Was he consulted? Did they use him at all, or was he sort of estranged a little bit?
I don't know, actually. I was still at school in London, but I didn't have any insight into what his relationship. Well, he had so many friends and so many contacts and a busy life, and he was totally absorbed by sport. And when he stopped being able to see cricket on television or in the flesh, he would listen to the television because the commentary was so much better than the radio. And it was on the whole time. So he was completely, absolutely full on. And his memory was great, right into his late 80s. His diction became slower, but he had an acute memory for recalling events in the past, making comparisons. And I really wasn't equipped to interrogate that intellect, unfortunately, as a young teenager. In my 20s, I actually tried to interview him with a friend of mine who originally came from Pakistan, who's a cricketing nut, and we had a very wide-ranging discussion about many things that have actually gone into in more detail in Richard Streeton's book. But he was very willing to talk and be recorded. So I was just constantly amazed that he was a man from a bygone era, which is actually, it's only 100 years ago. But at that time, it was 50 years. It was recent memory for him. He was fully engaged in the game.
One thing that fascinated me as I was researching his story was the famous mathematician G.H. Hardy. Was clearly something I'd admire, and Hardy came up.
This is amazing.
With 3 cricket teams that he'd selected, and he put them all down on a piece of paper with these 3 teams, and they're obviously 33 slots. 6 were filled up by God, 2 each for God the Father, the Son, and the God the Holy Ghost. Barring Jack Hobbs, Percy was the only cricketer to make it into those teams. In fact, he was in it twice. Compared to Jack Hobbs once. Basically, he got to captain God, Moses, David, Albert Einstein, Benjamin Disraeli, and a bunch of others in his team.
So can I add? There were 3 teams here. There were three captains selected. Each team had a captain. The captain of Team 1, who had the privilege of leading the likes of Hobbes, Archimedes, Shakespeare, Michelangelo, Plato, Beethoven, Cleopatra, Christ J. Amazingly as well, Jack Johnson. Their leader was Napoleon Bonaparte.
There you go.
Team 2, who had the honour of leading a team including David, Albert Einstein. Fender made it into this team as well, but not as captain, and many others. God, the Holy Ghost was playing in this team, so they probably had an advantage. The captain of that team was Disraeli. And then the third team, again including Einstein, but also Spinoza. You had de Rothschild. Moses made his way into this team. David also named. Disraeli also made it. That was Fender's team. And I mean, speaking as someone who does enjoy sitting in a pub and creating cricket teams out of people that have no business to be in cricket teams.
When he's not creating mathematical formula on his blackboard. Yeah.
It's an amazing thing. So yeah, Fender is captaining alongside Benjamin Disraeli and Napoleon Bonaparte.
That's not bad company at all. Let's go on to the in some ways the central piece of our discussion, really, and that's Percy's relationship with Bodyline. Now, he'd played Australia in the early 20s. Bradman wasn't there. That was famously an occasion where the crowd was singing "Go Home Fender, Go Home Fender." He turned around and conducted them while he was doing it. There's Percy the entertainer.
Which again is something that happens semi-frequently now, but didn't happen for about 70 years in the interim period.
But in the crowd that day was a young Don Bradman, and their paths would most certainly cross again. Obviously, he covered the 28-29 series as a journalist, so he saw Bradman close up. And then, having watched Bradman at the Oval, he did score 232, but he noticed, did Percy, that there was something in the hostile pace and bounce of Harold Larwood.
It's the perfect opposite of taking the positives, isn't it?
Yeah, that did trouble the great Don. So Dan, there was much more intrigue to the story than just an observation of how the Don played short pitch bowling, wasn't there?
Well, yeah. I mean, the part of it is back to video again, isn't it? And being way ahead of your time and analysing, going into proper depths and using technology to try to understand how you're going to bring down Bradman. The context you put there perfectly. He didn't rate Bradman when he first saw him. Then he had to eat his words when he scored 974 in 7 innings and realised that cricket played the way England were playing it was just going to result in the same thing happening over and over again. So he wasn't prepared to let that happen. And so, I mean, often it's downplayed, or he has downplayed his role, I think, in the past. But between he and Arthur Carr and Douglas Jardine obviously playing with him at Surrey, they concoct this method. They have this revelation. I think that's a better way of putting it. A revelation that against hostile, fast, short pitch bowling, Bradman just occasionally flinched. And it's only tiny, isn't it? It's like there's just this notice of the back foot slightly moving away to leg, and then from that point on, they set themselves a task of taking down Bradman, because if you can take down Bradman, then suddenly you equalise the terms of engagement. And the fact that he was thinking like that is that's what's most intriguing, actually, is because every other part of English cricket is slightly stultified. You made reference earlier to JWHT Douglas and how Fender clearly has, he's very gracious about what a good player he is, but he does labour the point that he was very rigid in his thinking and had decided that you can't use slow bowlers in Australia. And Fender was never prepared to just, it seems, have these rigid views. So then he sets about finding out information about Australian pitches and how people are bowling at Bradman, and apparently starts to get intelligence coming back from Australian journalists, which they've kept very quiet about, haven't they, over all these years?
Well, a central part of the mystery we all want to know is who were the two journalists. But sadly, the truth for that is lost somewhere in papers in the archives that were destroyed in what Percy called Hitler's War. Which I suppose it was, which is rather sad.
That is a shame. But the fact that he was prepared to go to those lengths, and obviously had relations with people because he was a journalist himself and he'd been out there in 28, 29, so he'll have developed relations with other journalists. It just goes to show outside the box thinking, doesn't it? And then to have the courage to implement it. I get the feeling that the more you realise about Percy, that I don't know whether it is so much courage, it's just that, well, it's an opportunity. This is the obvious thing to do. And the establishment is the thing that's holding everybody back, holding him back from being captain, and, for example, before that, and the relationship they then have with this method that works is to be sort of embarrassed about it. Plum Warner, of course, comes back into the story.
He does.
Because he's the manager of the Bodyline team. But I think Fender's pretty much unapologetic, isn't he, of the
Well, he is. No, and central to the auction is a letter that Percy typed on his typewriter, probably quite loudly, on the 25th of October 1983. And this is something that you can bid for. But here is a flavour of some of the things he says in that. He calls it the truth.
And we'll have to go back to that at the end in future days, because the players are coming back out now for the last session of day 3 at Vizag, and I've been rejoined by Nestle Boy, hopefully.
Hey, not Nestle Boy. I know we look exactly the same.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Messi. And for the first time today, not Fred Titmus.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hello, everybody.
So, Fred, your first thoughts on what has happened so far?
Well, probably be better to ask somebody who's watched what's happened so far. Well, actually, in this case, it's going to have to be Messi. Either that or do it yourself, Jace, because this is the first cricket I'm watching of the day.
Well, the players are coming out now. Stokes is leading him out and getting his hands ready to wrest the initiative back.
Well, that's exactly the issue. At the moment, I think India have become somewhat becalmed. They scored 22 runs after the last 10 overs. I think if they keep doing that, England's got a good chance of wrapping up this innings with a relatively fewer runs and maybe having a target of 400. I think India would serve themselves much better by becoming more aggressive here, hoping to bat for at least an hour and score 60 or 70 runs, set England 450 and put themselves in a very handy, even more handy position. But there was one thing of concern, I think, for England in that session. The ball that Hartley bowled to Akshar
that did grub.
was something of a shooter.
Yeah.
And if it's going to start doing that again, it's going to make it very, very hard for England when they bat.
Well, personally, I can't see the innings lasting for more than an hour. I think India will want to get England in at the tail end of this innings, tail end of the session, and have a go tonight and then again tomorrow morning. So possibly, 75 minutes I think is the most they will bat.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And try and make as much as they can in that time. Right, so Ahmed is going to resume his bowling. He's been trying to send down his fizzy, quite flat leg breaks and big turning googlies. And there's a fairly conventional field to start. There's even a short leg and a slip. And Ashwin's not ready. He settles down now. And the first ball is wide outside our stump. Ashwin places it with his hands, and that's out to the point, and there's no run.
With his hands?
Yeah,
Through the bat.
through the bat, with no footwork. With no footwork.
Yeah, it was a little bit aerial.
Ahmed in again. That's to Googly. That's same line coming in. Ashwin defends and focuses out quickly to stop any chance of a run into the wide vacant areas in the offside. And India has to remain on 227 for 6.
I mean, the short leg. Yes, India are 370 runs ahead and in a very strong position. But these are two new batsmen at the crease, or relatively new batsmen. Neither of them got to double figures as yet. So attacking is legitimate.
Flighted by Ahmed, and there's a good save there by Stokes, who's just moved from mid-off to mid-on. But Ashwin's taken a single in the meantime, bringing Barrett onto strike.
And feeling his shoulder after that fielding, which is, oddly enough, dangerous sign for India. There's a wounded Stokes.
Wounded Stokes is a dangerous animal, indeed.
Yeah, it was like Gordon Greenwich back in the day.
So India's lead.
You knew he was set for a ton.
Currently 3-7-1. Barrett at the crease. That's short, but it's mistimed by Barrett, and he's hit that straight to Stokes at mid-on.
Oh.
And that's a very soft dismissal. So Barrett has gone for 6. He's yet again failed to impress on his home ground, and he must trudge off now and think about what might have been.
Yeah, it was a poor ball. It was short, and he was looking to help himself through the leg side. Got it too high on the bat, and it just looped gently to mid-on.
Anyway, we should give him a send-off, so here's one.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
Well, that's a perfect start for England. And we now means that we are into definitely the tail, rather than the all-rounders part of the team.
Is not a complete mug, but after him there isn't much. It's fair to say.
Kuldeep certainly hung around for a long time in the first innings without really scoring too many runs.
Well, Barrett, I mean, what did he make? 7 off 28, was it? Something fairly unimpressive.
Anyway, here's his jingle whilst we're waiting.
I thought that Kuldeep was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that your death is my addiction, I've thrown all that Virat junk away.
I think the Indian side will be worried more about Kuldeep with his left arm wrist spin for the 4th innings rather than his batting. But he is a left-hander, and there's very much an attacking field coming in now. 2 slips and a short mid-off. That's on the pads. Stokes is getting out quickly on the leg side as it's dinked away, but he manages to stop the single, keeping Kuldeep back on stripe. Just looking at that ball again, I mean that was a short rank ball from Rayan Ahmed, but he's not timed that at all. He's absolutely slaughtered the ball. Ahmed in again, that's flighted better, and Pope I think is under the lid. It's sitting a bit off, dives all over the ball, has some set of the roll and then jumps up again. And there's no run. 228 for 7. And this innings has the possibility to tail away here.
Well,
that's
it does, but I mean,
isn't it?
even tailing away is going to mean, a
Oh,
close to
England will
400
have to
lead.
bat out of their skins to get to the total as it
Yeah.
stands at the moment.
How many times have teams got 400 in the fourth innings of a Test match to win?
Not many,
It's
many.
in
I
si-
think,
in single figures?
and they've never done it in India. I don't think.
No. But if this England team has taught us anything, it's that you can never be sure of anything.
That was the end of the over. Hartley is to resume from the other end. He's currently 2 for 71 of 20. Big, tall left-hander. He's in. That's a good line on the stumps, and Ashwin just props forward and plonks it straight back to the bowler.
All our social media folk are quiet at the moment. No doubt digesting their meal or rolling over in bed, depending on where
Hartley
you are.
again. That's nicely flighted, but Ashwin just pushes that out into wide mid-on. A nice easy single as he jogs through Stokes Fields and sends it back.
Maybe they are both rolling over in bed and digesting their meal.
That's quite possible, and why not on a Sunday? And Diana Craddock says, even if we are doomed, laddie, it's great to see our boys getting them out.
Well, yes. I don't disagree with your analysis earlier, Jason, about India wanting to get England in today. I'll continue that thought after this ball.
Hartley, that's another good ball on the stumps, propped into the offside, and there's no run.
But we are still only on day 3.
Yes.
And I know the England mentality nowadays gets into the head of opposition, and they may be thinking we do need to get as many runs as possible. Even if they come slowly, we do need to stay out there, get the pitch slower and flatter, or slower.
Hartley, that's a bit quicker. On the hip, that's worked out to mid-wicket, but no run.
In other words, they may be thinking that a 450 lead is much more important than a 410 lead.
I'm thinking that my
and they may have
train
a
of
point.
thought on this is basically that they're waiting for the pitch to deteriorate, and it's not deteriorated enough for them potentially. Oh, that's a big hack by Kuldeep, and that's gone straight up in the air, and Duckett's caught it at mid-wicket. I think they're definitely trying to. The intention is definitely there to get as many runs as they can there, I think.
He didn't pick his delivery very well.
Kuldeep has removed himself from the crease for 0 off 5 balls, and I think I'm going to have to play the same jingles again. Wickets, wickets.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at?
On your bike, mate.
I've got to say that with Jadeja out and Ashwin at 6, this is looking a very, very long Indian tail.
No, Ashwin's not at 6.
Ashwin's at 8.
7, so.
Axar's at 6.
Axar's at 6.
Axar, sorry.
Barrett's at 7. Ashwin's at 8.
Sorry.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
Barrett
well,
batted very well in the first Test match, albeit in a losing cause. I thought he looked like he knew what he was doing. He's still
He
relatively
didn't so much
inexperienced.
today.
No, that's true. Yeah, I mean, and it is a weakened Indian team. Without Jadeja, as we mentioned in the last Test match, even though he's not bowling at his absolute peak, he's such a vital all-rounder at number 6 or 7 for India that they're going to miss him. And having said that, they are 372 runs ahead with 8 wickets down, so they're in a very, very strong position. There is a 95% chance of victory or thereabouts at this point, I would say.
Brings Bumrah to the crease, who's got 225 runs from 53 innings. 2 balls to survive. That's covered up on the front foot with a long stride down the crease. And that's the end of the over for Hartley. He's got 3 for 72 off 21. India 229 for 8, leading by 372. Messi.
Again, very, very quiet on YouTube and indeed on Twitter, as far as I can tell. Although Twitter's... Oh, here we go. Totals above 400 have been chased successfully 4 times in Test cricket, says Leah. Hombre Nuevo says, remember, India have to have batters left to declare. India might take that choice away from them. I think they probably will. And Leah says 6 more runs for India would mean that England would have to break their record of their highest successful chase. Yeah.
Yes, in terms of those chasing for 400, I can remember at least 2 of those. The 404 for 3 in the Invincibles Tour of 48, and also the 406 for 4 in the West Indies in the 70s. And there's another one.
What would be remarkable would be that it would then have to be the highest score, the highest inning score of the match, which it's most unusual to have it in the 4th innings on a wicket that's not completely flat.
Absolutely. Ahmed, that's flighted, and Ashwin just pushes that gently away from his crease for no run.
Doesn't take the single. So they are trying to eke out as many runs as possible rather than take what's on offer.
And that's to googly from Ahmed. That's well flighted, but Ashwin is up to the task. No run.
If they keep scoring at this rate, it's completely going to stymie my GPL picks, I've got to say.
Another nice flighted ball by Ahmed, and again Ashwin just pushes that out into the covers to the sole person who's about 2/3 of the way back and doesn't run.
I'm not sure, Messi, that's India's prime imperative at the moment.
Well, it's usually to thwart me, actually, just so I miss out by 1 run.
Slightly flatter and faster by Ahmed, and Ashwin drops onto the back foot and knocks it down in the crease for no run.
Yeah, well, what's this, 4th over since tea? We've had 2 runs.
Yep.
3 now.
Wider from Ahmed there. He speared the ball in, but Ashwin just drops it onto the leg side and jogs through for an easy single.
There is something to be said for trying to take time out, because the wicket's not going to get any better. So the longer India can bat,
and
the harder it will be for England.
To be fair, it hasn't really started to deteriorate quickly yet. It's still a reasonably good wicket to bat on.
Which makes those decisions from Bharat and Kuldeep even more.
Yeah. Oh, and that's a jaffer of a ball from Rian. He's tossed it up, given him a chance to tempted him. He's played the ball at that, and it's just gone fizzing past the outside edge. And Foxes had the bails off. That's the end of the over. 238 for India, and they lead by 373.
Farong says, I'm still about, but tending to the garden in 37-degree heat and 58% humidity. Sunset at 6:05, so I can then commence the rum consumption and wait for the Cherries match at 7 o'clock. You don't have to wait for the sun to set to drink rum, I can assure you of that, Farong. We need the tones of Hendo saying doomed, England are doomed. I tell you what I noticed. I know it's been common for slippers to squat on their knees prior to deliveries, but I noticed with that delivery the slip stayed on his knees during the delivery, and I wonder whether that takes away their capacity to reach much if it goes out.
Hartley bowls offside, pushed into the offside, no run.
Yeah, the thinking, Messi, is that you obviously are going to lose
mobility,
mobility, but you are going to get a better chance of catching the one that keeps very, very low.
Yeah,
Hartley, that's flighted. That's almost a full toss, in fact. Pushed very gently all the way to the boundary edge, and they don't take a run.
The long dot.
Yeah.
I can imagine the Barmies are starting to get...
Probably could have had 2 there with a bit of effort.
That's quicker from Hartley on the stumps. Ashwin punches it back off the back foot, straight back to the bowler. And the score remains unchanged.
There's one slip
So
and
England's
nobody else
completely
within
setting the
50
agenda
yards.
here, isn't it?
That's again, quick through the air. Ashwin covers up, the ball dribbles out into the offside. Hartley goes to field it himself. So that's 4 balls of the over gone. Is it going to change? Are they going to bring people in now?
Yes.
For 9 and 10? Or 8 and 10, sorry. Hartley, that's quicker, and that's edged, and it's dropped at slip.
Well, that's not the hardest catch you'll ever get at slip. It came to him reasonably quickly, but it was sort of neck height. He got both hands to it, and he'll be thinking that he should have caught that, and so do I.
Crawley's usually pretty good in the slips, isn't he?
He's done too much. He's pushed his hands up too hard. He's got it on the
On the ball of
wrist.
the hand. Oh yes, he has.
Yeah.
In
Yeah,
fact,
it
that's
come
almost
reasonably quickly, but in footballing parlance, he would have backed himself to catch that. Although you're not allowed to back yourself to catch things because you get done for betting. Anyway, this
exactly.
they did take a single, so it's all in close again for the last ball of the over. See if Bumrah can keep this out. He was beaten by the last ball of the last over. Let's see what Hartley can produce.
2 slips and a silly bit off. Hartley in, and Bumrah gives it a long lunge, just pushes it out into the offside past the silly bit off, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. India are 2-3-1 for 8. Ashwin survives on 5 off 23, and Bumrah is 0 off his 3 balls.
David Barrett is as predictable as Josie Oak these days. He says, I think it might be a bit much to chase in one session, but Stokes won't. Go harder!
We definitely need to get t-shirts with that on it.
Oh, I don't know.
Or we could just ignore it.
Yes. Yeah, I'm with Fred on that. There's a certain tedium that comes with it.
Yes. There's a few people like that, but let's not name names.
Ahmed, that's bowled from wide, spins to in line with the stumps. Ashwin covers up and there's no run. This is very defensive from Ashwin. I appreciate that he thinks there's still not enough runs, and he's trying to eke out as much time as possible out of the game.
There's a guy in the crowd with a motorcycle helmet on. He's either scared of being caught that he's not at work, or he's
been
worried about England's attacking potential with a bat.
That is
It's weird.
pushed down the leg side by Rehan, worked to mid wicket, but there's no run.
Probably quite warm under that thing.
You reckon? That's just odd.
Again, pushed on leg stump by Rehan, but squirted out into the offside off the spin by Ashwin. Well, unless he's got
So
air conditioning in there, he might have his own special air conditioning unit inside it.
Wait, I mean, if he's a local, which he probably is, he's quite used to the heat. But even so, it's pushing it.
And it's the 3rd ball in a row from Rehan that's speared into leg stump, and this time Ashwin gets a little tickle on it down to fine leg, and they amble a single.
This has all got a sense of pointlessness to it.
Well,
Last
no, it
10
doesn't.
overs, they've lost 3 wickets for 12 runs.
It's not pointless. They're waiting
I don't
for the
agree,
pitch.
Messi.
Yeah, I
The
agree.
longer they bat, the worse the pitch gets.
Precisely, they're waiting for a pitch to degrade, and it doesn't show much sign of it at the moment.
Well, in that case, it's maybe a pointless wait. I think you're much better to at least stop allowing England to totally dictate the terms.
And there's more people coming into catching positions. There's now 2 slips, a leg slip and a short leg, and that's pushed back by Bumrah, all on the offside, straight to the bowler. without much threat. Last ball of the over. That's a better ball. That's on the stumps. Bumrah has to play at that, and that spins sharply up and away. Nicely taken by Folkes, but Bumrah survives. India are 2-3-2 for 8 at the end of that over.
Varung says, a Scottish goalkeeper on the field? Oh, no, Crawley. That's a little mean, but...
No,
he would have stopped the shot, yeah.
Yes. Did anyone see the dismissal of Angelo Matthews?
No,
yes,
I have heard about
that
this.
morning.
But the rankest long hop down the leg side was so far down the leg side that he had to swing himself off his feet virtually, and he's hit it for 4. But he's just done such a big parabola of the bat that it's come round and clipped his bail on the backswing, and he's managed to get out hit wicket for the worst ball you will ever see take a wicket in Test cricket. And that's even including Dom Bess's categories.
yes. And
Hartley.
the last over of the day too. He was so mad.
Hartley in, pushed gently into the leg side, and he trots over to field it, and there's no run.
I think even Ian Salisbury would have been embarrassed at that wicket.
It's a better ball from Hartley. That's turns a little bit, straightens up Ashwin, and there's no run. I'm reminded of Toby Roden-Jones from last season, where he hit a ball out of the ground and then clipped the stumps on his follow through.
Yeah, actually the ball may have been beyond the boundary by the time he hit his own wicket. So there was some discussion about that, but it was out.
That's Fuller, and that's pushed into the leg side. Duckett fields, they amble through for the single. Brings Bumrah back on strike, so no doubt the field will come back in.
In Roland Jones's... Sorry, Messi.
Well, I was going to say, in that game with Matthews, there's been something of a swing in it. They've lost their last 5 wickets for 29 runs to be all out for 439. And in response, Afghanistan are 97 for no wicket in their second innings, still trailing by 144.
2 ships in the gully now. Hartley's in, that turns, but Bumrah covers up, and that ball squirts out into the offside.
Bryn showing greater confidence in Bumrah. He's allowed him 3 balls of this over. It was 2 balls of the previous over and 1 ball off the over before that. So he's obviously thinks he's in now.
Well, Bumrah wasn't the one who got dropped at slip.
That's a good ball. That's turned. Bumrah's played the line of off stump. That's gone straight past the outside edge, but not touched it.
And kept a little bit low, I think. No, actually, no, it was reasonable bounce.
3/4 stump high. That's okay.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over. Hart is in. And that's straight on the stumps and covered up by Bumrah. He survives. India are 2-3 for 8. Bumrah still to get off the mark, I do believe.
Kieran Roseblake wonders whether the guy in the motorcycle helmet is at work for Deliveroo. Leah says in Germany the China shop is visited by an elephant. And Kieran says India are just making their bowlers tired, aren't they? And risking injury to them. Bouncer incoming. I'm not sure there's any bouncers likely from these two, but you never know.
Phil Edmonds is bowling.
We're not Phil Edmonds exactly, or Shane Warne for that matter, who also did it.
Edmonds got in trouble because he did it 2 balls in a row, and the person who caused him most grief was his wicketkeeper.
Bob Taylor, who absolutely fuming. Rayan in, and that's on leg stump, bunted up the pitch with no real chance of caught and bowled, but it was in the air for some time down the pitch.
I think we will have a 3-person change after this over.
That was quick.
And that's on off stump by Rayan. That's squirted into the offside, and there's an acreage of space for Ashwin to not run into.
Ombre Nueva says, I'm with Messi. India are purposely trying to spoil IGPL. Need England in and swinging. Yeah, well, that could fix it.
I think when England do get in, they will be swinging.
Yeah.
Well, Ducky
The only way, isn't it?
doesn't play dot balls, does he? Famously.
Should have a boys keep swinging jingle from David Bowie.
Boys keep swinging.
Yeah, that could be the Bazball anthem.
Rehan. That's played off the back foot, down into the gully area. Slip comes out to field it. Yet again, no run. Ashwin is completely becalmed here, just waiting for the one chance, a single every over. Rehan entices him with a ball that's thrown up down the leg side. Ashwin tries to sweep, doesn't get hold of it. So it's yet another dot ball. But at least he's tried something new there.
Yeah, Ashwin has a Test century under his belt, possibly more than one.
4,
Five.
in fact. 4 or 5. And that's pushed down along the offside, and Rehan fields off his own bowling. And fielders are all coming in now from Stokes' instructions, trying to keep Ashwin off strike. Jimmy looking pensive. And there's a ring of fielders. There's a slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. Pope and Stokes, the captain and vice captain, are conferring at sort of mid-wicket area about where they're going to place the remainder of the field. Having an extended
One good thing about,
discussion
about this England spin attack is that they can't lose any more World Test Championship points for slow over rates.
Yeah.
Because they are getting through their over nice and quickly, unlike last summer.
And Ahmed
Or maybe
pulls out of his shot because Pope was still moving at mid-wicket, I think. We've got 2 people down deep on the leg side at fine leg and square leg. And again, he's pushed it wide down the leg side. That's flicked over mid-wicket. And Ashwin wins that battle. He takes a single. That's the end of the over. India are 2-3-4 for 8. Ashwin moves to 8. Bumrah is on 0. And we are due to have a change of personnel.
Well, we enjoyed doing those 7 overs for 7 runs, didn't we? And 2 wickets. That was productive. So we're up to date on tweets, and we are. Oh, Kieran Roseblade says, "Where's Shelley, the wicket wizard of the Witch of the West, when you need her?" Yes, indeed, Soph. Where is she? Okay, I'll catch you up for now.
Certainly productive enough in that session, without it. Hartley to continue.
Wicket-wise.
Interestingly, though, that ball went for 1 straight to a fielder on the boundary. If they'd just let it go and gone for 4, that Hartley would have been bowling at Bumrah right now. Not sure if it's within the. I don't know if that would have been within the spirit of cricket, though. It was this one spits from Hartley as Ashwin can't turn it to the leg side.
It would have been entirely Stokesian to do that, actually. But how is my sound, folks? Does it sound like I'm in the Great Wall of Versailles?
You do sound a bit echoey.
Well, there's nothing I can do about it, so you can either fire me or put up with it.
Yeah, we'll put up with it. It just is what it is. That it's echoey.
Yeah, I'm on the road and obviously travelling with only hand luggage, which means no headphones.
No headphones. This ball is pushed out into the offside field by Ashwin, and they decide to take a single. So Hartley will get 3 at Bumrah. You're right there, Tony.
I am. That takes the lead to 378, which would be England's highest ever run chase.
Yes.
If you look at.
We did have a reminder a minute ago on the screen that Bumrah is the man who's got 28 plus runs off 1 over in tests.
Yeah.
So he can swing a bat, but that wasn't against spin, that was against England having lost the plot.
But he also got that in the same test that England achieved their highest ever run chase, funnily enough. The same match, it was Edgbaston in 2022, which was like the the Test match tagged on to the
Can I
curtailed COVID series. Sorry, Al.
Can I suggest that Edgbaston in summer is a slightly different proposition, as this ball turns off middle and off, and it beats the outside edge and it beats the edge of off stump. Oh, too good. That's a beauty. That's an absolute peach of a ball.
And not his first at Bumrah.
Yeah, Bumrah's like, haha, no edge on this bat. This one's slightly shorter. Oh, and potential tragedy. Oh, dear me. Bumrah forgot that he was meant to be occupying an end and not looking to try and score runs. He turns the ball to sort of mid-wicket, no more than 10 yards. Comes 3 or 4 paces down the pitch. But thankfully for his sake, the person who went and fielded the ball was Folkes, who produced a very, very weak throw that eventually did hit the stumps, but Bumrah was well back in his ground. This last ball of the over is defended to the leg side. Bumrah
I
survives.
understand the thought processes there for Bumrah, as it's the excitement of having gotten bat on ball, and you just think, I deserve a run, I'm going. Never mind that situation and all that.
We can make it. It's only to have your colleague go, no, you can't. Can't make it. Not from there. Tony.
Well, there's a few. Let me see. Kieran Roseblade is on YouTube and saying India are just making their bowlers tired, aren't they? And risking injury to them. Bouncer incoming. Soph in Key says, where's Shelley, the wicket witch of the West, when you need her? Well, she had a good spell this morning. Although she was on with me. We only took 1 wicket in your
final over.
Yeah, in the final over at that as well. That is absolutely right. Let me hop onto. Well, I haven't got time.
Short ball from Rehan is smashed down the ground. I wondered why Ashwin was running. It's because long on is vacant, and that ball has gone for one of these. And the lead is now 382.
Nice to see one of those long hops from Rehan smash. There have been quite a few today, and it was noticeable how Gill and company treated them with respect.
This one, though, is a better ball that takes the outside edge. And is there a third man? There is. But by the time that Bairstow gets to it and throws it back in, Ashwin and Bumrah have taken 2.
He also
Amazing.
just Barak get out to a ball like that, didn't he? He scooped it up to mid-on, mistimed it completely. So well done to Ashwin on slapping that one straight.
The correct use of the bad ball. So 6 off the over so far. Ashwin is still on strike. Another rank long hop is smashed down towards a long on area. This time, though, Stokes is in that area. And there's no room. Could have walked a single, could have danced a single.
Well, those short ones are a bit tricky with Rehan's bowling style because they don't really get up even though they're short.
This one pitched more on leg stump.
It's a very deep set field, isn't it? Bar the one slip.
Yeah, I mean, it is literally everybody starts on the boundary edge and then slowly but surely creeps their way more and more in. I think there's 4 fielders now inside the circle. Should there be a circle? So it resembles a field that you might get at the end of an ODI. There's a mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, a mid-on, a mid-off cover. However, though, there is a long leg, which means that Ashwin is able just to paddle sweep the next delivery round the corner and take a single and only give Bumrah 1 to face. It's not exactly all blood and guts and thunder, but Ashwin is marshalling the number of deliveries pretty well.
He's doing a solid job, and when he first came in, I thought he's not going to have the patience to do what he's doing now. It's proving me wrong.
Ball pitching in line with middle and spinning, but Bumrah's able to just block the ball. It's almost like you need a really bad ball for Bumrah to try and hit out at.
You would need a terrible one. He hasn't had too many.
Yeah.
Had his edge beaten a few times.
Yeah.
Riding his luck for sure. But India will take that.
Tony?
Yes, I was just checking my facts on something first. Yes, which I probably should read out loud, really, shouldn't I? Leah was saying the 22 match was only played because India won the 21 series according to ECB conditions of play during times of plague, which led to England throwing a collective hissy fit and threatening to soil their pants. And I was just looking. For some reason I remember the series being level, but I think I'm wrong.
This first ball of the next over is pitching in line with middle and Ashwin blocking back to the bowler. Hartley's figures 3 for 75 off what is now his 25th over. So this is fielded by Hartley himself.
They've abandoned having everyone on the boundary now. There is a two straight mid-off, sort of straightish cover and a mid-off. Ooh, coming in earlier and earlier.
This one, in line with off stump, is just defended to cover. Hartley coming around the wicket. This is pushed through a vacant point. Deep point will do the fielding. Ashwin takes his single. Bumrah has 2 to face.
In comes the field, of course.
Yeah, India were 2-1 up at the curtailment of that series, which I think was due to have been played the last test at Old Trafford, wasn't it, from memory? And India, of course, disbanded.
Bumrah defends this ball just outside off stump, right in front of his eyes. There are 3 fielders around the bat in that area, but the ball is chanceless.
And the match was moved to Edgbaston, so where England won.
Shorter delivery. Bumrah has to go back in his crease, but does so very convincingly. He's managed to fend off 14 deliveries, but the lead is 3-8-6. Tony?
Yes. Let me see. With disinterested hand job, what became of Pujara? Did he retire? No, he's making runs, I think, in the Ranji Trophy this season. And good luck to him. Willow Moon, oh dear, I fall asleep for a while and I wake up to this. Well, I don't know what this is. If this is the fact that a few wickets have fallen, or England would need to make their highest ever run chase, and the highest ever run chase by any team in India in 2 balls time, then yes, that's what you've woken up to.
The reason for the rearrangement, by the way, was a coronavirus outbreak in the Indian camp. Rehan spins the ball outside past the outside edge of Ashwin's bat. Goes up for an appeal, but everyone seems to have lost interest in that pretty quickly. Rasmus is the umpire that said not out. So I'm not entirely sure where the collective hissing fit comes in.
No, exactly.
This one is pushed gently towards deep cover. There is a chance for 2, but they send themselves back after one. There is a wild throw which misses folks from no more than, say, 35 yards by Dan Lawrence. Terrible bit of fielding, really. But the upshot of it is that they were only able to take one, and Bumrah is now on strike.
Yeah, they send themselves back only just in time there, but as you say...
It was a shocking throw, though.
Yeah.
Shocking throw. He would have been gone. I think he knows that.
He would have needed a 10-foot ladder to have managed to snag that one.
Can anyone hear church bells in the background?
No, is that where you are?
Yeah.
Are they, is it?
I think they're going for mass in Cordoba.
Ah.
Aha. Very straight delivery in line with middle stump. Bumrah goes back in his crease and it is defended and fielded at short square leg. This one, a big forward defensive shot by Bumrah, but the ball spins and beats the outside edge. Folks does whip the bails off, but no chance of a stumping.
Just need to get one of those to go straight. I mean, is he going to pick it?
Do you think he'll pick the wrong one? Who can tell? That is the wrong one.
Yeah.
But it starts too far outside, off stump, really.
Exactly.
Bumrah's able
to be one of the straight ones that went straight.
Even if Bumrah even if he didn't pick it, he's still able to smother the spin with a forward defensive shot. So maybe another one, but slightly. That one's the big ripper, genuine leg spinner, but Bumrah's able to leave that alone, not threatening the stumps. Opportunity kind of wasted.
Looks like he's picking them, doesn't it? If he's leaving that, he's pretty confident.
Yeah. And the thing is that Bumrah's going to smile through the whole thing, and that's probably even more annoying.
Well, as England say, it's got to be fun. Doesn't matter whether you win or lose.
Yeah.
They prove thoroughly.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying anything disparaging. It's just sometimes trying to get somebody out while they're smiling at you might be a little bit annoying.
Farong says Ashwin is a patient man. On memory, the series in England after COVID he toured was selected for his hotel restaurant reviews and advice from BRU Chingford branch. Didn't play a test. Yes, I think you're right.
I think that might be true. Partly from wide of the crease around the wicket. Right on the mark outside off stump. Defended well by Ashwin. 2-4-4 for 8 is the total. And wide from Hartley. Virtually, the ball is arriving with no pace at all as it's turned to deep square leg. And Ashwin feels comfortable enough about Hartley getting 4 balls at Bumrah in this over.
Hartley, who, I don't know, there's a bit of a look of Percy Fender about him. Does anyone else see the resemblance?
Well, we Headley Verity is our pick for him. We've seen a picture of them side by side, which I can't remember who did it, but there is an uncanny resemblance between him and the late Headley Verity.
Well, of course, I have to go for the South African alternative.
Yeah. But yes, I do see these sort of slightly narrow eyes somehow and angular jaw.
This ball is pitching on leg.
And limited hair covering on the forehead.
Indeed.
Yes. Follicularly challenged.
Was it a widow's peak? Is that what it's called? The ball was smothered by Bumrah, no brother. 3 men around the bat, all on the offside, as Bumrah is able to comfortably go back in his crease and play this ball back to the bowler.
Widow's Peak. I've not heard that before, but I can see what it's about.
Now, strangely, there is a man going back rather than coming forward in towards mid-wicket, towards deep mid-wicket, as this ball is again blocked no more than 3 or 4 yards away from where Bumrah is standing. One ball left of this particular over.
Will he go for the slog sweep? Because that's where the man's gone.
This one is right on off stump. Defended really well by Bumrah. Dealt with those 4 balls really well. And Tony, it's 2, 4, 5 for 8 at the end of the over.
It is indeed. MD is a message for Rich, which is Matt, has been a while. Sophie in KL says, I'm often surprised they see Ashwin as a team player. Did anyone notice on day one all the English players waited and clapped Jaiswal off the field, but then Ashwin rushed up the steps in front of him? No, I didn't, but that's not particularly good form. I completely take your point on that. So 100%. Leah sent us a picture of a. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say maybe if you've got to go, you've got to go. You know.
Well, it could have been that, but yeah, yeah, man who's made all those runs, you tend to, well, you certainly should let him off the pitch first, shouldn't you? Leah sends us a picture. London has fallen from the 21 series with Sharma, Shardul Thakur and Jasprit Bumrah.
Next over from Rayan Ahmed. Ball outside off stump. Pushed into the deep by Ashwin, but no run. There was a table that was just on the screen, and it shows that if England were to make 388 or more, as this ball is pushed out again towards deep extra cover, but no run, not only would it be England's largest 4th innings chase, but it would be the largest 4th innings chase in India by any team.
Yeah, India did that in 2008 against England in Chennai.
That's right. This ball spits up at Ashwin. He takes one hand off the bat. The ball goes towards square leg, but again, there's no run.
But you sort of sense that England would just look at that. Ben Stokes would just look at that and go, yeah, so we're going to give it a go anyway.
Good impression.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, no, that's the. It's interesting to note the stat related to it, but it is in fact a meaningless stat. Ashwin comes down the track and smashes this ball high into the air, and it's gone over long off, and the sponge, and about five bits of kit and equipment, and it's gone for this maximum.
2, 4, 6.
And now the lead is 394.
Which would, as you say, break all sorts of records, but if any team has shown that records are meaningless and there to be broken, etc., etc., it is this England team, and India are not going to get cocky. They've seen what they've seen. They've seen enough last week.
Yeah, they'll look at Headingley as an example. That's their second highest ever run chase, I think, after the India run chase of Edgbaston. But the wicket is such a different kettle of fish here than it will have been in either of those two.
Ball defended by Ashwin for no run.
But I think they'll also say, won't they? I mean, don't play for a draw, because that's just not the England mentality. And even if you did, it wouldn't really work out for you. Because if you do, then at some point there is that ball with your name on it on a 4th and 5th day track at Visakhapatnam.
Second time Ashwin's backed away from a delivery, whilst Rayan's been in his run-up. A victory for Ashwin, because the ball was ranked down the leg side. Ashwin's got down and swept it the ball, but that was the last ball of the over, and that leaves Bumrah on strike.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It wasn't a great ball, though, was it? It was
Oh no, it was a terrible
horrible delivery.
But, I'd be tempted to give Anderson an over. The new ball's due in 3 overs anyway.
Dave Wood points out that 28% of stats are worthless. I thought it was 28.7%, but I take your point. You are absolutely correct. All records are there to be beaten. Nick Vickers, morning everyone. Enjoying the excellent commentary as always. Thank you, Nick. We're delighted you're with us. Particularly
good
this
point
hour.
on Anderson. I think he's your man now. The spinners have had a crack at this tail end pair, if you want to call it that. Bumrah is somehow surviving quite a lot of deliveries, actually. I mean, up to 3 and over.
Yeah, the England are missing route, I think.
Look forward to that if Hartley can't break through now.
Hartley, though, will continue. First ball defended to a dead stop by Bumrah.
Or they're missing route, but they're missing the variety that route would bring, and the one extra body and the change of angle. I think.
Has there been any official word about just how broken Route's fingers are?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
This one is drifting in towards leg stump, pushed back to the bowler. But if he's still off the field, he's been off the field for what? A session?
Yeah, I don't know how that applies overnight. And they'll be hoping he's not called upon to bat today, I guess.
Whether he could, as this is just blocked again. It would be worrying about the fact that he hadn't been able to come back onto the field.
Well, look, broken digits don't have to stop you coming back the next day and putting in a match-winning performance. Just ask the West Indies.
True.
Yeah, but there's a difference in broken toe, and that's edged and taken. Bumrah, a firm push at the ball, and taken by Bairstow at second slip. And that is a 4th wicket for Hartley. And India are 255 for 9.
So no need for Jimmy, no need for the new ball. Job is done.
After you've gone.
Smart take by Johnny B, actually. Took it well.
Yeah, very low to the ground. If Bumrah's guilty of anything, he's guilty of just going too hard at the ball.
Yeah, on that last one, certainly.
Yeah, cast a very dejected figure coming off the pitch.
Look, even when you're probably the world's finest pace bowler, it's depressing getting none off 28.
There's that. He might also be thinking, do you know what? I didn't really want to bowl tonight. I'd much rather have come back fresh in the morning. And now it looks like there is every chance he might have to.
Yeah, so what is the situation now with overs remaining? There must be, well, England bowling spin all day, not that many.
Oh, that is a good point.
Quick info says minimum overs remaining 17.2. I don't know if that has been updated for innings change, but let's say 15 overs perhaps. Something like that.
So yeah, you lose 2, don't you, for the...
You lose 2, and then there's this interplay between actual scheduled hours and overs that are meant to be bowled in the day, which we're not used to because people are actually getting through the overs in this test match.
Well, there's a full hour after the 3 of us finish, isn't there? And then
you should know, Tony, Mr. Rota.
Well, I know. I won't ask it as a question. There is a full hour after the 3 of us have finished, and of course provision for overtime. But I think that is the bit that is going to be unlikely, as you say, with spin all day, or certainly spin all afternoon. Jimmy obviously shone in the very early stages of the morning.
Well, shall I have a go at running through the scorecard?
Yeah, why don't you do... Oh no,
It's just gone. I haven't seen it.
Replays. Richard, go through things while there's. I'm assuming we're waiting for the number 11 to come out. That there hasn't been a declaration.
Why did I think that it was the end of the innings?
Yeah, there's something really weird going on there. Is there someone not batting for India as well? Because you're right, everyone's wandering out, unless it's an extended drinks break, but having an extended drinks break when you're 9 down wouldn't seem to make any sense. Now I'm genuinely confused.
I'm confused.
Oh, India must have declared.
No, it's the drinks break.
Oh, it is the drinks break. England leading by 398. Yeah.
Well, should we have should we change now?
Yeah, why don't we change now? That would probably be a sound idea.
All right. Who's on now?
Very good question, and I'm glad you asked. You will find it's not Fred, it's Messers, and it's the mighty Jason, who I hope is awake, but I'll go and find out for you. Give me 2 seconds.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Al. Thank you, Richard. Hello, Messi.
Hi.
I just saw a football score. There's an Australian A-League game going on, and it's 3-3 in the last minute. So it sounds like fun. I've never heard of MacArthur FC. Who are MacArthur FC? Where are they
no
based?
idea. Australian football is even worse than English football. So yeah.
I don't think the even is doing anything in that sentence particularly. Anyway, the new batsman is Mukesh Kumar. He's right-handed. His first-class career is not all that promising with a bat. He averages only just 8.38, and he'll be facing up to Hartley, with his left arm round the wicket. He's in and bowls on the leg stump, and Mukesh tries to turn this round the corner and doesn't get the bat on it. It ricochets off his pad, and there is no run. We look at that last wicket. A good low take from Johnny Bairstow. Is it me, or is he looking more, what's the word, substantial these days?
I think
there's more of him.
View that timber has been added, yes.
As last ball from Hartley of this over is a little bit shorter, Mukesh can go on the back foot and defend into the offside. The end of the over, the 78th of the innings. India are 255 for 9, and the lead is too shy of 400. As I can see, Jason making his way into the seat of destiny at Gorilla Towers. But in the meantime, do we have any messages?
We do indeed. Our own Indo is disappointed. 12 minutes ago tweeted, watching Bumrah attempt to smother spin on the front foot is comedy and entertainment worth paying for. And then he says, sadly it ends. I just poured myself a single malt and settled down for an evening of entertainment. Cricket Takes, ever the optimist, says this is England's best chance of going 2-0 up in India for a very long time. Very few visiting teams play against an India without Kohli, Jadeja, Rahul, Pant and Shami at the same time.
Well, you would have said that before the test match, but not when they need about 400 in the last. As Rayan starts a new over to Ashwin, it's very full, almost Yorker length, and Ashwin digs this out back to the bowler.
Well, the other thing is to get to 2-0 up, you have to win a first test to start with.
Which they did this time, and they did last time, to be fair, England.
But they haven't traditionally.
No. There was some talk about great innings in India as Rayan bowls, and well, Ashwin has a swipe at this to a ball, a leg break which pitched outside the off stump. He didn't really commit to the shot in any great way. It turned past the outside edge and kept a little bit low as well. But that wasn't much of a shot by Ashwin. There was reasonable take by Folkes though, and I think he demolished the stumps as well for good measure. Rayan bowls again, and this is edged, outside edge, taken by Folkes, and Ashwin's vigil has come to an end. He's out for 29. India are all out for 255, and England will need 399 runs if they are to take this 2-0 lead in this series. My guess is they won't, but that was. I mean, it's great, isn't it? Great to see a wicketkeeper, proper wicketkeeper, a genuine outside edge, a decent deflection, and a good low catch, getting his hands low. Took it with both hands. I'm not saying that would have hit Bairstow on the knee, but it would have hit Bairstow on the knee. Let's be honest.
That's the third one he's taken. in this match where
a
he's
good
kept
keeper.
low really
At least
well.
four. I think he's had 4 good low catches and 1 good catch standing back. So
Yeah, you absolutely need. Well, you need a. I'm not saying you need a wicketkeeper in India. You need wicketkeepers everywhere, and should be some
Well,
sort of
on
law
that
that
subject-
you have to play your best wicketkeeper.
Yeah, Kieran Roseblade says the baseball. Sorry, no, he said I'm really pleased Bairstow's in the slips. Putting him as close as possible to folks means he will get a chance to see what a wicketkeeper is actually expected to do. Now, if we could only put him next to a few batsmen as well.
that's harsh.
Well, I've never been Bairstow's biggest fan, but I mean, he had 2 terrific years, outstanding years with the bat for England. Almost, I mean, up there with some of the great spells in the history of Test cricket. So credit to him there. Yes, he's obviously dropped off since that. I don't think it was impossible to maintain that kind of level. But I think all of us are agreed that whether he bats or whether he doesn't bat, he should not be wicket keeping. Anyway, let's run through that scorecard. Or as soon as I start it, they take it off the screen. Either way, the wicket takers for England, Hartley ended with 4 for 77. Rayan took 3 for 88. Anderson 2 for 29, an economy rating of under 3. Bashir got just the 1 wicket for 58 runs, and Root only 2 overs, which I think had an effect actually, because particularly to left-handers, Root would have been very useful. I mean, he may be England's best spin bowler. He's certainly England's in this match. He's England's most experienced spin bowler, and I think they did miss him in this innings. Nonetheless, 399 to win. What are people saying, Messi?
People are saying, Willow Moon says Bear is missing in action. Depending on various reports, he was last seen either in a gutter in Brighton or doing a Messi in the Blue Oyster Club. And Nick Vickers and Fred and I will agree with you on this. Folks should always get annoyed. Kieran says the baseball way is to do what the opposition aren't expecting. This is paving the way for the lesser seen attacking night watchman, Jimmy, coming in and kicking a few sides wouldn't go miss.
India won't be expecting England to forfeit their 4th innings, so you can't always do. I don't think that always applies, that rule.
No.
But they'll give it a go, and it's going to be cliche alert, a crucial session between now and the end of the day. England will be thinking, how many overs are there left? Let's have a look. There are a minimum of, where do they put this? Always moving these things.
Up the top there. They've taken it out. I'm pretty sure there'll be either 12 or 13 overs.
And England will be thinking, well, 70 for 1 at the end of play, and we'll be quite happy with that.
Yeah, I think that's right. Well, Umbreno Ovo is a little more optimistic. He says, okay, massively enjoying folks at the stumps. Even if we lose the series, we win as fans. Now, come on, England. A blistering 150 tonight and a steady 250 tomorrow. Easy. Yeah, channeling Bear after his 5th spliff, I think.
I'd say it's unlikely to go to a 5th day now, so Tony in the green room will be quite happily tearing up his rosters for day 5. Although, having said that, he's probably going to get an unseasonably freak shower, which is going to make everyone have to come back for 45 minutes at 4 o'clock on Tuesday morning. Jason, I think we know how England are going to attack this chase.
Well, they'll be assertive.
Is there anything specific you would think that England are going to try and do for the remains of the day and for the chase in general?
Well, apart from facetious not lose a wicket
and score all the runs,
I think they will try and be as positive as they can be without taking too many risks.
Yeah, it's that classic advice from the captain. Score quickly, but don't.
It's an elephant. It's a white elephant. Yes. It's a unicorn.
I mean, the truth is, Crawley and Duckett have both gone in a positive way at the beginning of the innings with a reasonable amount of success so far this series. There's no reason to.
I think perhaps the most important thing is to keep Bumrah out, because I think he was his early spell will probably be the most effective he is in the game to go.
Do you think they're going to try and keep him out, or do you think they're going to try and hit him out? I mean, he bowled exceptionally well, obviously, in the first innings, but how do you think they're going to premeditate trying to play Bumrah?
They try and, I think you would restrict your shots off the stumps, I think.
Yeah.
Only play things that you need to play. I think it's a different. I think it's a
ramp him repeatedly over the keeper's head.
I think it's a different issue for attacking spinners than it is to attacking pace bowlers.
Well, I mean, the interesting thing is when Bumrah opened in the first innings, he wasn't successful.
No, it was the older ball.
Obviously, no reverse swing, but also I think Crawley in particular, but Duckett as well, managed to put him off his stride a bit with their approach, and I think that's quite a good way to go. None of the other batters after those two really took anyone on in the same way, and I think that's the most effective way to nullify Bumrah if you possibly can.
Well, we're not going to have long to wait to find out how England do play him, because they're due out in about 4 minutes' time, and there is no way in which he's not going to take the new ball. So the highest successful fourth innings run chases in tests in India, the highest is 387 for India against England in 2008, and that is over 100 more than the second highest, which is 276 for 5, the West Indies in Delhi in 1987. So to not just break the record, but that record in itself is an outlier, you might say. So
it is. It's the Sehwag scored 80 in no time at all. Then Tendulkar followed that up with a century. I think that's the innings that we were talking about.
Well, I can also tell you that. Sorry, go.
Go on, Messi.
Well, overnight, England were paying $16 on Betfair for a win. They're currently paying $8.40, so in considerably better shape than they were overnight.
Well, the odds are shortened because the odds of result are shortened, I think, as well.
Yeah, well, the draw's gone further out. Yeah. So, yes, I mean, England have done reasonably well this innings. Again, they were hampered by not having root to bowl, but the where you think England have lost control of this game is giving away 120 lead in first innings.
It is, and the big question for now is: are they going to be hampered by having root to bat or not?
Well, we don't know. I haven't seen any news on root, and I don't know. My knowledge of the regulations is not that deep that I know whether he is allowed to come in his usual place or whether he has to come in possibly as low as 7, which is sometimes happens when
I think he was
people are not on the field.
It was a physical injury during the
Is it external injury or?
Yeah, it is an external injury. Yeah, yes. He's injured his hand. I think so.
Yeah, but that I don't know if is that called an external injury? If it's a broken bone, for example, because anyone can say, "Oh, I think I've broken a bone in my finger." I think external injury was more like having a cut or something like that. I may be wrong. I'm sure we will find out. Anyway, the Indian team have taken the field. They've had their huddle, and they will be looking to get into this England top order in a big way as soon as possible.
I always find it a bit odd that you have to have a huddle out on the pitch as well as having a team debrief in the changing room as well before you go out and have a huddle.
I don't think you have to have it. I don't think it's mandatory, or at least not yet, unless somebody sponsored it, of course. In which case you have the SG Cement Works pre-session huddle. Anyway, England's openers, we shall jingle them up. Making their way to the crease. You can never tell these two apart. They're so similar, Duckett and Crawley. Only about the 18 inches in height between them. Let's hear their jingles.
Well, the tall right-handed one is going to be facing, I do believe, and it's this guy.
Zach Crawley was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crawley must fight to survive.
He's going to be joined by a slightly shorter left-handed teammate.
He arrived with a smile, and he's going places. He's looking good now, he's in with the aces. He was up at Stowe School playing T20. He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Duckett to me.
And as expected, the opening bowler is going to be...
Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Right arm over the wicket, 2 slips and a gully, and this is a little bit short outside the off stump. Crawley withdraws the bat inside the line and doesn't play at the ball.
That was almost
unlike Duckett, he is prepared to leave occasionally. Duckett never leaves the ball.
Well, less than 5 in 100.
Which is as good as never in Test terms.
That was very much
14 overs tonight. There you go.
A minimum of 14 overs tonight.
And that looked
well, they're not going to get more than that in
because
45 minutes.
You are not, unless they need to, or it sometimes happens, and then all of a sudden it turns out it is
or
possible.
they need to claim the extra half hour, which would really be a bit of a shock.
Anyway, Bumrah takes those odd hopping movements at the start of his run, bowls again outside the off stump. Good carry through to the keeper, but again Crawley does not have to play.
That was much more the traditional leave rather than the previous ball, where it was a bit more Steve Smith window wipers.
Courtney Wall. The what do they call it? The curtain rail. As England still yet to make a dent in this target of 399, but only 2 balls gone. As in comes Bumrah again. This is straighter, and it just keep a little bit low. Crawley jabs the bat down on it. He gets the middle of the bat onto it. It finds its way to gully. No run, but definitely something to look out for. That one didn't get up as well. It didn't get up at all.
No, that's right off the toe of the bat.
Yeah. And that is potentially problematic.
Well, that's plan A, I think, for India, is to bowl it into the deck and watch it not get up. And then people will play back and be torpedoed.
As this one is on the hip of Crawley. He turns this to square leg. There is a square leg. So much for Bazball. England are 0 of 4 deliveries. Frankly, they're hardly trying.
Interesting stat. The Crawley-Duckett partnership has averaged nearly 49 in its matches so far. 1,123 runs, 750 partnerships, and 200 partnerships.
But what is a good opening? I mean, obviously, 50 is a decent opening partnership. But what is an average Test opening partnership? As Bumrah bowls again, this one beats the outside edge. Crawley jabbed at that. They're looking as though he got, thinking he might have got an edge, but he didn't get an edge.
Well,
so
from memory, and I'm sure Dave Brooke will confirm this or not at some point, Greenwich and Haynes averaged nearly 60, but they also did it for nearly 6,000 runs.
Right. So if 60 is outstanding, as we seem to remember Greenwich and Haynes outstanding, then 48 is not all that. Is not bad at all. You wouldn't have thought. As Bumrah bowls again, and this is ball on off stump, which is turned just wide of mid on by Crawley. He takes the single. He's off the mark. He keeps the strike. At the end of the first over, England are 1 for no wicket.
So Dave Wood says Ahmed is getting close to having taken more Test wickets than other first-class ones. that can't have happened that often. Actually, I think it probably does. Jimmy Anderson's taken more Test wickets than he has in other first-class cricket, and I suspect the same applies. Sorry.
Well, yes, he's got one first-class wicket and sorry, one Test wicket. And probably no first class.
Yeah, but I suspect players who move from playing a lot of first-class cricket, playing primarily Test cricket, quite often get into that.
Probably less true of English cricketers who play more first-class cricket than other countries. But I doubt, say, Murali or someone played enough first-class cricket that wasn't Tests to take that many wickets. Anyway, Mukesh is going to be opening the Indian attack from the other end, and we will jingle him up. His first ball is full on off stump, and Crawley drives, and he drives quite sweetly, but he picks out the man at cover. The bat, I thought for a moment that might have been the first boundary of the innings, but he did manage to find the man. As we're watching, for some reason,
I think this is talking about low bounce and Bumrah.
Oh yeah, Stokes managed to lose the bat out of his hand. There were some batsmen, I'm thinking particularly of Nasser Hussain and possibly Atherton as well. Whenever they were LBW, they gave the impression that the ball had kept low, even if it didn't. They just used to sort of double over as Mukesh bowls again, and this is slightly inside edgy from Crawley as he drives, but it goes to the man at short mid-wicket, who sprawls away to his left to save a run.
It'd be interesting to see how Duckett deals with Mukesh, because in the first innings he was all at sea for 2 balls, and then he finally managed to get a sighter.
Yeah, it looks like Crawley's batting some way out of his crease. Perhaps to negate the low bounce. The closer you get to the pitch of the ball,
the more it looks like to the umpire like it's going to go over the top.
As Mukesh bowls, and this is turned quite sweetly by Crawley. It was a straight ball on the stumps, but he's flicked it down to long leg for a single, which means that Duckett will face his first ball of the innings. And whatever Duckett said to Crawley there, Crawley sort of shook his head and waved his hand as if to go, no, mate. I don't know what that was about.
I think it's probably, is he doing anything? No, mate, he's doing nothing.
Yeah.
Reverse psychology aid for the man.
Yeah, I mean, Bumrah is a skilled enough bowler that really giving him low bounce is giving him,
yet another weapon.
Yeah. As Duckett faces up to his first ball and defends a ball which is just outside the off stump. Mukesh coming round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett. So this is not a Bazball opening from England. 1.4 overs gone, 2 for no wicket as the umpire.
As a polite, polite hint. Yeah, it's a polite hint.
It's a polite hint to the bowler that he's running somewhere close to the danger area, and it wouldn't be a surprise for the Indian bowlers to try that, to get as close as possible to try and rough up the surface. And the umpire's just making the point: I'm watching you. They don't have to give warnings. As Mukesh bowls again, and this is slashed off the back foot by Duckett through extra cover out to the untenanted boundary for the first one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Slightly short outside the off stump, and he got on top of it, Duckett, which is not easy when you're 4 foot nothing. But it's all in the wrists, very strong wrists, and he's kept this well in front of square and played it past a diving cover for 4. So Duckett will be pleased to have felt one off the middle, as all batsmen are, I'm told. Never happened to me very often. As Duckett prevents the bowler from running in. Something's obviously going on behind the arm. Mukesh is now ready. He's up to the wicket and bowls outside the off stump, slashed again. This is squarer though, but it still goes quick enough to beat the man at deep point, and it only went about 10 yards in front of point, so that was well timed by Duckett. Consecutive boundaries to end the over. England are 10 for no wicket.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Anurag Chaudhary Says, it reflects well on the Bazball era English team that making them chase 399 in the fourth innings is seen as a massive risk. I'm not sure I'd say massive. Not the English teams I'm used to from the 80s, 90s, 2000 and 2010s. Not any teams, really. Yeah.
Don't think England are going to chase these down, but they could. That's the point. And there's not many teams that you could have said that about in English history, to be honest. Still, the odds are massively against them. But again, you know, get a good start, and you begin to play with the bowling captain's head and the bowler's heads. Bumrah, to start his second over, will be bowling to Zach Crawley. Hop, skip, and a jump. Bumrah's into the up to the crease and bowls. This is turned to wide mid-on by Crawley. No run.
Yeah, but he's definitely got that flick down to a fine art, Crawley, but he keeps on finding the fielders at the moment. It's very much the modus operandi of Bumrah's attack as well, is to angle the ball in.
Yep, that's true. So he does take the ball from off stump or outside off stump and look to turn it to leg. If he gets annoyed, he might just try and hit it over mid wicket. You never know. As Bumrah bowls again, and this is well, he tries to drive off the back foot without really moving his feet, and that beats the outside edge and into Bharat's gloves. So a moral victory there for the bowler.
Good carry.
Look if that ball did anything. It just sort of
held its line.
Held its line, which is a euphemism for moving away a little bit. Because if it's held its line, it would have come into the batsman. So good bowling from Bumrah, and good carry, which we haven't seen from all of his deliveries. He's in again and bowls. And this is edged. Is it? No. Well, I thought it hit something.
I thought he hit it.
Taken behind. It may have flicked the pocket or something. It certainly looked like there was a deflection, but they're not quite sure. They are going to review this. Surely they're going to review this. 4 seconds left. 3 seconds left. Is he coleying? He's going to
run out of time.
He's let it run down. It may have flicked the pocket because it didn't absolutely. You know, when it takes the edge of the bat, it goes through very quickly to the keeper. That looked like it's just slightly loopy.
Here we go.
I think his bat was too far away.
No, it wasn't. It was nowhere near.
It just swung away.
It missed everything. It's missed everything, but it certainly looked as though there was a deflection, and the Ultra Edge says there was nothing there. It was nowhere near anything, so you can ignore all my previous commentary, which you probably have been doing for the last... Well, this is the 10th year of guerrilla cricket, astonishingly.
Yep.
10 years. God, who would have thought?
And it's all in the archive if you want to become a patron, and you can listen to us getting it wrong.
You are a masochist of epic proportions. Honestly, if you want to buy a subscription to the archive for somebody you hate, then it's the perfect present. Let's be honest. So India did not burn a review. So well done them. But it did look slightly odd, I have to say. Bumrah, having beaten the bat, is up to the wicket now and bowls, and this one comes back the other way. There's no chance of that being an LBW because it was missing leg stump and going too high. But it caught Crawley on the thigh pad, and again, he was trying to play it with the bat and couldn't. So that's another moral victory for the bowler. They're showing the DRS timer, but there is absolutely no chance of India reviewing that one because it was too high and it would be missing leg.
But Barrett hasn't jumped down the leg side like he has done for some of the previous ones where they've appealed.
Bumrah appeals, and when the appeals turn around, he immediately says, no, that was too high. So he might have saved himself the effort of appealing. He's in net now to bowl the fifth ball of this excellent over, and that is left by Crawley, very close to going over the off stump.
Left on length, but it did move
on
back
a pitch
in.
Where the ball is keeping very low, I'm not sure you want to be leaving the ball on length. But he did and was successful on this occasion. This isn't Perth in 1978. This is one where you leave the ball on length and it cannons into your off stump about a third of the way up. In comes Bumrah again to complete this over. He bowls, and this is nudged into the offside by Crawley. So a very good over by Bumrah. But from England's point of view, an unsuccessful one. Well, from India's as well. The end of 3 overs, it's 10 for no wicket. Messi.
I can tell you that the West Indies have just been defeated by Australia. Oh no, sorry, they're 9 down. Most extraordinary catch from Cameron Green at short wicket. Brown in Brisbane says, is it possible for the YouTube to place more appropriate adverts in the feed? Can we have adverts for swords and beers and ducks, etc.? I think they go out of their way to personalise their feed to you based on what they think you want, which is a pain in the ass. I keep getting print shop, office works. England has 2 full days. Slow and steady wins the race, says Classic India Songs and Sports. I don't think that translates into...
No, slow and steady gets you 225 for 9.
Mukesh. Sorry, Messi. Time for one more.
He also says we need Crawley to crawl to a century. That's not going to happen.
I don't think that's going to happen. Duckett has 8 of 3 and he faces up to Mukesh, and he essays back foot, well, sort of I'm not sure if it was a cut or a drive, misses the ball, and again it keeps very low. I don't know if it bounced twice before it got to the keeper, but if it didn't, it was taken sort of at ankle height. He went back to try and cut that, lash that through the offside.
Yeah.
And did it go under the bat? No, it
It
bounced
did.
well in front of the keeper. And this may be a warning, because, and if it isn't, it probably should be, because the umpire is gone on a length and kicking the ground, and he looks like he's summoning the captain or the bowler, or is he not? We're seeing a side view of umpire Erasmus, which is probably not his most flattering profile. Let's have a look at the red lines. Has he? Oh, he's gone well into that. That's not even close. If that's not a warning, that ought to be. As this one is on the leg stump of Duckett, and he travels this round the corner. It looks like they might be thinking of 2. Well, they do think of 2, but good fielding from Bumrah. Gets in quickly, gets the ball away quickly. So single to Duckett. He has 9. England 11 for no wicket, and it was a no ball. I don't have. Let's have a look at Crick Info. Tell us whether he was in fact
Warned.
Warned. As I say, you don't need to give a warning to the bowler for running on the wicket. You can the first time he does it, you can issue the warning. Sorry, you don't need to give an unofficial warning.
Yeah.
But umpires will tend to do that. But that wasn't even close. It wasn't like he was just nudging the danger area. He had one foot firmly planted in it. So, and you can see why India would want their seamers to do that. It's a slip and a gully as Crawley faces up to Mukesh, I think, for the first time. And he takes and essays a big drive and plays outside the line of the ball. Again, the ball keeps very low and doesn't carry through to the keeper. That was a little bit airy from Crawley.
Mukesh has been just a little bit more skiddy than Bumrah. Bumrah's a tall guy and gets a lot of lift when he bowls the ball into the deck. I think Mukesh skids the ball off the wicket a bit more.
Yeah,
and therefore it's going through a little bit lower.
All bowlers other than Bumrah are going to skid it through, because that's the nature of the wicket. I wonder what Ben Stoke thinks about Bumrah's release point. As Mukesh bowls on the leg stump and an attempted leg glance, it hits the pad, it's going down the leg side. Mukesh appeals, but if I were him, I wouldn't be thinking of wasting a review on that, because there is no chance of turning down that LBW decision or non-decision by the umpire. We're looking at Stokes' tremendous catch to get rid of, who was it? I can't remember. We're looking at generally good catches in this match, and 2 or 3 of them have been by folks.
I believe we may be due a change of personnel at the end of this over.
I believe so.
If they're all on standby, as Crawley faces up to Mukesh again. Right arm over the wicket. Bowls driven sweetly between the stumps and the mid-on fielder. No chance of anyone catching that. That's 4 runs. That's the way he plays. He's had a couple of drives which have not been successful, but then he times one, and the bowler's left scratching his head. It was a full ball. It was not quite quite a half volley, but near enough that it wasn't a dangerous shot. And it was well played, well placed. They've taken the scoreboard off the screen, so I'm not sure how many balls are left until the changeover, but we'll keep going till the end of the over.
I think this
comes Mukesh again and bowls, and this is turned through the leg side. Is there a man? I don't think there's a man going to be at deep mid-wicket, so that's going to be another 4 runs. Crawley has helped himself through his favourite mid-wicket region, 4 more.
Dealing in double boundaries at the moment, these pair. I mean, 2 for in over for Duckett, 2 in over for Crawley.
Yeah, and this is the annoying thing for the bowlers, because the ball has beaten the bat, and Bumrah particularly has looked very threatening. And then you look up and they're 20 for no wicket, in the 4th over.
Well, Bumrah's gone for 1 run off 2 overs. Kumar's gone for 19 off 11 balls.
Well, somebody has to bowl at the other end. And
It'll be Ashwin, I imagine it'll be Ashwin in no time at all, or Kuldeep.
Last ball of the over is defended by Crawley into the leg side. That's the end of the 4th over, 20 for no wicket, and we're having a changeover.
I'll bring us up to date on tweets before changing. Anurag Chaudhary says, poor Mukesh Kumar, a 30-year-old seamer from the depths of Ranji cricket, and gets to bowl in tandem with Jazzy Bumrah. But he's never going to measure up to the best Indian pacer of all time, and that's who he's going to be compared to. Miss Shami so much. Yeah, India miss Shami a lot, I'd say. So we're up to date on tweets, Jason, and you can decide if you want to hand back at 6 o'clock. There's 10 overs left to be bowled.
Thank you.
Thank you, Messi. At tea, they were 227 for 6, India. They fell over reasonably quickly. 255 all out, a lead of 398. England have whittled away at that without loss, although not without some peril. And they've moved on to 20 without loss. Jasprit Bumrah, who we were bigging up, what a spell that was in the first innings, and the ball that got poked, well, my goodness. That's well defended though by Duckett. Sort of a stopped on drive, really, more of a defensive shot than a drive. And there is a fine mid-on, and there'll be no run. Now, the thing is, every so often, who have we got? Al, isn't it?
Yep.
Welcome back, Al. Every so often, a ball has kept a little bit on the low side, hasn't it?
Yes. I have to admit, the person I'm really scared of is Kuldeep.
Bumrah in, 2 slips down, defended by Duckett. And again, no run, but 140 odd kilometres an hour there, Jasprit Bumrah.
Don't get me wrong, I'm terrified of Bumrah, but I'm more terrified about the fact that I don't think many of the England players can hit Kuldeep.
Well, yeah, I think I would.
And I think if the ball keeps low off Kuldeep, then all bets are off.
I go along with that. In comes Bumrah, defended by Duckett. Bumrah's arms go up. I think
he saw half a chance there.
I think the Duckster was tucked in behind it comfortably enough, to be honest.
It's all part of the theatre of it, isn't it, really, that Duckett plays it pretty well, but then looks at the histrionics of Bumrah. Maybe a little self-doubt creeps in, like maybe I didn't have everything behind it like I thought I did.
Well, Kuldeep is swinging his arms in the I'm about to come on mode, but that's beautifully threaded by Duckett, away between cover and extra cover. You can hear the purring acknowledgements of Jason, and it's gone for 4. That's a gorgeous shot, wasn't it?
Yep, there's no real follow through on that. He's just punched it, and the timing's so good, it's just raced off the bat.
Yeah.
Say what you want about the pitch and how it might deteriorate, but this outfield is absolutely slick as a carpet, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like glass. Could be a green at the Masters. Where's the Masters played every year?
Augusta.
Augusta, of course it is in Georgia. Yeah, but it's famous for its very fast greens, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh yes.
In comes Bumrah around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, who defends stoutly back to him, and there is no run. 24 without loss. England, 1 ball left of this 5th over of this innings. You can only get them, well, I was going to say 1 at a time. That's obviously nonsense, because you can get them sometimes up to 6 at a time. It's a long haul, but every long journey starts with a small step, Jason.
Wise philosopher's word.
I was about to say this one is defended by Duckett. Was that Nelson Mandela?
No, I think
someone will tell me.
Mandela.
What,
someone will tell me
Long
who
Walk
said
to
that.
Freedom, perhaps.
No, maybe that's what I'm thinking. Was it Gandhi?
Talk amongst yourself, Jason. Do some social media.
Yes,
I would, but I need the tablet, which is over there.
Oh, you need to keep taking the tablet.
Yep.
Yep. Here it comes.
It's been on charge because it was about to die.
Yep. Take the water
Thank you
every
very
time you
much.
do social.
Let's see.
A long journey starts with a single step is attributed to the Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu.
Lao Tzu, okay. Well, it was before any of us. I was coming up with Mandela or Gandhi, that's for sure.
We are up to date still on Twitter, formerly X. I say Twitter,
the other way round.
Twitter, formerly X, is the other way round.
Titter ye not, Jason. Twitter ye not. And we are going to see Kuldeep Yadav. Highly expected, called for, giving Al the heebie-jeebies already, and he hasn't even started to bowl yet.
I thought that Kuldeep was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that Yadav is my addiction, I've thrown all that Virat junk away.
Oh, and that immediately is one that goes on with the arm and completely foxes Crawley. Through it goes to Bharat.
Oh dear.
Kept low. It was a bit of a... It wasn't really a shooter, but it definitely went on. What's he got up his bag with his bag of tricks this time? In he comes. Crawley defends that one back towards him. Again, there's no run. He's bowling from the Vizzy end. Which
When
is,
you watch him bowl, you can see why Nindo, like, his eyes start to twitch when he's not in the
his
side.
eyes twitch. Yes, they do. In he comes. Oh, Crawley's answer is to launch him high and long and handsome over long on for 6 of these. My word, Al, he absolutely launched that, didn't he?
Well, I'll wait till after this delivery.
Well, let's wait and see. This one's driven, but driven straight to mid-off. Fight fire with fire, that's the way with England.
Which is why my uncle was sacked from the fire brigade.
Go on.
The evolution of Crawley is something to behold, really.
Kuldeep, waited for nicely by Crawley, who cuts him, late cuts him, but Axar Patel is stationed at backward point, and it's straight to him. And there is no run. Good comeback from Kuldeep. But I mean, India rather, they've got runs to play with. And they won't mind some aggression from England, and that one is guided to Axar, but they'll take a swift single. The throw comes in and nearly overthrows, but there wasn't. It means at the end of the 6 over, England have advanced in pretty tidy order through 31 without loss. 17 for Crawley, 13 for Duckett. And now that you've taken the tablets, what have you got for us?
Just Ideal says, I'm eternally grateful for the guerrilla cricket coverage of this compelling series. Any Cruise Reader Scratchy Record Player media sound on your YouTube feed?
Have I got a volume? Maybe have I got no, nothing.
Adrian Lowe says, "Good morning, wonderful chimps. Ancient Chinese philosophy on a Sunday morning. Number 156 of things you don't expect to hear on GC radio."
Well, we're not averse to a bit of Chinese philosophy. I know we've discussed Sue's Art of War on more than one occasion.
Oh, we definitely
cricketing context, haven't we?
This is definitely fatal terrain in his nomenclature. I think where a result is possible, there is no backing out of it.
No, absolutely not. Jasprit Bumrah, he's going to continue from the Sabah row end, not the Savile row end, as I apparently made it sound like this morning. Although he's well and immaculately tailored in his whites, of course, and it's defended, and there is no run.
It's all right, Tony. The first time I read it, I almost said it was the Subutio end.
The Subutio. He'd be wobbling in on one of those little sort of what do you call them? Half a semi-circle bases.
A semi-sphere.
Semi-sphere. Thank you. That's what I was after. 2 slips and a gully in place for Bumrah, who is in, and it's defended again by Crawley, who, by dint of his considerable height, often makes it look like he's jabbing down on a ball that hasn't necessarily got up on that much. But I think for most people that would have been a fairly conventional defensive shot, wouldn't it?
I'm not sure my bat would have been halfway down by the point that the ball got there.
Well, yes. Bumrah, of course, was saying he thought Bazball would create loads of opportunities for him. He wasn't wrong, was he? Certainly wasn't wrong in the first innings with those 6 wickets as he cut through England. He's in to Crawley, who defends again, back to him. He fields down to his left off his own bowling. The score stays on 31 without loss for England.
There's a real turning point in Bumrah's first innings performance. The last over of his second spell, Crawley hits him 4 fours and an over.
Yeah.
And then from then, it's absolute vintage peak
carnage from that point on.
Carnage from Bumrah.
In the hops and skips. And there's that straight arm delivery, and it's whipped nicely off his hips by Crawley down to, is that Mukesh Kumar down there? I think it is, who's down at long leg. They take 2. Crawley will be back on to strike. The score will move on to 33.
Is that where you send bowlers that you no longer want to bowl for the rest of the day?
Well, traditionally it is, isn't it?
Field at long leg.
Traditionally, and that has been. I don't think that applies anymore.
It's actually long leg is where you need someone who's actually quite athletic, because it's a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah, and has a very good safe pair of hands, because
and a strong arm.
Yeah, and a strong arm. You need a lot of attributes as a long leg fieldsman. It's no longer the safe place to graze that it probably once was. In comes Bumrah. Crawley defends out towards cover, no run.
So where would be your sending you to Coventry style cricketing position?
The safe grazing spot to hide anyone in the field.
Third man's much the same, actually.
Third man again these days, because players tend to play very late, very late, or they'll ramp a shot over the slips. So third man's not the safe haven it used to be.
I think the place where you put your least agile fielder is probably mid off or mid on.
Yes, I think you could be right. In comes Bumrah. And defended back to him again. So the end of that over, it's 33 without loss for England, 19 for Crawley, 13 for Duckett. And some more messages. 7 overs left in the day, by the way.
Leah sends us a ancient Chinese proverb attributed to Confucius.
Yes.
The average salad is vastly improved by replacing it with a common schnitzel. That's obviously a German...
Sorry, you might have to read that again.
The average salad is vastly improved by replacing it with a common schnitzel.
Well, okay.
And Just Ideal asks us a question. He says, what is the Gorilla Cricket position on shirts tucked, stroke untucked?
Generally, or on the cricket field? Presumably you're asking us in a cricketing perspective.
It's probably related to Tom Hartley, who looked quite unkempt.
Well, there's your answer.
The only comment
the
I've
disapproving tone in Al's voice will
the
tell
only
you at
comment
least
I'll have
Al's
on
voice.
that is that he's 6'4". If he's got it hanging out,
In
it's
comes
awful
Kuldeep.
long.
Swept. It's going to be up in the air. Is it going to be taken? It's wide of who is that? Axar Patel, who then had to practically hurdle 3 lots of folded tarpaulins and could have done himself a very nasty injury indeed. But he didn't. That was a high-risk shot, though, Al, wasn't it, by the Duckster?
It looked like that one was the one that came out the front of the hand from Kuldeep.
He goes,
what was funny was we were in between overs. They fixated on these people.
Kuldeep in. There's 2 men short on the offside, the slip and the silly point, but it's defended back to the bowler on this occasion. It is, of course, where he went in the first innings, wasn't he? He was caught at slip.
Well, silly point.
Patty, was he caught at silly point? It was Patidar, wasn't it?
Yeah. I do like the idea that the groundsmen are looking at the cricketers and thinking, you are the people that are stopping me from tending to my pitch.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, Kuldeep pulled out of that, and it was actual on this occasion, it was the bowler who pulled out rather than the batsman.
I think his studs got stuck in it. And he felt a little tug on his leg and he thought, no, I'm not going to go through with this.
Look that comfortable, did he? Something in the Vizzy end of the ground pitch where he was maybe he just got a stud somehow caught there. We're getting a lovely aerial view across Visakhapatnam, the Dr. D.S. Reddy Stadium, as this one is worked away off his legs by Duckett. In comes Axar. They'll take a comfortable-ish 2, although the throw was sharp and K.S. Bharat whipped off the bails, knocked a stump backwards, but I think it was safe enough. Parity for Crawley and Duckett, 19 apiece. 39 the partnership, which is a decent start, but it is a long road, which definitely did sound a bit Mandela-ish. Swept again, but the man on the 45 is Jasprit Bumrah. It was straight to him, all the way along the ground, and there was
I was waiting, Tony, for you to say that the road has many a winding turn.
Ah, it does. I could say that. There's a short fine leg, a silly point, a slip, and a very short cover in place. Duckett slaps it to cover, where Shreyas Iyer is
Patidar's right in the firing line and seen him off there.
Yeah, he is. Patacake, Patidar. He may well be taking evasive action on the odd occasion from that position, I would think. 39 without loss, England. 19 apiece, Duckett and Crawley. It's the last ball of the 8th over, and it is defended competently and securely back to Kuldeep. 39 without loss after 8, Jason.
Adrian Lowe says, I will take Chinese philosophy tips from GC, but not fashion tips on shirt out or shirt in.
No, I think as a collective, and obviously not all of us, we tend to be more of a shirt out mentality. I suspect the reason for that being that as one's girth sort of broadens through with age,
generally
the shirt out tends to be...
I'm a shirt out person on the pitch when I'm
playing. Oh, are you? Oh, right, okay.
But that's because mine's got quite a long tail, so it can cover my arse.
Well, covering your arse is always good advice, generally. Al, what about you? Are you generally a shirt in or a shirt out man? We don't often see the bottom half of you.
Well, for good reason. No one would want to see that at this time of day. Hello. We've got
they've damaged a zing bail.
A zing bail has been unsung. It's an unsung hero. And
so you could try the Stuart Broad technique,
that's working.
Which is to take it out and put it back in the other way.
Well, England did try that, didn't they, in the first test, which didn't really help in the first innings, because the rest from there was history.
Yeah, your batteries are just in the wrong way.
And the gentleman who's run on and is now running off again illustrates quite tidily the point why gentlemen of the broader girth should not necessarily tuck their shirts in. As this one is defended by Crawley, fielded at mid-on, there is no run.
Just 6 overs left today.
Well, yes, it's they've a lot of spin after Jimmy's initial burst. I mean, we'll keep an eye on it for you, obviously, although it remains to be academic for some time yet. 379 is what England now need. They've whittled that down from 398 originally. Crawley, a study in concentration, stands tall and is beaten outside of the off stump. Bumrah throws back his head in frustration. So does Rohit. And that was a genuine little bit of away swing, wasn't it, Al?
Yep. That's
Certainly
missed by
missed
about
ball.
and by infinitesimal amount. It swung after the ball had passed, which made it look
Maybe straightened a little
away.
bit off the pitch, and then swung after it missed the bat. He's just a class operator.
Because the big thing for England and for England fans, England followers, and indeed just in the context of the match generally, is if a couple get knocked over, would you see Joe? I don't think under any circumstances you'll see Joe Root tonight, even were he to be needed, because we're edging towards night watchman territory. That's past the outside edge again, but Crawley makes a real point of pulling the bat in and even behind his body.
But we don't really have a night watchman anymore.
Who would the night watchman be?
Well, that's
the only one is Anderson.
Jimmy. Well, Jimmy would have to come in and do it. He's done it many times in the past.
Because the two ahead of him, Ahmed and Hartley, are more Nighthawks than they are night watchmen.
Oh, very much. They both enjoy showing the bat, throwing the bat.
There is only one Nighthawk.
Do you think they've retired retired the shirt, the Nighthawk shirt, when he retired?
To even mention the Hawk.
The Hawk
would be is to besmirch the memory of the Hawk.
Indeed, left alone again by Crawley, whose body language is, I think, sort of sending a signal to Bumrah, maybe to himself, maybe to the world in general.
The only regret that I have about Stuart Broad's career is the fact that he never referred to himself as the Nighthawk, as in like the third person.
The Nighthawk would never do that. No,
well, his superhero alter ego.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was an interesting idea. Well, he did finish his career in full on Nighthawk mode with a 6, didn't he? And that's not a bad way to bow out, as that one's guided towards mid wicket. And again,
he could have won the Ashes, couldn't he?
Well, yes, that of course would be the series.
Just worth mentioning as an aside.
England will always look at that series and remember the rain at Old Trafford. Whether you believe in the nonsense about moral victories or not, but Australia could argue, well, hang on, we weren't out of that match, so you can't necessarily say that would have been the case. And anyway, you can't rewrite history. And that one is turned nicely off his legs by Crawley down to deep backward square.
The throwing into the keeper on general has been absolutely rubbish. So watching Bharat just like having to perform a leap that Nureyev would have been proud of in order to be able to catch that ball.
Well, there was one. Who was it in the first innings? It was in the England innings, when England were fielding, rather. It was
Dan Lawrence.
Dan Lawrence, wasn't it? I guess you could forgive over enthusiasm. It must be hard to switch on when you're kind of on and off as a substitute fielder.
No, but
that looked a bit. It was rubbish, though. It was an absolutely awful throw. He could have got a wicket too if he'd have.
Folks had every right to look at him and go, "I'm right here."
Yeah.
By the stumps, where I always am. Right
anyway,
here.
it's the end of the over. 9 completed. Kuldeep will be back into the attack.
Josie X says, one thing I've always wondered, when cricketers run into the folded covers, don't they put holes in it? I think there are already holes in it, generally around the edges, but yes, they may put more holes in it.
Well, he didn't. He managed to jump over them. did Axar, even though...
You're actually in more danger of slipping and falling over and doing yourself some damage.
Well, indeed.
In terms of the order of our concern.
Cool deep! Oh my word, that's a swing and a miss from Duckett. No shout for LBW.
That's
did it
going
pitch
on
outside?
to just slide down past leg stump, I think.
Sliding, was it? Yeah, I think you're probably right, although...
And it's a bit high as well.
Yeah.
No, it looks high, but take into account Duckett's height. I think that was still lower than the height of the stump.
That's defended by Duckett, isn't it? A rather sort of ugly shot. No, doesn't move his feet at all, just stands and drops the bat on it. We got a deep square leg, mid-on, mid-off cover, silly point, backward point, short, fine leg, and a deep point in place for Kuldeep. England 41 without loss. Duckett sweeps sweetly and effectively. Axar's not going to get there. Again, he has to do a little bit of a hopping amongst the tarpaulins, and it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Very much swept off and middle stump.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. Lovely shot. Axar realised he was going nowhere, or he would have no chance of getting it. Duckett moves on to 23 with that. England to 45. And this one is waited for by Duckett. Steered out to short extra. And there is no run.
I mean, England have progressed to 45 now without loss, which is a fairly, without really looking too much at risk.
Again off the back foot. Duckett angles the bat away through point. Ashwin jogs around. They'll take a single.
Which kind of gives credence to the assertion that this pitch hasn't degraded anywhere near as much as India would like it to.
No, that is true. 46 without loss. 1 for 31 versus Afghanistan in the T20 international. There was his last outing, I think. Kuldeep. He got a 3 for 68 and a 1 for 19 for Uttar Pradesh versus Kala in the Ranji Trophy. This one he throws up. Crawley gets that sizable front leg forward and defends. What did he do in the IPL? Kuldeep. He played 14 for the Delhi Capitals, got 10 wickets at 29, best of 2 for 15 versus the Knight Riders in Delhi.
Oh, well done, you did it in time before it was going to go out on air. Jojo says, where is Derek Underwood when you need a night watchman? As one of the more well-known versions thereof.
Yes, he was. He was a night watchman, wasn't he? It was Deadly Derek.
Got a couple of 50s. Josie Oak says, if they let Duckett have a bowl, they'll be chasing less runs. ... Making a family point there.
Well,
changing the bowls.
We do have a change of bowling coming on at the DB Sabah row end. Is this tall fellow?
Pitches are all brown, the pitches are all brown. The selector's hair's gone grey. Selector's hair's gone grey. Waiting for a bat. Waiting for a bat. White laid on the second day. White laid on the second day. Trying to find a shot. Trying to find a shot. That it's safe to play. That it's safe to play. Ravichandran Ashwin.
Who is going to be in to Duckett. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett. He has the slip and the silly point. Deep though is in the onside, and he's having finished his little spell, is called straight into fielding action. Ashwin again, once more defended by Duckett. Should only be 4 overs left of the day. We've had 2 balls of the fourth of those. England 46 without loss, 21 and 24 for Crawlett and Duckett respectively. That one was a sweep from Duckett, and it could have gone anywhere. Where it has gone is over KS Barat's head and all the way behind him for 4 runs.
Yeah, explain baseball in one shot.
There's not one more for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
It was a reverse, wasn't it?
46 for no wicket, 3.3 overs left in the day. What do you do? Reverse
Pull
sweep.
out the reverse sweep, up over. It could have. Yeah, all Indian hands are on heads. Ashwin is going. It's a very Italian gesture there, as he waved both arms in the air. Duckett defends that. Still looking for a single. Crawley says, no, stay where you are, lad. The 50 is up for England, of course. With that 4. 28 Duckett moves on to over a runner ball. Crawley 21 off the 39 he has faced. In comes Ashwin. Up that pops. Forward comes KS Barat. They've got their man. Well, presumably he's given out. Umpire Gaffney seems unmoved, but we need to double. No, Duckett's on his way. Didn't need to raise the finger, and India have their man, and it is Ben Duckett, who's gone for 28. And I'm sorry to say, you don't chase down nearly 400 with a contribution of 28.
The inside edge onto the pad. Barat's made an awful lot of ground. That's a very good catch behind the stump, but in front of the stumps eventually.
So, here is the question then. Who's going to come in next? Do we see Jimmy for a little night watchman action?
That is world-class wicket-keeping, by the way.
Oh, it was.
World-class.
It was.
Yeah.
He did very well, did KS Barat. And lots of ground to make up, as you rightly said.
And the Duckett-Crawley partnership improves very marginally. It was nearly 49. They scored 50 for that opening partnership.
Yeah. And England, you feel, rather needed it to go on and on and on
and on,
and particularly if there will be no Joe Root, which we fear might be the case.
It's Rayan Ahmed.
Rayan Ahmed is the man out there.
Nighthawk has been deployed.
So it is the Hawkette.
Yeah.
The
Hawk
apprentice
boy.
Hawk. Hawk boy. It's Hawk boy. He's facing Ashwin and he defends, actually, very tidily indeed, to mid-off. There's no run.
And Lear informs us that the Colombo pitch in the other match, Afghanistan versus Sri Lanka, seems to have flattened out considerably. Afghanistan now 161 for 1, trailing by only 80 now in their second innings. Which is quite a...
He's been quite expensive, hasn't he? They've been after Kuldeep. None for 18 off 3. Well, that's 6 and over, obviously.
I mean, I looked at the highlights from day 1 there last night. I haven't looked at day 2 yet. But, yeah, they got 198 and Ramat Shah got 91, which was the bulk of that innings.
Psychologically for England, Al, getting to the close with no wickets down would have been massive, wouldn't it?
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it's not fatal for England, but it's an irritation that you could well live without.
Crawley defends back to Kuldeep.
Now, come on, Crawley, you know how a night watchman works. You're supposed to get down the other end and watch him take all the balls.
That is true. I mean, the thing about Rayan Ahmed, and Al made the point, you know, there isn't really a genuine... All of England's, up to Jimmy, all of England's batsmen, you could quite confidently expect them to probably get you a 20, 25 or so, and look decent doing it. That's flicked around the corner a little bit uppish. A leg slip would have been interesting.
There's at least 2 there.
Yeah, and it should be at least 2. Ashwin goes plodding after it. And
I think the word is lumbering.
Lumbering, yes.
There's quite a lot of timber there now.
Yeah, we're watching that catch again, and you're seeing just how much ground Shrikant Bharat had to make, and also how far forward he had to dive in doing it. Kuldeep in. Crawley forwards. And again, no run.
I was watching the Under-19 World Cup recently. I saw an England keeper who's very, very tidy. He took, I think, 3 stumpings in a match where Taz Ali took 7 wickets as a leg spinner. And the name will be very familiar to you. Hayden Mustard.
Ah, Hayden Mustard, as in related to Phil?
As in son of.
Son of Phil. Ah.
In fact, there's loads of Siand and relations in that England side. You've got Mustard.
If his nickname's not Keeners.
Keen.
Quite possibly.
Oh, that one kept a bit low and went on with the arm, but Crawley did pick that very nicely. Stepped back, played it away in towards extra cover off the back foot, and he'll take a single. And Rayan Ahmed will get the strike.
You've got Mustard. You've got a young Benkenstein. You've got a young Denley.
Yeah.
And you've got Rayan Ahmed's younger brother. Just in that England side.
Indeed, it's a thought to relish. As in comes Kuldeep, and played not the most convincing shot at all.
I think I call
Rayan Ahmed there.
That was,
away into the other side.
Twizzle.
Well, it was as good as any name for. I was trying to think how best to describe it. It was a sort of a square-on flick to leg, and again that one kept low, was pushed through. And he played it very late at the last minute with a crossbat away to leg again. But he survives. None of 3 for Rayan Ahmed, 24 of 43. But Kuldeep has got the crucial wicket of Ben Duckett, who again has promised but only flattered rather to deceive, I think, Al.
Well, at this particular moment in time, yes.
Looking at the tweets, Ombo Nuevo asked a question about the GPL watch, which I will get to in a minute. Oxygen Morocco says, if Root's finger's injury rules him out in the next test, who is there to replace him? Lawrence or Jax? Lawrence is in the tour squad. Jax is still playing in the SAT20. I think Lawrence will be the one who gets asked.
So do you want to, Jason, do you want to check my maths? So India started on 28 for no wicket.
Yep.
Yep. They scored 255.
Yep, so that's 227.
And then England have scored 53.
Just realised we've gone into overtime, and
yep,
I was supposed to have gone, wasn't I? That's beautifully driven. It's thrown up by Ashwin. Glorious off drive from Crawley. England move on to 57 with a absolutely gorgeous shot. I might as well see the next over.
Yeah, you just have to go harder and drive quicker.
Yeah, I will.
So, Jason, with that 4, I make it 284 runs in the day.
Yep.
Ashwin in. Crawley defends. Barat doesn't have to dive this time. He trots around to take his glove off and field.
So, how are we? Does that fit us in with people's guesses?
We are just looking to find out what the state of play is, the size of the pot, who's in the game and who isn't.
We need to get to 297.
Defended into the offside. Right, so for a GPL winner, we need to get to 297. And where are we at the moment?
284.
Ooh, it's in the game, but unlikely.
Actually, we need to get to 289.
289.
5 runs. 5 runs in 9 balls.
Ooh, is that all it is?
Yep.
So 289 is what's been scored right up till now.
No, 284 is what we've got.
And 289
is the nearest guess.
Is the nearest guess. And who's that? Just so we know.
Mog.
Oh, it's Mog. Wow. Well, fingers crossed then for Mog, as that's whipped away to short mid wicket. Shreyas Iyer does the fielding.
That's eminently possible with a 4 and a single.
That would make 5. You are wise. Swept, but there's a man just backward of square. It's Axar Patel, who seems to be everywhere he's needed at the moment. He's far enough in not to have to try and negotiate the tarpaulins on the boundary, though. 57 for 1 England. This is the final ball of the penultimate over of the day, and it's defended by Crawley into the offside. So it's 57 for 1. 1 for 8 for Ashwin, who counted for Duckett. Well, it'll go down in the scorebook as caught behind. However, the reality was it wasn't caught behind at all, because it was caught very much running forward in front of the stumps by Barat.
One for the jingle purists.
Indeed, there is.
Coming on to bowl the last over.
Bit of Battenberg action.
It's just the statutory 1 over before stumps for this ban.
It's from the Dr. Vizzy end, or the DR Vizzy end. It's going to be Axar Patel.
The stroke plays diverse, and as sweet as a slice of Battenberg. Action, because if he can score runs, then it's the spin that will bring him some wickets. Oh, action.
Well, there is that extremely silly mid-off there. It's not really silly point, it's too straight for silly point, isn't it? And I wouldn't want to be the man under the lid there, just in case Rayan decides to try and free his arms. He's onto the back foot, angles this to backward point. Now, will they choose not to run? I think they will. They do.
They have. Oh no, they haven't.
No, they did take the single. Good
news.
There you go.
So
might as well get him. 4 Mog. I don't know if you're still with us. I hope you are. But 4 runs would see you 100 and what pounds better off?
120, I think.
Forward. That's going to be one of them. Yep. Sharp single taken out towards mid-off.
Oh, of course, now he needs him in singles.
Yeah, so that's 3 now. So well, there's been
118.
No, 4 would be too many. 3's what you need, Mog. There's been a single off the first 2 balls. Each of the first 2 balls of this Axar Patel over. That's going to be a dot because it's driven straight towards mid-off by Rayan Ahmed. He just doesn't strike me, though, Al, as the sort of type of lad who's going to say safety first. If it's there to be hit, he's going to hit it, isn't he?
He doesn't
silly
strike me
point.
as the type where this is too big for him.
And he's done that, and he's chipped it, really. Axar Patel has his head in his hands. Mog will have his head in his hands. Rowett has his head in his hands. The reason being it's been chipped away all the way to the mid-wicket boundary. The GPL survives until tomorrow. England move on to 63 for 1.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
When you need a further 7 runs, so a single and a 6 would do it. For the next one, who is...
in comes Axar Patel. Rayan Ahmed steps back.
On Nuevo.
Hurried him. That was a dot ball.
It's getting hard now.
So does he? What does Ombre need? 7.
7 off this 1 ball.
Well, 7 off 1 ball, barring some strange and unforeseen events which can happen. Again, that hurries Rayan Ahmed, who swishes, and there's 4 of them. Cut past Slip, who was halfway interested. Axar can't believe it. He feels he's been robbed. England have added 4 to the score. Rayan Ahmed's added 4 to the score, and it means at the end of the day, England finish on 67 for 1, but they finish with a boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's a 10% chance, if that, at Slip. I mean, that went very quickly and very wide as a Slip. Let's have a look. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got no chance.
He's got no reaction times there at all for that one.
It was Rohit, wasn't it? And
it would just have to literally hit his hand at that speed.
I think he also did a dive for the cameras there, because although he dived, he actually managed to not make any sort of horizontal ground, did he?
No.
He simply sort of almost fell over in a diving motion. Well, there it is, 67 for 1. It's been an absolutely fascinating day, started by Jimmy with those early wickets. That there was then a real recovery. Shubman Gill who vived the luck of, he must have walked in front of a black cat and slept on top of a four-leaf clover overnight, because he somehow survived to get 104. Decent 45 from Axar Patel, but fairly rapid collapse after that. Saw India to 255 and a lead of 398. It looked like England might get to the close of play with all their wickets intact as they chased 399 to win. They've lost Duckett for 28. Great catch diving forward by Barat off the bowling of R. Ashwin. Crawley, the not-out batsman, 29, with Rayan Ahmed, who is Hawkette, the junior Nighthawk, taking up the mantle from Stuart Broad. And it means that tomorrow England will start the day needing 332. And Al, 332, 9 wickets in hand, day 4. You'd say England would be probably taken it one down, wouldn't they? And then still consider themselves in the game. Surely so much depends on Joe Root.
I think one down would have been the absolute worst case scenario.
Yeah.
I think there's a sense that we might be hanging on to hear about just what the state of Joe Root's fingers might be.
Yeah, that's going to be crucial.
Essentially, that many runs is more. They're not going to do it tomorrow. I mean, today was 294 runs, so you have to set your stall out to bat all day, which is probably a slight adaptation of baseball than we'll get these lot in 80 overs. But it's from the position that they're in, they are still in the game. They are second favourites, but they are still in the game.
Indeed, I'd go along with that. Now, I'm going to rather rudely love you and leave you, but I'm going to leave Jason to kindly read some final messages.
I am. Well, our own An India says Duckett's mindless slogging at some point had to go to somebody's hands. Yes, I agree. He was a bit frantic in that respect. Just Ideal says, such a tempting phrase, flatter to deceive. Does it not mean that one deceives via flattery rather than looks good and disappoints? You can take it however you want it, I think. And Anurag Chowdhury says, as an unapologetically devoted Indian cricket team fan, it is genuinely tragic that the best Indian bowling lineup of all time is so desperately let down by an incompetent batting lineup. That's a bit strong.
I would disagree with that on a couple of different levels.
And Frong says, thanks all for another entertaining call.
It's been another well balanced, poised encounter. India have kind of slightly increased their lead, for want of a better phrase. But
yeah,
I
mean, the draw's gone out the window basically. So we're down to a binary result. But one of the team is probably 10%, and the other one is 90%.
Yeah, I'd say that at this stage.
And with that, I think we're going to go and leave you because I need to rush off as well. So thank you for everybody for listening in. Thank you to Al, to Tony for being in the studio with me, to Steve Jones who came in briefly, to not Fred,
to Jez, to Richard,
to Krishna, and all the others who joined us earlier, Dave Brooke, and some or all of those people may be on tomorrow. So tune in to find out which, perm your collection now for which gorillas will turn up to talk you through day 4 from Vizag. But for now, thank you and have a good day.
Goodbye.
We hope I've played a theme tune, wouldn't it?
That's the way we normally end it.